Okay, I think we're live. So,
All right.
hello everyone.
Okay. Hello.
I
Now
forgot.
you need to stop dropping the M bombs now, right?
I forgot.
Sorry.
I forgot to share the stream on Twitter. Maybe I should go do that.
Oh yeah. All right. Yeah. No, I'm desperately need attention, so that'd be great.
Hmm. Here, give me a second. I'll quickly put it in. So,
Cool.
everyone, this is Dylan the Trash Lord. Where does that name come from, anyway?
It was like a cringy like Instagram handle I had years ago, and it just kind of stuck a little bit. And it's better than having just like my full name out there, I suppose.
Yeah. No, fair
Yeah.
enough. I mean, I've been doxxed at this point, so my full name's out there now. But, um,
Oh, yeah. But what should I call you, by the way?
Dev is fine.
Dev. All right. There we go. Cool. Oh, it's D&D.
That
All
that
right.
that is my real name. Is Dev. So,
Oh, hey, Dev.
hello. So, what are we talking about?
Well, yeah, no, it's well, I mean, like I imagine we have like I mean, I'm mostly familiar with your like Twitter shit posting. I haven't really
Yes.
checked out too many of your things. I did watch like I think like 10 minutes of like one of these sort of chats you had with some other dude with like glasses and a ponytail on his profile.
Yeah, that was Ann York. He's an anarcho-communist. That's that guy.
Yeah. Ah, okay. Yeah. Well, I imagine we might have like similar chats. I'm in a similar political spectrum. I prefer to use the phrase libertarian socialist style kind of dude, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Just because I'm not fully prepared to like say like I want to completely get rid of the state straight away or anything like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'd much sort of prefer a very slow transfer of things, you know? I don't think jumping into stuff straight away is a great idea.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Well, it is commonly known among your side of the political spectrum that I am an
Hmm.
alt-right Nazi fascist, white
Right, yeah.
supremacist.
Hmm. Well, I mean, mate, I'm from Australasia, so I'm pretty much that as well, to be completely honest. Like, we're, professional shit posters.
Well, that was the other guy. No, well,
Um,
the chat's saying that was Yuli Trio, not Ann York. Well, here's the thing: Yuli Trio and Ann York are both guys with ponytails and glasses, and they're both kind of
hey.
brown. So it could be either of them. No,
Well, there you go. I'm a guy with glasses, and my hair's long enough for a ponytail, but I'm white, so there you go. You're changing it up a little bit.
oh god, someone in the chat said I came here thinking the Lord of Trash was Vosh. Well, the thing
Yeah,
with,
no,
with, with
people have said I look like a hot Vosh, so I'll take that. Yeah.
Hot Vosh.
Yeah, hot Vosh.
Hmm. So literally like Vosh from 5 years ago. Have you seen those pictures?
Oh yeah, dude, he's like fucking Chad, like fucking right there. Goddamn.
Yeah, it all went in the toilet. Jesus. Um, no,
Yeah, yeah.
Uli Troyo, he was, I guess, more of what you guys call a sock dem.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hey, got much love for my sock dem. Sock dems are great. I was a sock dem for most of my life. I was actually really lucky. I never went for that kind of like weird like libertarian teenage boy phase. I kind of started off as like a sock dem, so it was kind of fun.
Hmm.
So like, yeah.
Yeah, like I was definitely a Chomsky styled socialist when I was in my early 20s for sure.
Oh yeah,
Well,
yeah,
not
yeah.
anymore.
You
Not
did
anymore.
the manufacturing consent.
For me, it's now I'm much more libertarian than that. But
Oh, you mean like a American libertarian, the weird kind of conservative one?
yeah, actually, I'm getting closer to that now. And I wouldn't
Okay,
necessarily call
alright.
it conservative. It's just individualistic because I do not like the right wing of politics. I'm not
No,
like
no,
I'm not a rightist, you know.
no, I get it. I mean, it's pretty cringy, right? Like they do some fucking dumb shit. I look, like with that like kind of like libertarian thing. You know, that was originally like a socialist phrase, right? Libertarian.
Yes, no, I'm aware of that. Yeah.
Yeah. I know. I figured so. I figured that like from what I heard, you're like one of those sort of like enlightened centrist types.
That is the meme. I'm a grillist. I'm just going to ascend.
Realist.
I'm going to ascend into the sky on my grill.
Oh
That's all it's going to
look, I
be.
mean, you'd love living in Australia. I swear to God, this is the most grill-pilled country in the world. Like, holy shit. Like, motherfuckers here just, I mean, it's easy to be a grillist here because you can just chuck shit outside in like fucking January and it just cooks. So there you go.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you guys, yeah, that's right. Because Australia would have the seasons reversed, wouldn't it?
Yeah, no, not just do we have to like hook ourselves to the ground so we don't fall over, we also got to like deal with like summer and Christmas at the same time.
Yeah. Damn.
I know, right?
That's
Yeah,
cool.
no, I'm all about it. Board shorts and nothing else, like on the beach with like a little Santa hat. That's fucking me right there.
Hmm.
Yeah,
Oh
yeah.
god, the chat's already getting into it. Socialists are not libertarian, period, because they need state power. I mean, that is basically where I've come to. Well, this is the thing. Like when I was younger, I was a socialist, and then I kind of
Hmm.
like. It's funny because when you see people like oh, what's a good example?
Hmm.
What's her name? Like Karlin Borisenko. You know who she is, right? Okay,
Yeah, yeah. I've seen a little bit
Karlin
of the
Borisenko, who
memes.
she stopped being a leftist because she was bullied out of her fucking knitting group.
Ah, man, like that. Oh god, that made me feel like I just like I don't know. Like first of all, like if okay, like anyone who's been on Twitter for like more than like a day realizes that you can't just like completely change your political ideas on considering like who like posts cringe, right? Like
Mhm.
I don't know, like any political spectrum like belief you have, there are going to be dipshits posting really stupid, cringy shit. And I don't know, like her like knitting group thing. That was like I don't like I don't know. I feel like I don't know. Maybe I'm going to get in trouble, but I feel like I get the vibe she's a bit of a grifter, if I'm being completely honest. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think so too. I think
Yeah.
so too. To be
Yeah.
honest,
Yeah.
like I listened to the Carlin versus Shu, and to be honest, I think that Carlin probably had better points, but her reasoning was absolutely fucking atrocious. Like, okay, when I stopped being a socialist, yes, I had socialists that were mean to me, but that's not why I
Hmm.
stopped being a socialist. It's because I started reading a whole bunch of fucking books, like, and I realized I just read stuff, and I was like, I think that my beliefs probably lie somewhere else, and it's just a matter of just acquiring knowledge and education, and yeah, that's how it goes sometimes. I'm not saying that people on the left aren't educated, like, but generally, it's like people can read things and then kind of have their mind broaden and then have a new choice, and they think whether or not they want to take it. Like it's all
Yeah, no, I
personal
think
preference.
that's fair. I think so. I think so. I mean, like it is a little bit of a bummer because you have made the wrong decision, but that's okay. We all make bad decisions. Like, no, no. Look, I mean, that's the same thing with me, right? I became more of a socialist for reading shit, and also, I mean, to be honest, like I kind of got more radicalized when I joined the workforce. To be honest, you know what I mean? Like, I think the realities of the workforce can be a very radicalizing thing for a lot of people. Because hey, like I mean, if we want to get like right into it, right? Like, can I
Hmm.
give you like one of my reasons to why I think us like kind of more anarcho-libertarian style socialists, have like good reason, right? I'm rambling a little bit because I haven't done this before, so I'm
No,
just
that's
just
fine. That's
just a
fine.
little bit excited.
Well, don't worry,
Um,
dude. Like unironically, I'm nobody, so we're just having a conversation. I'm
hey,
not
dude,
like a fucking Ethan Ralph Vosh, Xander Hall debate bro, where it's like stream clips blew somebody out, lol. No, I don't. That shit's toxic, man. Like I'd rather have
mm,
good faith conversations about real differences than just shit on people. You know what I mean?
Oh, totally.
Yeah.
I mean, to be fair, like I go on Twitter to shit on people, but to actual
Yeah, that's
conversation,
right.
yeah,
That's where I do
totally.
that. Yeah,
Like,
I use Twitter to shit on people. I use streaming to actually have conversations.
yeah, no, fair enough. No, like, okay, so, all right. I presume, right? Allow me to share my propaganda, but
Okay.
like, I assume that you're, fairly like, you like, okay, I don't want to project too much, but I assume you like democracy, right?
Yes.
Cool, yeah. And I mean, why specifically do you like democracy?
Um, because it is one of the ways that you can ensure good governance. It's not the only way. There are other things you need. Like a pure democratic system would be nightmarish, but you do need
Okay.
some democracy. Yeah.
Okay, okay. I mean, how do you feel about like sort of MMP systems where you have like proportional voting systems, sort of like what they got in Germany and New Zealand, for example?
What do you mean by MMP?
Oh, so the way MMP works, right, is you have a proportional voting system parliament. Generally speaking, with like somewhere along the lines of like a 5% viability rating. So kind of similar to the Canadian system in that you've got a parliament and like however percentage of like the vote you get a percentage of that. But essentially, you have like some local electorates, and then you have like a vaster amount of like seats that are sort of built by the proportion of votes amongst the entire country. So it gives more space for like smaller parties, etc.
Okay,
So it
so it's
means that you
like
have to build a
it's not
coalition.
so it's not completely like just I I know that a lot of American leftists, they want to abolish the electoral college and just have everything be by pure direct vote. And that actually sounds terrible to me, because if everyone lives in the cities and no one understands what it's like in the country, and what the country needs, like the no, not the country, the hinterlands, the farmlands, the forests,
Right, yeah.
people who live out there, their vote will mean nothing, and they live in a completely different culture, frankly. So I
But
kind of understand that
do you think their vote should count more though? Sorry to interrupt.
no, but there's no good answer to this one, because their vote shouldn't count more, because every one person is just one person. But at the same time, if you have, say, let's say it was like wildly skewed, so you have like 80% of your population living in one city, and then 20%
Yeah.
living in the rest of the country, like the rest of the country would be fucked constantly, and that's also not a good system.
I mean, not necessarily to be like if we're going to be completely like blunt about it, right? Like there's sort of we're making a few assumptions though. First of all, we're making the assumption that like city people don't give a fuck about country people, right? Which I don't think that's true, to be completely honest. Like I'm a city boy myself, but my dad, he grew up in the country. I have a lot of love for the country folk, you know. As much as like I'm a soil boy libcuck who thinks that, you know, you should be able to marry 6 femboys if you want. Generally speaking, I don't think that there's this like there is definitely a culture, especially in the US, there is definitely a cultural divide, but I don't think people who live in the cities, you know, necessarily hate the country folk. And I mean, if you don't get rid of the electoral college in the way it is now, like you're essentially saying that people who live in like fucking, you know, like Idaho or some shit, their votes are worth way more than people who live in New York State or California, Washington. You're essentially preferencing these votes purely because of where they live.
Yeah, but first of all, I've met a lot of city folk who really just don't give a shit about the country at all, and then I've also met a lot of city folk who don't know. But
No.
also this is also why, like, democracy can't be the only limiting factor on state power, because sometimes people can vote for very terrible things. So that's why I do like democracy, but it's not the only thing. It can't be the only thing.
Okay, I'm a you know I'm a big fan of democracy myself. I think generally speaking, it's better than not, right? I think yeah, maybe some checks and balances are important. There's some things that I think we should definitely do. You know, maybe have like an anti-genocide clause in like a constitution or something like that. I think that's pretty good.
Anti-genocide.
No, like,
Yeah,
like, hey, you know, you can't kill people, especially if it's like based on an ethnicity or some shit. That's probably something we should like make sure that we don't vote in, you know?
yeah. Like the easiest way to describe it is that gang rape is a democratic act, which it
No, it's
technically
not.
is. Yes, it is. Think about it.
No,
You-
no,
you-
no, not at all.
here,
What do you
let me
think
let me explain. Let me explain it. So you have 10 guys and one girl, and the 10 guys
Okay.
all vote to rape the girl. Well, that's democracy, because it is literally just counting the votes. But even though it's democratic, it's still obviously terrible. So there has to be some kind of ethical boundary that is beyond democracy.
I don't think that's democracy. Like, sorry, I got to push back on that a little bit. I don't think that
Mhm.
would count as democracy, right? Because,
How come?
well, I mean, let me think real quick. Why? Because I think I've heard this argument before, and then I remember there was like a pretty convincing anti-argument for that. So, like, for what we're talking about, right? So that, I mean, number one, it's not a that's not a parliamentary system. That's a act. It's a crime, right?
Mhm.
It's a horrible act, not a political system. The idea that you know people can essentially vote on whether or not they can essentially you know violate someone like that. I don't think that's the same sort of thing. Um, that's not democracy, and I can see how someone might even bring that into the argument about socialism. But you know, I've got a trump card for that. Don't worry.
Mhm.
No.
Okay, well, so
Um, yeah.
I mean, so it's not a political move, so therefore it doesn't count basically as democracy.
I say like it's not about like a structural progression or anything like that. You're not sort of building on like say like structural fuck man. Oh god, I should have like asked for another. I should have gone to bed earlier. God damn it. Um sorry. So yeah, like purely having a vote about something. I mean, first of all, I mean, you know, these pieces of shit wouldn't vote on anything like that. But that wouldn't count. I don't think that counts as democracy. That's I feel like that's a bit reductive to be honest. Like the idea that oh god, man, I'm really flubbing it. I wish I remembered the argument against that, because I'm pretty sure I've heard this before. Ah, fuck. Oh, anyway, you know, just trust me. No, But okay, I mean, I kind of getting skewed. The reason I'm pro socialism, right, is I like to I want to see democracy in the workplace. I think worker co-ops is a good way of moving forward with that. I don't think that we should have the state necessarily like running everything and decommodifying everything, you know. And I think that we need to do that slowly and integrate that into like our society, because you know we didn't go from like feudalism to capitalism within like 100 years. That shit took like almost 1,000 years to like properly transfer over. Like it was a really slow thing. We went from mercantile capitalism to like that Adam Smith shit, which is, I mean, based compared to like contemporary capitalism. But we went through these different changes. We had heaps of failures, things that were very similar to the USSR, but like capitalist versions, like experiments that only lasted a week. And what we've done now is we've been learning the contemporary, the new form of socialism. The way we're moving forward is we've learned from the mistakes of the past, right? And really, what socialism is, right? It's the shadow of capitalism. Whenever a capitalist system exists, you will always have the idea of socialism. It's just a natural occurrence, right? Because as soon as you have a fiefdom, where it be a private firm, a king, right, there's going to be people who want to have a say in how they work, right?
Yeah, yeah. No, I know where you're going. This, yeah. I do want to point out though that you mentioned earlier that the reason gang rape wasn't a democratic act is because it wasn't political. It was just something that was happening. But I mean, when it comes to business is often not political either.
No, but it is about like structures and the sort of the way you live your life, right? Like the majority of adults spend the majority of their life working. Yeah, I mean, you agree with that? Like the majority of your day, you either spend at the office or at the like the mill or what have you, and then you spend a lot of your time afterwards recovering from a long day work. It's where you spend most of your time as a grown up, right?
Yeah, I would say that.
Yeah,
Maybe like not
and
most of your waking hours, obviously, but yeah.
once you're waking out, yeah. Well, I mean, I know so I've worked with some people where it wasn't just their waking hours, you know what I mean? But
Hmm.
yeah, no, like most of your waking hours you spent that, and although we agree that when it comes to like sort of the commons, when it comes to like how we like the country that we live in, you're able to have like a say in like representative democracy and like how what way that goes.
Hmm.
The place where you spend the majority of your life, we decide that we're not going to have like some form of democracy in that, especially when when people aren't accountable to the people they manage. If they're not accountable to them, they're more likely to potentially take advantage or do things not in their interest.
No, see, I and to some degree, I actually do agree with that because
Hmm.
um, there are shitty bosses out there, man.
Yeah.
There are shitty managers. There are shitty middle managers. There are shitty coworkers even. Like there are
Oh, of course.
definitely
Yeah.
instances where a business that was once run, um, let's say properly,
Yeah.
even like where yes it was capitalist, but the owner cared about the product and cared about the workers, and
Hmm.
it was a fair arrangement. And then you get somebody who like buys the business and doesn't know what it's about and then like drives it into the ground and destroys it. So there's definitely instances
Oh
of
yeah,
of what you're
venture
talking about
capitalism
for
is
sure.
disgusting. It's one of the worst like sort of like externalities that comes from capitalism. 100%.
Sometimes,
Motherfuckers like
sometimes
Mitt
not.
Romney who would just no. I mean, like let's be real. Like Mitt Romney and Bain Capital, what they'd do, right? They'd get slightly struggling companies, buy them out, like run them to the fucking ground, basically cut everyone, make a small profit, sell it off. It's completely destructive. There was no benefit to society from what they're doing at all. Like nothing. They literally are like profit vampires. They just suck the blood right out of a private firm.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
Like,
yeah,
hold
like
on. Since it's been a little while, for those guys you don't know in the chat. Okay, so someone just asked, what is venture cap? Okay, venture capitalism is basically the idea that you have somebody who has a lot of money and he will fund business ventures that he thinks are are potentially profitable. But at the same time, you also have like the Mitt Romney types, and the reason why Mitt Romney got shellacked in 2012 is because of his association with Bain Capital. And what Bain Capital would do is Bain Capital would buy up businesses that were generally functional, extract short term wealth and destroy them, and then just go bankrupt and move on. So, like, obviously, that form of capitalism is destructive because you're taking something that's viable and built and good for society because it's employing people, it's making a product. We are better off having that thing around, and then they destroy it just to take money out of it. Like
Yeah.
it's short term gain but long term loss, and obviously that's inherently destructive. Like that's not good for anybody but the person who's extracting the money. Um, but at the same time, like on some level, you can't get rid of the idea of venture capital because somebody has to take on the risk of the venture. It's simple as that. Like it doesn't go
Yeah,
away.
no, yeah. I just think that we can spread that risk a bit more evenly. You know what I mean? So, I
Okay,
mean,
well,
have you heard about like the?
hold on
Oh,
here.
I'm sorry.
Let me jump in here a bit. So
Mhm.
you have two examples, right? Let's say that I want to open up a business. I'm gonna be making furniture or something in my small shop, and it's gonna
Yeah,
cost me $500,000 to open the business. All right.
yeah,
So if that's the case, and let's say it's for like materials and machinery and a physical location, I have to hire people to help me work on this stuff 'cause I can't do it all by myself. So I'm fronting $500,000. So before we've even made any money, I'm already $500,000 in the hole,
yeah.
and which is what, and it's that expense that gives me the authority, the right, in fact, to be the head of the business. Let's say I hire four people, and those four people need to do their jobs, and I pay them, but they're not taking on that risk. Like if the venture goes bankrupt, if the business goes bankrupt, those four people lose their jobs, and that's not nothing. Like that can be quite serious depending on your situation. But I lose my job, and I lose my $500,000. It's on a much greater order of magnitude more serious for me. And
No, totally.
if we're in some kind of government system where all businesses have to be founded as worker co-ops, what that means is now I need to front $100,000 and find four employees who will be co-owners who also have $100,000 to front. So it ends up, just to even get a job in that system, you have to have more money than you currently have because you have to
Not
front part
even,
of the risk.
not necessarily as well. Like, here's the thing, right? I'm not against someone essentially sort of having we having a system for, especially for startup companies, right? I mean, I worked for a startup for a little while. You know, I'm sure anyone who has knows that, like, even like the people who are like regular employees, they're usually kind of act like entrepreneurs as well. Like, you have to put in extra hours that you're not paid for. Especially if you care about the business, right? Like most startups, there's a lot of sort of side work that you have to do, and you invest your own time, right? But
Mhm.
regardless, that's not really the point. Sorry, I have a problem with like getting trout off. But no, I wouldn't even say that necessarily. If, say, you know, you have that 500 grand, you can sort of like do the fees yourself. I would actually be pro a system where essentially we have like an insurance to make sure that you recoup whatever investments you make, even like to a degree like a profit, so that you have like essentially some form of dictatorial control, or like a preference where you get paid more than other employees, or certain profits go to you until you say you make 10 or 20% above whatever initial investment you made, something like that. I think that's totally reasonable, to be honest, because then, you know, you're getting a nice return on the hard work that you've put in. But then eventually we can break it down that, you know, it becomes a more democratic system. I think that generally works well. And I mean, to be honest, let me give you like an example of like
Okay.
something that I think everyone will kind of understand. So back when I was at uni, just after I finished, and I lived in a different country than the one I lived in now in New Zealand, I worked at like a fairly prominent museum. I worked like doing like selling tickets and also working behind like the information desk. And one of the things we had to do, right, was even though we had like an information desk that we would like, you know, sit in and would have to search for like, oh, you're looking for this exhibition, you have to go up, down, here, it's part of this, etc. Or like, hey, you know, da 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 da, where's the bathroom, yada yada yada, that sort of thing. They would ask us to go in front of our desk and kind of come up to random people in the museum and be like, hey, can I help you, sort of thing. Now, I mean, one, like, if you've ever worked in sort of like a front of house position like that, you'll know that that's not exactly super effective. I mean, people first of all assume that you're maybe like a volunteer, you don't really know what you're doing. Also, if they don't actually want to know, like if they don't have any questions, they usually just get kind of irritated by you coming up. Also, if they actually ask a question that you need to like search for, you have to go, okay, follow me, come round the desk, sit down, type it out, look for it. Not just that, we would also essentially act as like receptionists. So if people would call in, we'd get the call and then we'd send it to certain people. If people had meetings with like say curators or something like that, we'd have to like call them up and get them sorted, etc. And every time we'd have to essentially go back behind the desk. And when we say didn't do that and we stay behind the desk, people would actually come up to us and ask us questions because they realize, oh, they're the information people, right? Now, all of us who worked behind that desk said, hey, look, It is way better and way more effective for us to be behind the desk because people see information above us. They know if they want information, they can come to us. We don't spend like 5 to 10% of our day going back behind the desk before we look something up or before we call someone, or if we get in a call to the information desk, we can then grab it. But because we have absolutely no say in our workplace at all, the CEO wouldn't even hear it. Like we would tell our managers, and they would try and get it to them, but no, nothing. No, nada. We had no say in it whatsoever, and it
Yeah,
made
like
it
like
a less
like
efficient service.
I've worked in many workplaces where it turns out that the bosses, they've kind of lost touch with what the entry level workers have to do on a day to day basis, so they have demands that don't exactly track with the responsibilities of those workers. So I get it. Like,
Yeah,
but I mean that doesn't necessarily mean that capitalism is bad though. Like it just like okay,
I
what's
think
what's
I think it makes it less efficient though. That's my problem. I think that especially like here's the thing. So first of all, capitalism incentivizes people to check out because if you're like a wage slave motherfucker just coming into Macca's, coming out, that's all you're doing. Let's be real. No matter how hard you grind, 90% of the time you ain't going to get any recognition for that shit. All right. If you're a part owner of the business, you have so much more motivation to make sure that the firm does well because if the firm does well, you do well. You're like financially incentivized. So socialism financially incentivizes people to actually, work harder at their jobs, and I feel like that's going to make a more efficient economy. I think,
I'm
oh
not
yeah,
sure about this. Yes and no. Like there's limits to this because, for example, when I've talked to a few socialists now, and they all have a story similar to yours, where it's like I worked in a shitty workplace, and the bosses didn't care, and I got away with doing the bare minimum, and that happens in capitalism all the time, of course. And I think that happens anywhere all the time because there's always going to be what I forget. Oh, who was it? I can't. It was
it doesn't happen in Mondragon, right?
it was a I forget his name. Shit, he was an economist. He coined the term lagging actor, and what a lagging actor is somebody who, for whatever reason, whether it's because he's sabotaging himself or he's being sabotaged, or he's he has like an IQ of 70, or he's disabled, or whatever the case is, he's not going to be as productive as the average worker for whatever reason.
Okay.
And those actors generally don't have a place in, say, worker co-ops, but they do have a place in capitalist firms where, yeah, there's obviously some downsides to working in them, but the upside is that your boss generally doesn't care if you're a little bit slower than average. And the reason is like for example, if you look at what's the name of it? Oh god,
Wait.
here, hold on, hold on,
Sorry.
hold on. I think it's Mondragon. Have you heard of this?
Yes, I'm very familiar with Mondragon.
Yeah. Well, it's extremely hard to get a job at Mondragon compared to a capitalist company of the same size, because if everyone's a co-owner, then there's that added responsibility, and some people frankly can't make that cut. So in a case where, again, in some kind of society where everything was worker co-ops, it would actually be a barrier of entry to get into these places. But also more
I mean,
importantly, though, there's a lot of people who um they don't want the responsibility. Like I've worked jobs where I did not care about the future of the company, which is I guess bad in the short term, but like it was a transition. It was a transitionary job for me. So I would go there. I would work hard and honestly, but I would go home. I didn't want to I didn't want to be thinking about office politics when I got home. I didn't want to be worrying about anything like that. I just wanted to punch in, get paid, punch out, and not actually worry about management at all. So I think
so
there are a lot of people who are like that. They don't want to
mhm.
do it.
I mean, so like two things, right? That with that, like one, I don't think that necessarily follows, right? I mean, like you said that like there's a higher like that lag thing, but I don't see any reason why that's not the case in like a traditionally owned capitalist firm at all. Like in fact, to be honest, like I've worked in capitalist firms where like people's medical conditions, etc., have made them more likely to get fired. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Whereas
of
if
course,
like the
yes, yes,
people who
yes.
are like,
Um,
if you're working with like, and that's because there's a level of like dehumanization if you think about it, right?
no, that's true. Here,
There's
here,
like an
I
underling where
want to
like
clarify then because I said something wrong. So let me clarify because you're right. Um, it's not so much that the capitalist will let you get away with being a lagging actor. It's more um like if you worked at a grocery store, for example, because I've worked at a couple grocery stores, you'll know that the store manager or the store owner is not hovering over your shoulder all the time. He has his own
Mm-hmm.
work to do, and
No.
so if you make a mistake, if as long as it's not like a big mistake, they're not gonna care, or they're not gonna know at the very least. A lot of them kind of like
Right.
they're reasonable people. They understand. It's like, okay, it's your first day here, whatever. You're a teenager working your first job. They're not gonna
Yeah.
rake you over the coals over it. But like when you have a system where you have that excess responsibility, then they will care because now you're wielding power in the workplace. Like it is true that in a capitalist system, you can simply be fired for any reason, like a pure capitalist system where there's no unions or anything. You can be fired for any reason. But it's also true that because you have no power, you're also not really that threatening, and therefore people generally kind of give you a break. If you're, a 17-year-old working your first job and now you're a co-owner of a company because you've come into this firm that owns a whole bunch of grocery stores, it's going to be a different situation. And it's not necessarily going to be more positive.
Okay, all right. I mean, look, that's an interesting take. I don't know if I completely agree with that at all. Um, just because, I mean, so, for example, I worked in like a bar, right?
Mm-hmm.
Was one of my first jobs. Like, well, it was actually my job during uni, and like, even though like I fucked up a bunch, my colleagues who were invested and were like partly owners of the business knew who I was. They knew who I am. They had a human connection to me, right? They regard. I mean, despite like how like obnoxious and cunty I am, they somehow liked me. Yeah, but yeah, but like they liked me and they actually told my manager, even though I fucked up a bunch, to keep me on because they thought that there was potential, right?
Yeah.
So I don't think that's necessarily true. Again, like I said, like when you get to know someone, when you kind of have like a human connection with them, you're less likely to just throw them under the bus, I think, generally speaking.
Yeah, I
So
agree. I
I
agree.
just,
Actually, yes.
yeah. So I don't think that's necessarily true. And I mean, with that responsibility thing, and also the other point you brought up that I wanted to mention, you're saying that like, when you were working at like, what have you, like the business, you kind of wanted to check in, check out, go home. It was a transitionary job.
Yes.
And you said that you don't like, you don't have the time to like think about, the progression of the business, etc. I mean, they made the same argument against, going from feudalism to democracy, right?
Mm-hmm.
They made that same argument, like, oh, the peasants, they don't have the brains, or not the brains, sorry, they don't want necessarily to think about our wars with Russia or anything like that. They just want to plow the fields and go home. Some of them, sure, they care about this, but not all of them. Some of them don't want to have the burden of making a vote, that sort of thing. Like that's an argument that we've also had when it comes to like political democracies, right?
No.
I
Yeah.
think generally, yeah.
Well, the thing is with that, one, it is at least partially true. There are definitely going to be people who don't care, and like it's not like it's bad. I don't believe there are people on the left who say everything is political. It's like no, no, there is a such thing as a private life where there's no politics and you can relax and not have to be on all the time. Like that's like there are some people who generally who actually don't care. I think that's true. But secondly, it's a different situation because things are far more complicated now than they were during the era of feudalism. Like to manage a business now is not the same thing as managing, some kind of a company 500 years ago. So if it is more complicated, then there are going to be more people who just kind of check out.
I mean, I don't see any evidence for that. Like generally speaking, like generally, and I have to go through this again because it's been a minute since I looked. I'll be honest,
Mm-hmm.
I was completely irresponsible. I was intending to do a whole bunch of research so I could like own you with facts and logic, but then I just decided to get really drunk last week. Um, because I'm a complete fucking degenerate.
It's
Um,
actually better that we have honest conversations without being like, well, do you have a study for that? Like it's better to talk.
oh,
It's
hey, don't get me wrong. I like data. I generally try to make my claims based in reality, but
mhm,
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
I know what you
yeah.
So like for example, like generally speaking, like not sorry, publicly owned, sorry, shared owned firms, co-ops, that sort of thing tend to be, more stable. They first of all tend to be a lot more resistant to shocks, right?
Yes, that's true.
They
That
they
is true. Yes.
yeah, yeah. And it's because again, like I said, even if like God, man, I'm jumbling up my ideas, and I think that's because generally speaking, management, because even in worker co-ops, you still have management, right? The only
Yes.
thing is that
Yeah.
they're accountable to the workers. The whole point is that there's elections, etc. They need to make sure that they're making their workers happy. They're going to make sure that they make long-term decisions that are going to be, not necessarily based on like growth. That's going to, like, say if it's a publicly traded company, they aren't just going to make short-term like boons for your stockholders, etc. Or like necessarily building profit over the actual well-being of your employees. And I think that leads to like healthier firms. Two, just because you're a democracy doesn't mean you have to, necessarily be on the like ground floor of every single decision. When we can have specialists who deal with very specific things. I generally like to think like maybe a better method, instead of like necessarily direct democracy, is to have like a style of representative democracy in co-ops, right? So where like if you're a person who works in the co-op, you're like, okay, well, we have elections on management. These people have these kinds of like ideas of where they want to go of the firm. I generally think that's a good idea. And also, if they decide, if management does make decisions that are going to fuck over the workers, again, I think that accountability to the workforce is going to make them more likely to make decisions that are in their best interest. It's all about, at the end of the day, I just think that the incentives in like a cooperative model are there to actually lead to better outcomes, generally speaking.
I know what you mean, and like there are definitely capitalist firms that at least do this somewhat. Like they don't give you part ownership, but they do have bonuses for workers. Like Home Depot of all places, you'll get like some percentage of the company's total profits as a bonus check at the end of the year. You know, all the way up
Yes.
to like Elon Musk giving his workers bonuses and stock options and things like this. So like this sort of thing does happen, and frankly, I actually think it's probably a pretty good idea to give bonuses if your company is successful. That makes sense to me. But like, hold on. Oh yes, okay. You're talking about representative democracy in workplaces. Okay. Another thing that we can go back to Mondragon for this, because have you heard about the Mondragon scandal?
Which when did that recently happen?
Okay. I don't know exactly when it happened, but I looked at I saw it like 3 or 4 months ago. But basically, it turned out that even though it's true that once you have a functional worker co-op, they're more resistant to shocks and they're less likely to collapse. These are all true things. Because I'm not anti-worker co-op here, by the way. But it turned out that due to the nature of the election system within the company, it was much more likely to be a what's the there was much more likely to be nepotism in the system. So you had like you have voting blocks who would like vote for their family members for promotions and stuff like that. And
Right.
it actually became a scandal because it turned out that within Mondragon, family members were getting promoted far more than within normal companies. So there are still problems with worker co-ops. They aren't they aren't like a a fix all
Well,
solution or anything.
that's when regulation comes in. Now you're I remember you saying that you're like a lib, like in the traditional sense you're a liberal, right? Not in
Yeah.
like the weird like American like you like Barack Obama, you're a liberal kind of thing. Like
No,
you
those are what the Americans call neoliberals. Yeah.
Yes, yes.
I'm not a
Yeah, you're not
neoliberal. No, no.
you're not a neoliberal. Like I imagine you're okay with like like as a Canadian, I imagine you're okay with like the decommodification of healthcare, for example, that kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
Oh, yeah.
my relationship with healthcare is one that whenever I say it, the left wing loses their fucking mind because I always say healthcare isn't a right, which is true. And then they go, "Oh my god, how could you be so heartless?" And it's like, hold on, hold on, hold on. It's not a right because it doesn't exist in a vacuum. So the idea of rights, I'm sure you know this, but just for the audience's sake, the idea of rights is that they are things that cannot be taken away from you without killing you. So you have the right to free speech, not because you can be censored, because you can, not because the state can't crack down on you like some kind of authoritarian state. It can, but because to truly get you to
Okay.
stop speaking, they have to kill you. And that's like
Right.
they can punish you for speaking, but they can't stop you from speaking. Those are two different things.
That's the John Locke thing, right?
Yes.
Where
Yeah.
he believes in like inalienable rights that you're just straight up born with, right?
Yeah.
That it can't be taken away.
Hmm.
I don't know if I fully subscribe to that because if those rights are violated, then essentially like if say you've got a gun to your head and they say, yo, you've got to read this note. You know, like that your freedom of speech isn't really in like a practical sense being respected, right? Like if
Oh, of
someone
course,
puts a
yes,
gun to
yes.
your head, yeah.
No, no, I agree. But see, that is what makes an action violent. Is when you violate someone's rights. That's what violence is. So it's like I said, you cannot take someone's freedom of speech away without killing them. So in your instance, you would have to kill the person if he doesn't speak, but you cannot force him to. It's not like you can flip a
You
switch
can,
in the
you
fabric
can
of reality,
coerce,
and he'll start
you can
talking.
coerce them. You can coerce them 100%. You'd be like, hey, if you don't say this, you'll be fired. Now that's not necessarily going to kill someone, but that's they're gonna probably say whatever they want you to say. If you say, like, hey, it's a bad economy, look, I'm just saying, if you don't think that cat boys aren't hotter than cat girls, like, I'm sorry, I don't think I can see you having a future in us, in our co-op.
No, like I know, like there is obviously a practical argument where it's like, no, I can just use force on you, and it's like, yeah, but that's why those are violations of rights. But the thing is though, is that this conversation, while it's interesting, it still doesn't talk about the healthcare thing, which is healthcare isn't a right because you weren't born with it. Now, I do
Okay.
believe that, countries that are rich enough and well managed enough probably have a moral duty to design some kind of a universal healthcare system so that people don't die at the age of 5 of some kind of preventable condition. And actually, I've been working on a video now for a little while, and it's called "The Capitalist Argument for Universal Healthcare," because I think there's a very strong capitalist argument for universal
Oh yeah,
healthcare.
yeah, I think
So,
so.
so I think that'll be a video that comes out whenever my channel's remonetization comes back. Please donate to Streamlabs, guys. I'd appreciate it.
Again,
But
Dave,
yeah,
Dave, fuck, sorry, Dave, not
mhm.
Dave.
Yeah,
You
Dev,
just got
Dev.
to stop dropping the N bomb on stream, and I'm sure they'll be okay with it.
Oh god, did you hear what happened?
No, what happened to you?
Okay, so it was me and my friends, and we were streaming our coverage. It was like Scrump and Lilith Lovett, if you know Lilith on Twitter. Um,
Yeah, yeah, I'm familiar with them. Yeah.
yeah, yeah, no, she's awesome, man. But we were streaming our coverage of the first Trump Biden debate, and Scrump was drunk as fuck, and he was dropping n bombs everywhere. And
I was mean. I was fucking mean. Damn it.
and and as it turns out, we didn't know this at the time, but our stream was going viral, and we were front page on regular YouTube. Like if you're logged out, you'd see us in the front page.
Jesus
And I was
Christ.
like, oh
I'm gonna get in so much shit for associating with you now.
yeah, why is that?
Fucking drunk, dropping M bombs on fucking live stream. Sorry, go on. I shouldn't interrupt. Sorry.
But yeah, so I woke up the next day, and the channel was demonetized, and I was like, oh my fucking god, dude, are you serious? I didn't even do it. I didn't even do it. So
Oh,
I've been fighting to
God.
get it back for the past month. But
Yeah,
anyway, no,
yeah, I
like,
feel
like
yeah.
that's my view on universal healthcare, though, is that it's not a right,
Okay.
and it philosophically can't be a right. But if you have a rich nation, like say the United States, you
Hmm.
should probably figure that shit out. It'd be better for everyone if you did, you know?
Oh yeah, it just makes way more sense, and it makes a better economy if your workers don't have to worry about the black lung or
Yeah,
something like that, right?
yeah,
So the reason I bring that up, right? I think we can both agree that certain parts of the economy make sense for it to be decommodified, right? But I also wanted to say that, like, that general kind of Libby attitude. Generally, we agree that there should be some sort of regulation, right? Like, we don't agree that like mining companies should be able to just like pour like their toxic fracking oil into like a local water supply. That makes sense. Generally
yeah,
speaking, we
yeah.
should have regulations to prevent bad things. And the
It
same thing,
depends.
so
That
because
depends.
yeah, yeah.
There's
I,
there
like,
there. I think I can put a few
I know that
caveats
there
on
is
this.
externalities, but if there's bad
Yeah, yeah.
externalities, then it's a bad regulation. I'm just saying, like, I hate when you talk to like conservatives and they're like, I hate regulations. I'm like, I mean, motherfucker, like, come on, like, seatbelts in cars, you're really against that? Like, let's be real, like, come on, like, are you gonna be that much of a dumb fuck? Um,
Well,
like,
actually, okay, here I'll give you a pretty good argument against seatbelts in cars. It's your body, it's your choice. You should be able to do what you want to do. If it kills you, it kills you. It just and but the only thing is, if you die, don't complain. Like that is fundamentally the libertarian argument. Like you can't you can't
I
do things based on safety because then the state has a wide latitude to really oppress you in the name of safety.
see. Here's the thing, right? Because generally speaking, a lot of it is to do with And this is where like a lot of like anarcho-capitalists get annoyed with me because I've got that oceanic in me. I've got the "oh mate, you got a license for that license" kind of vibe, right?
Mm-hmm.
We're
Yeah.
like like
Mm-hmm.
I
Mm-hmm.
like me some gun control, and like there's a lot of like lefties who get really pissed at me for saying that. I think generally speaking, when it makes sense, like to have like these sorts of rules in place, I think it makes sense. You know what I mean? Like first of all, generally speaking, a lot of the time, it's young people who die from this, people who, maybe aren't able like to make the decisions for themselves, children in the backs of parents' cars, that sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah.
And again, like the idea of like say like, oh, if we don't make it mandatory for cars to have seatbelts, then they can potentially produce like theoretically a cheaper car that doesn't have seatbelts, right? And
Mm-hmm.
if and there's people who like, well, I need a car for work, and this one's cheaper, then I might buy the car that doesn't have a seatbelt because I need it for work and I don't have a lot of money. Or if we make it mandatory, it's not going to necessarily affect the pricing because on the market, everyone needs to have these seatbelts, right? It becomes a standard.
That
Anyway,
argument
sorry.
makes sense for no, that argument makes sense for seatbelts, but it doesn't make sense for some other things. Like there are some
Oh
things
no, no, no,
that are
yeah. Like
that are just so like they're so expensive that if you regulate them, then it's not that it's more that like people won't have access to them anymore if they're too regulated.
again, I'm real like I'm just a real pragmatist with this stuff. Like,
Mm-hmm.
I'm pro regulation if it has the results I want, and if it doesn't have the results I want, then I'm anti it. Like,
Oh
I'm,
my god.
I
Okay,
completely.
you're not gonna like this, and I'm not saying this as an insult. Okay, I'm just
Mhm,
seeing the facts as I have seen them from my education in political science. That
mhm.
is actually what a fascist would say. No, seriously,
No,
seriously.
no, no. A
No,
fascist, a fascist would say something along the lines of, "We need to like protect the homeland for our white children or our black children or our Asian children, whatever kind of fascist it was."
I can actually quote it to you. Hold on, because I
Yeah.
have. Oh, God damn it. Okay, hold on. Yeah. So my okay. First of all, my books right now are packed away
Yeah.
because I live in a smaller place for the moment.
Fair enough. Yeah.
But I had to read the political doctrine of fascism.
Oh. Actually, you know what I just read, which is really actually surprisingly good. I thought it was going to be a thorough book. Have you read How Fascism Works?
Who wrote that?
That was it's a Yale professor. Fuck, let me look up the name. I think it's like some it's like a, very forgettable name. Hang on.
There are a number of
Um
books about fascism that I've read, but I don't know if I read that one. I've read
it only recently came out.
Okay, so then no, no, no. Like I haven't been in university for a while, so like
Oh, Jason Stanley. Holy shit, that like because I know you have like issues with Umberto Eco, but like this book goes on about the actual like tactics and like how fascism actually works within a society,
mhm.
and is a really good way to actually get an idea of like like because of how like idiosyncratic that shit is. It's a
Mhm.
really good way to actually break down and figure out what contemporary fascism looks like. It's super good, and Jason Stanley really great. Like fucking mwah, love it. Good
Yeah,
shit.
yeah.
Definitely give it a read.
Well, here, I'll give you my sky high version of it because like when I was in university, there was one political science class that was basically it was called dissection of authoritarianism, and we
Right.
spent some time talking about monarchies and empires and things like that because they were all
Hmm.
authoritarian, obviously. Um,
Right.
but we spent something like 6 or 8 weeks or something on fascism, and then 6 or 8 weeks on socialism. I
Right.
was like,
Okay.
okay, okay, and I had to read a lot of stuff. Like I did read Mein Kampf. I've read the political doctrine of fascism. Um, I've read The Road to Serfdom, if you've heard of that.
Okay. Yes, I
By
have.
Hayek. Yeah, that's a pretty good book.
Hmm.
Um,
Been meaning
and
to read it, but I just can't read, so it's hard.
Emilio Gentile wrote The Sacralization of Politics. That's also a really good one too.
Mhm.
And yes, I read Umberto Eco.
Oh
well,
boy. Yeah, yeah.
well, the thing is, like the professor when introducing your fascism, he said, I think I told you this on Twitter. He said there is a reason why Umberto Eco is known in the English speaking world for his novels,
Hmm.
and meaning
Can I
not
agree
his
with
political analysis. but we
that?
did read.
Little sassy bitch.
Yeah, 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 yeah.
All
But
right.
like I actually okay. I'll talk to whenever I talk to people about my knowledge about fascism, they assume I'm a fascist, and I'm like, no. Just because I've read these things doesn't mean that I subscribe to them, guys. Come on. But Okay, so there's like three periods of fascism. There's classical fascism. There's like World War II era fascism. Then there's neo-fascism. Um, and there's kind of like a blurring between the World War II era fascism and the neo-fascism, because you have like some regimes in the 1970s and so like Argentina or whatever, and where they're still very clearly modeled after the World War II model, and they're not quite, you know, like the modern neo-Nazi. So there's a blurring there, but these are generally the three eras of fascism, and a lot of what started fascism came out of socialism, which I think is really interesting. Um, and this is where if I was going to recommend you guys read any book, I mean, yes, Road to Serfdom, but also read Neither Right Nor Left. That's a great book. It's kind of rare now because it's an older book, but that's a great book. And it basically described how I'm sure you know this, Dylan, that if you look at
Yeah.
like Mussolini's history, he spent most of his young life as a socialist. Like he wrote for a socialist
Oh, yes,
newspaper.
yes, I'm familiar with this meme. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's not a meme. It's real. It's true.
No, no, I like yeah, meme can be real and true, but yes, I'm familiar with this. Yeah.
Yeah, and Hitler, like, you know, his 25-point plan had a bunch of socialist stuff in it. But more importantly, but like a more important person to the fascist movement than Hitler or Mussolini, which is strange to say because no one knows who this man is the French anarcho-syndicalist George Valois.
Mhm.
And his whole thing was that in his own advocation for socialism, he realized, and I think this is a specifically French point of view, because the idea of French politics has very much been around centralization for the greater good, because, you know, they have a lot of faith in the French Republic, and they want to nation
Yeah.
build and this sort of thing. So
Mhm.
his view of it was that you could only truly achieve socialism for the greater good by massively centralizing everything through the state, which ended up becoming fascism. You know, his idea
Yeah, I was gonna say, like,
became fascism.
sounds like a pretty cringy take on socialism, you know? Like, no, like, here's the thing, right? Yeah, that was, so that was he like active during like the French communes? Because I'm not particularly familiar with this particular theorist. Because I fucking hate reading theory. It's so boring.
George
Like,
Valois
and it
was
makes
in
you
like
far less effective at political like advocacy, I think. But yeah, go on.
he was active in like the late 1800s and early 1900s.
Okay, all right, okay.
However, he basically said that during his time he didn't actually he didn't call it fascism until he was older. He called it Jacobinism, and the
Mm.
Jacobins were a radical left wing group that came out of the French Revolution in the late 1700s.
Oh, the Jacob. Yeah, I'm
Yeah,
familiar with them. Yeah.
yeah. So he considered his philosophy to be the natural extension of of the Jacobin movement,
Yeah.
but what he created was fascism.
Oh yeah, and you know they made a terrible fucking thing. I mean, here's the thing, right? Yeah, like these like yeah, no, radical beliefs from that period did cross over a little bit, right?
Hmm.
And when you think that there's something fundamentally wrong with the structure, you know, you could potentially be argued over to a different side. I mean, the reason why I don't like fascism, I mean, apart from all the aspects about it, essentially, is that like it's kind of like it's and I get what you're saying because like earlier I was talking about how like I'm for like pragmatic like what's the word? I just
Regulation, where it was like
regulation.
regulate sometimes but
Yeah,
don't regulate others, so it's not like a hard and fast rule.
yeah, no, exactly. Like if the research shows that it has a positive result and increases people's freedom and leads to better results, generally speaking, in a pragmatic sense, I tend to be more happy with that. If it like and if it does something like say if it's like say where it has potentially better results in the sense that like maybe it stops like terrorist attacks, but it like did like gets rid of like people's freedom and leads to you know the result of like say like a society that leads to like you know oh, fucking what do you call it? I mean currently what they got going on in the US, like a society where you're constantly being watched. I think
Police
the
state,
pragmatic
surveillance state.
the police state, yes,
Yeah,
surveillance state. That's it, right? Yeah,
yeah,
sorry. At least with surveillance state, I think that outcome is actually not a good outcome either, right? So
yeah.
therefore, I'm against that regulation because it doesn't
Oh, by the way,
maximize like
then I guess
yeah.
you're pro Trump. The reason
Why.
that the Patriot Act is gone is because of Trump.
Um, the reason the Patriot guys go gone because of Trump. I mean, that's not why I'm like negative Trump, I suppose. Like, you know,
Yeah, see,
I
like,
also, I
okay,
also
here.
fucking, I also hate Barack Obama, but I'm not against like the, I'm not against everything he did. You know, like I
Yeah, no,
think, you know,
same
like
here, same here. Like, the,
yeah.
I've consistently like people think that I'm like some kind of diehard mega hat. I do have a mega hat, but like people think, dude, the memes,
Oh,
right? The
dude, come
memes.
on. All right.
Well,
No,
hold on.
that's a poopy meme. Come on.
Yeah, yeah, but for my channel, I have like a giant prop closet full of tons of like costumes and hats and things that I use. So, yeah, I have a mega hat for base. I'll call it work purposes. Let's say.
Okay. All right. Sure. Sure. Sure.
Well,
Okay.
I also have. Oh, this is actually authentic. I have a genuine Chinese Ushanka because a former girlfriend of mine was from China and her uncle served in the army, so I got his hat, and it's like it was made by the Chinese, the People's Army in China, and it's like
Hmm.
it has like the symbol with like the the it's like the gold wings and like the red center, that
Yeah.
yeah, and it's really cool, but it's like an
No,
old
totally. Like
Ushanka.
those hats look pretty cool, to be honest. Like as much as I fucking hate their political system, like the hats, the Ushankas, they do look cute, you know. What can I
Well,
say?
anyway,
You know,
so I do have a mega hat, but like, and in general, I am not a diehard Trump supporter. I'm neutral on Trump. I thought that Trump
nice.
was
Fucking
probably better
fascist.
than Biden, but I am not somebody who is out there thinking
What?
that he
You
is.
think he was better than Biden? Sorry,
Yes,
I'm cutting you off. I'm
yeah.
being so rude. Sorry.
No. It's fine. No. I like not by much, but I do think that like that Trump was a better choice. I would have preferred Tulsi. Tulsi would have been fucking amazing, but
Oh, you a Tulsi stan, huh?
yeah. I was a Bernie bro. I was a Bernie bro in 2016, and I wasn't in 2020. He cucked out to Hillary. He should have just burned the whole DNC down. And two, he changed a few of his positions, and I was like, no, I'm not into this anymore. So, but yeah,
Don't
I
know
was for
about
Tulsi.
that.
I was for Tulsi.
Short fat. What can I say? The people deserve healthcare. Um,
Is that your Bernie
nah,
impression?
I think it's pretty good to be honest. You and I, we're gonna get gay married. It's gonna be mandatory.
But yeah, so when it came to Trump versus Biden, I thought Trump was probably a little bit better when it came to some kind of libertarian ideal. He's nowhere near what I would like a potentially ideal libertarian candidate to be, but I think he's better than Biden.
Okay, elaborate on that. I'm really curious as to why you think that. Because I
Well,
completely disagree, but I'm curious.
okay. Well, I mean, definitely the Patriot Act is a huge part of it. The fact that it's gone and the
Okay.
fact that the House wanted to reintroduce it. I think yeah, it was the Democratic controlled House wanted to reintroduce it, and he threatened to veto it, and they gave it up. So, like the Patriot Act. I mean, you're about as old as me, right? Like you're in your 30s or late 20s.
Oh no no, I'm in my mid to late 20s.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, so like I'm hovering around that. Like I'm not 20 anymore, but like I'm late 20s, early 30s. That's my age range. Um,
Okay.
so we both remember how bad the Patriot Act was when it came
Yeah.
into effect in the year 2001. And nobody, no mainstream politician would have ever gotten rid of it. If Joe Biden or Hillary Clinton would have been the president during 2016 to 2020, it would have never disappeared and it's gone. That is a massive win for personal liberty. Like that's huge. Um, at the same time, I do like the First Step Act that Trump has introduced. That's also a massive win. And in fact, it's a massive win that leftists should be enjoying because, like, you know about the First Step Act, right? Right?
Actually, I'm not familiar with that one. Give me a lowdown. I'm gonna expose my ignorance in that.
Okay, so the First Step Act basically was a um, a changing of sentencing in terms of nonviolent offenses. So we're talking like drug
Okay.
offenses and that sort of thing. It it it,
Mhm.
base, it lowered mandatory minimum sentences. It gave people basically like extra strikes in the system before the sentencing became harder. It got people out of jail. It was retroactive, which is a really big thing. So you have like black guys in the United States who got thrown in jail for 5 years because they were smoking marijuana. They're out of jail now. So
Mhm.
the First Step Act is huge when it comes to the complete decriminalization of nonviolent offenses. And frankly, they should be like. There's no reason that weed should be illegal. Like it's ridiculous, you know. So the First Step Act is a massive step in the right direction on
Wait,
that
but do you
topic.
think that like it's legitimately? Do you honestly think Trump was going to decriminalize weed is more likely to than like someone like fucking senile Joe?
Yes, actually, I do think so.
Really? Because I mean, everyone he's put in charge of what's the name of it? Fucking. What's the name of that position?
Is it Attorney General maybe?
Yeah, Attorney General. Like everyone who's put in the head of Attorney General has been very anti that sort of stuff. Generally speaking, like and like a lot of like his like the laws that he's put through have been very like anti-freedom as well. I mean,
Oh,
look,
there are some things I don't like,
it,
like the whole like let's criminalize flag bearing. That's bullshit. That's complete bullshit on Trump's
yeah, no,
part.
that's stupid. Yeah,
Yeah,
him trying to loosen like litigation laws when it comes to things like slander, that sort of shit.
yep, that's
Bullshit,
bullshit too.
gross.
Yeah.
Anti-freedom.
Hmm.
Also him sending secret police to like fucking like protests. Like that shit's pretty fucking cringy. Holy shit. Him denying that climate change is real. Refusing to like talk about like refusing to like disavow like conspiracy theories about him.
Well, hold on, hold on.
Um,
I think we can go over a few of these.
yeah.
Firstly,
Sorry, Gitch Gallop.
firstly, and this is something that I actually asked Ann York, and Ann York, being an anarcho-communist, he agreed with me on this because he's from New York, and well, that's the
Yeah.
name, Ann York, so obviously, right? But
Oh, right. Okay.
he's from New York, and he started bringing up like the weird shit that Trump has said, and Trump said a lot of weird shit, and I was like, listen, you're from New York. He's like, yeah. Trump's from New York, yeah. If Trump were a New Yorker speaking in extreme hyperbole and not actually meaning what he was saying, how would he speak? And Ann York basically said exactly the way he speaks now. So, for example, like back, I think it was 2015. Like I think it was before he
I
became
don't.
president.
No,
Hold on,
that
I'll give you
still
I'll
has.
give you
Oh,
an example.
sorry.
I'll give you an example. Trump said something about ISIS. All right, and he was like, ISIS is doing this, doing that, and then he just said, he was a pause, and he says, I'm gonna bomb the shit out of him, and everyone cheered, and it was a big thing, and people all around the world were like, is Trump starting a war? Like, what's going on? And now it turns out, yeah, ISIS is gone, but like he didn't rush in with bombs constantly. That was literally just like the New Yorker talking, and people in New York were like, yeah, we just say that, like we just say, I'm gonna fucking kill you, like
So,
just for like walking across the street. Like that's just how people in New York talk.
I mean, yes, thanks to the Rajavans, ISIS have been taken care of.
It was not the
Unfortunately,
Rojavans. Come on.
no, they did like the majority of the work in Syria, 100%. Like, yeah, they did really good work with that. Like,
They
they
did.
were
They
one of the
did
most
some.
effective
They did some,
forces.
but like Rojava's
Yeah,
kind of
considering.
collapsing now. So
Oh
rip.
yeah, I mean, no thanks to what fucking Trump did.
Didn't he pull
So
out of Syria? Like that's what it was, right? He just left.
yeah, no, he specifically pulled out of the area that like stopped Turkey from invading Rojava, essentially. Like the entire point of having American troops there was to essentially stop Turkey from like invading Rojava and like basically getting rid of those people's rights because they were extremely effective allies at taking out ISIS in Syria.
Well, you have to ask
Um,
yourself then, like, do you want American imperialism or do you want the troops to come home? Like, you only get one.
It depends. 100%. 100% depends. Like I think certain like it's useful to have like American troops in places when they're doing positive things for like the global politics,
Hmm.
and when they're doing negative things, it's bad, right? So like if they're preventing, say, like like a mass invasion by like a big powerful fascist nation, I think that's potentially actually a super useful thing, especially when they're dealing with like something as complicated as the Syrian war.
Hmm.
Or when it comes to like going in and destroying like a invading a country and destroying their democracy like they did, or it's not destroy democracies, destroying their political system, creating a power vacuum, and then like insufficiently running it purely for like, let's be real, like oil. um I think that's pretty bad. I think they don't necessarily need to like get involved in that 100%. But again, like I said, because America is dealing with like Russia and China, who, by the way, I don't like either of them at all. I think it's important that they use their political
Oh,
power in
oh God.
positive ways.
Let
Because
me jump in here real quick. Do you see
yeah,
those fucking like those? They call themselves Ancom accounts, or sometimes they just outright say it. They're like tanky accounts, and they're like, China's good
oh,
actually. There's no genocide in China, guys.
they go motherfuckers who deny the Uyghur shit. Fuck. Oh my god. Like
It's
I
so
like
stupid.
it's so fucking embarrassing. I wish like we like. Oh god, I fucking hate those motherfuckers so much.
Mm.
I hate them more than conservatives sometimes because they make my political vision look way worse because they well, like I mean we can commit acts of genocide and it's not it's re-education. Like fuck off, dude. You're not a real socialist. You're a piece of shit. Like I don't know, like I like the thing of like the fucking Communist Party of China. Like I mean, okay, so let's be real. Like let's be 100%.
Yeah.
We both know what the word commun like we have the same definition of communism, right?
So we're talking
It's a
about the stateless, moneyless, classless society that happens that naturally appears after the state naturally withers away
achieve socialism.
after you've achieved socialism and everyone has been turned towards socialist thought. That's
Yeah,
communism.
exactly.
Yeah.
It's yeah, communism is the yeah, exactly. You have this stateless, classless society that has moved past the commodity form, and yeah, and the workers own the means of production. So production is collectively owned. That's not China. The motherfuckers like the very first thing, they have a state. They're not communist. All right, let's be real. They're not communist. They can say they're socialist. They're not socialists, but they can say they're socialist, or at least they're trying to achieve socialism, which is generally speaking what like back in the day, like China and Russia used to say, which people thought like, oh, they were commies. No, even the USSR said they were trying to achieve socialism. They acknowledged that they hadn't reached it yet. Like it's like
Well, here, let me
yeah.
ask you this then. Like, do you think that the authoritarian leaders of places like the USSR and other communist states, do you think that they were just using the rhetoric to justify their authoritarianism, or were they true believers and that is simply where the plan led them?
I think some of them were, and I think they made poor decisions, and I think you can like I think the fundamental problem is with like a vanguard party sort of thing, right? Because you have this privileged elite who essentially create a political class, and they're going to like again, it's going to be they're going to be incentivized to sort of like give the political class more power. So I think I mean I read State and Revolution a very long time ago, but like Lenin had some interesting good ideas, but he was a fucking terrible leader. And Stalin, I think on all accounts, was a fucking psychopath. Like he was basically just a fascist. Who took control of the USSR and led it down a fucking horrible path. Although, to be fair, again, Lenin pretty cringe as well, did some pretty shitty stuff. Same with Mao, etc. Like, I think honestly, yeah, like a lot of the revolutionaries were misguided. I think they genuinely believed what they believed, but they had misguided things, and we've learned from those bad decisions. Again, like the same thing happened with capitalism, right? Like capitalism didn't start off in the like ubiquitous form it is now. It took a lot of failed attempts before we had like more successful forms of capitalism, like the social democracies you see in places like Canada and Europe, and to a lesser degree, even America was a is I would say still would be classified as a social democracy or at least a liberal democracy, with capitalism.
Mhm.
So like again, yeah, it's like completely denounce that shit. It's terrible. We've learned a lot from those experiments.
Here, let me
Unfortunately,
jump in here because there's something interesting that you said that Stalin was basically a fascist, and that's actually true.
yeah.
However, and this is I'm going back to the class that I took, on authoritarianism. Um, what's the good way to put this? Actually, here, I was going to read to you that part of the doctrine of fascism that, 20 minutes ago, or whatever it was. Let's go back to that for a second. So here, let's see. Fascism maintains that in the ordinary run of events, economic liberty serves the social purposes best, that it is profitable to entrust to individual initiative the task of economic development, both as to production and as to distribution, that in the economic world, individual ambition is the most effective means for obtaining the best social results with the least effort. Therefore, on the question also of economic liberty, the fascists differ fundamentally from the liberals. The latter see in liberty a principle, the fascists accept it as a method. By the liberals, freedom is recognized in the interest of the citizens, the fascists grant it in the interest of society. In other terms, the fascists make of the individual an economic instrument for the advancement of society, an instrument which they use so long as it functions and which they subordinate when it's no longer serviceable. So basically what's being said there, um, is that, and you know how the phrase privatization was invented specifically to describe fascist economics.
Yeah, I'm familiar with that. Yeah.
Yep, that's true technically, but when people on the left talk about it, they're only talking about half of the story. fascist economics is fundamentally different from both socialist and capitalist economics, because fascist economics, it takes from capitalism the idea, and this is the true idea in my opinion, that when people work for themselves, they work the hardest. If they can own their own property, they can own their own businesses, they will be more productive. That
I
is just
agree. When people own their own businesses, they are more productive. That's why everyone should own their business.
we'll get to that conversation a little bit later. But they agree with the socialist idea that there has to be some kind of good for society that is beyond simply individual ownership. So so the fascists would privatize, but it's not like how the United States privatizes or how Canada privatizes. So Canada, however many years ago it was, we privatized our I think it was our rail service, right? And
Mhm.
what privatization here was that the government sold the business to a private owner who then ran it as a business rather than a crown corporation, and it was a sale. But privatization in fascist states, what that means is they have discovered a business that is privately owned that does not what's what I'm looking for. It does not freely, by the will of its owner, work in the interest of the state, let's say. And so what they do
Yeah.
is they will immediately nationalize it, and they'll throw, that guy into a concentration camp for working against the state. They'll nationalize it, and then there'll be a transitionatory period within the business where it eventually it reprivatizes itself. But the CEO of the, they're not called CEOs back then, but let's just say CEO. The CEO of the business is a party member. So this
Oh
and
yeah, no, like let me make it really clear. Like
mhm,
fascism, like economics is the worst of both worlds. You
yeah,
have the two bad parts of any economic system. You have the private ownership of the means of production, right? Where they like the
which is
worker they
still
don't
good, by
have
the way.
workers. And
We'll get to it. We'll get to it.
we'll get to that. We'll get it. We'll put a pin in that. Um, and then you have like the failures of a centrally planned economy, right?
Mhm.
Um, Again, like I said, I'm not necessarily pro essentially planned economy. Generally speaking, I think again, like I said, certain things should be decommodified, like healthcare. But I think generally speaking, it's better if we have a market that is sort of filled with worker-owned co-ops. Generally speaking, I think it leads to better outcomes. So literally, fascism is the complete opposite of the economic system that I enjoy or
Mhm.
advocate for.
Yeah, yeah. Same here. Obviously, but what I want to get to is that if you were to sit Hitler and Stalin down, and they weren't, enemies fighting during World War II, and you had them talk about economics, they'd probably have a very similar economic plan, because whenever you ask a socialist, hey, what about, the socialism that existed in the USSR, they'll say that's state capitalism. But what the
Yeah.
socialist calls state capitalism, the political scientist calls fascist economics. They're fundamentally the same thing.
Sure. I mean, like, I can go with like both names. Both things are terrible. Yeah.
Mhm. But this is why I see the connections between fascism and socialism more clearly, because Stalin had a very similar planned economy as Hitler and as Mussolini. So there
Well,
there
yeah,
there
but
is
again,
this connection between the ideologies.
like, and again, so I just because we want to make sure that we can, talk on like the same thing. I
Hmm.
want to make sure we both have the same understanding of what socialism is, right?
Okay,
Because some people, the Richard Wolff quote where it's like, when the government does things, it's socialism, and when the
that's not.
government does heaps of things, that's communism. Like that's like
No,
we're
that's
both,
bullshit. That's bullshit.
yeah, that's bullshit. Okay, so like again, generally speaking, like common understanding of socialism, right, is that the means of production are commonly owned by the workers, and generally speaking, you have a fairly demotic, you have decommodification of, generally speaking, like some socialists want it to be like the entire economic system. Others, generally speaking, say that some parts of the economic system should be decommodified, etc. It varies. But generally speaking, decommodification is a big part of the economy as well. Do you agree with that definition of socialism?
For the most part, yeah. Just
Okay.
the thing with me is that I do not see how, in practical terms, ownership of the means of production by the workers does not end up being ownership of the means of production by the state. I think it will
Oh,
naturally trend toward that.
why do you think that?
Um, well, it depends. Like for small companies, it might not, right? Let's be honest. So, if you are, if you and your three friends start a small company and then it blows up, but it's just the four of you working at it, well, then you can all co-own it. Like, why not?
Yeah.
But when it comes to managing, giant corporations, I think I think eventually the state does get involved. I mean, they already do. They're like, here. My problem with fascism, with socialism, and with corporatism is that they all trend towards centralization. And I think that centralization, whether centralization breeds oppression, whether it's government centralization, private centralization, it doesn't really matter. But if it's some kind of collectivization of something, then it breeds oppression because the individual and the collective are always at odds.
I don't know if that's. I mean, like, I don't know if I necessarily buy that 100%. Like, I can see where like that might be the case in certain cases, but I don't think that's always the case, right? Like, I mean, we literally came out of the mud like working together as groups, right? We're social animals. Like, that's a big part of our
Oh, of
nature,
course, yes,
generally
yes,
speaking,
absolutely.
right?
Yeah.
Like, and I don't think that like what's good for the group necessarily is bad for the individual necessarily, right? Like, for example,
Sometimes, some groups,
so
sometimes.
no, maybe, but like
Well,
again,
hold on.
like
Gang rape. Yeah, it's good
again,
for the
I
group, but
wouldn't
it's
say
bad for the individual.
I wouldn't say that because the group is doing what I would say is an immoral act, which like a deeply immoral act, which I think is not good for them either.
Well, do you
I
believe
think
in objective morality?
no, but I think that like some things I can argue that like in my moral okay. So I don't think there's like such thing as objective morality because generally speaking, there's like so many different cultures that different ideas of morality and they make valid points. Generally speaking, everyone who believes in objective morality usually disagrees with other people who believe in objective morality, right? I think there's no evidence in my mind that that's necessarily a thing. Morality is something that we come up with. But I would say that, doing like acts that I think are particularly super immoral, like, sexual assault, murder, that sort of thing, it's generally harmful not just to the individual, but I think those kinds of acts do have a harmful effect on the perpetrators as well.
Well, if that's the argument, then you can make arguments against drug use, because drug use has harmful effects on the person who uses the drug.
Not necessarily.
Okay, methamphetamine.
Yeah, it's there are people who have been able to smoke meth and not get addicted.
Well, sure, but
Generally,
the ones who can't, like, it destroys them.
yeah, the ones who can't shouldn't have to worry about it being criminalized and should be able to get free healthcare to deal with their illness.
I don't know if meth is one of those drugs where I don't think healthcare can actually help you that much. To be honest, I've seen some
Oh
pretty
no,
methed
totally.
out
Like
people, and
getting
it's oh my god.
no, I look, hey, like I had a friend who so to give you a little insight, like I lived in a house where one of my housemates became a meth addict, which was that wasn't fun. Holy shit,
Mm-hmm.
that
Mm-hmm.
was not good. Um, but they were able to get like first of all, one they were able to get like help. They were able to go to rehab. They were able to get like mental health help. They were able to get weaned off meth, and they were able to deal with coping techniques to deal with like their addictions. Right, a huge part of like addiction, right, is generally speaking, it's a part of your brain that just is unable to regulate your intake for these sorts of things.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah.
Learning coping techniques, generally speaking, helps with people dealing with these sorts of stuff. And again, like I said, I think you get far better outcomes if you don't treat it as because I don't think it's necessarily immoral to do meth, right?
Oh,
I
neither do I.
don't
Neither
think
do
there's
I. Yeah.
really. Yeah, I mean, I think it's probably immoral to do meth if you're about to go driving and you have your kids in the background. Yeah, sure. I think you probably need to be a bit more responsible. But I think generally speaking, like I don't think it's immoral to do meth, providing it doesn't like stop you from like fulfilling any of like sort of the things you've already agreed to fulfill, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but whereas I think it is immoral to rape or murder someone, and so that's what I meant by I think like those immoral acts have
Why
like
is it?
negative effects. Hmm?
Well, like, you already said that you don't believe in objective morality, right?
Yeah,
And that it's all culturally constructed, pretty much.
yeah,
So,
yeah.
okay, so what is your argument against, say, the Nazis exterminating the Jews?
Because that it has a bad effect on society.
They didn't think so.
Well, yeah, but they were wrong. Like,
how can you argue
just
that
because
though?
just because people have wrong opinions doesn't stop their just because someone has wrong opinion doesn't stop your opinion from being right, right? Like, yeah, like people are going to justify things however they want, but you can be like, well, no, that's not right, and you can
Well,
argue why that's not the case.
what makes their opinion wrong and yours right though?
I think because generally speaking, okay, so I think it comes down to axiomatic goals and how they are achieved, right? Like at the end of the day, everyone has their own axiomatic. Sorry, I'm blowing out a little bit. I'm gonna turn down my. There we go. Sorry, I didn't want to like give you like a fucking air burst right there.
No, no
But I
problem, no
think
problem.
I think generally speaking, like it comes down to your axiomatic values, right? And also like how do we achieve those axiomatic values? So personally, mine is generally like I want to like increase oh, what's the word? God, man, I'm so bad at talking. I want to generally speaking, what's fuck? Oh god, what was the word again? Give me a minute. It's a form of right, okay, cool, got it. So
Hmm.
generally speaking, I want like the most positive like effects for people and to like generally make them happy with the least negative effects. And I think you need to be a bit utilitarian about not
Right,
utilitarian, sorry.
utilitarianism. Yes, yeah.
Not util it's not the word,
No.
sorry. What was the
Okay,
word?
that sounds
Fuck,
like
what
it.
was it? I think it's similar, but there's a different one. There's a variation. Fuck, what was I literally just had it in my brain. Um the oh God,
Well, I'll
sorry.
look up utilitarianism and see if there is another word that is similar.
Yeah, yeah. That we want to make. No, come on. Oh no, no, yeah, like utility. No, utilitarian is it like you want like to like make it like increase utility for everybody, right?
Hmm.
Now, there's different ways of achieving that. So some people do the pure like 100% like if 51% of this many people think it would be good to enslave 49% of the rest of the population achieves like a utilitarian goal, go for it. I disagree with that. I think an actual utilitarian like perspective is that no, because that amount of suffering that creates like is like in itself lowers the utility of like whatever kind of positive effects it would create, right? I think there's no way in it at all that you could ever create the like level of positive effects that come from that would actually come from like enslaving that amount of people or even like 1% of the population. The amount of like negative utility that comes from that sort of thing on a society, not only just from the effects of those individuals, but the threat of that kind of like lack of liberty is going to put stress on a lot of people, right? Like say if it's
Let's here, because I know what you're saying. I understand. But let's
mm,
actually kind of work that math out because okay, here. Well, since it's the most obvious example that I have at the moment, we'll go back to the gang rape example. Okay,
okay.
so if 10 men truly, are monsters and want to gang rape a woman, and the woman doesn't want it, well, then the utilitarian argument is that 10 people are enjoying that act and one person isn't. So the math there is 10 versus 1, and you're saying that well, the detriment done to the one woman far outweighs what the 10 men get out of it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so how many men would it have to be for gang rape to be good?
I would say generally speaking, you would there would be like it'd have to be infinite. And to say that like the negative utility created from like the sexual assault of someone
Hmm.
could never be outweighed by like the act in itself by like even if it was literally every man on earth. I think that the utility, like first of all, because I mean, there's a few things that we got to take into account with that, right? So one, it's a fucking horrific thing. I know people who have gone through it, both men and women who have been sexually assaulted.
Yeah, same
It
here,
is,
same here.
yeah, it's a
I'm not
fucking
saying this is a joke or
horrible.
anything. It's a pretty
No,
good
no, no,
example
no,
of what
no.
we're talking
I
about.
know, I know.
Yeah.
I understand. We're not memeing. We're being honest here, right?
Hmm.
And so like that, those kind of long-term lasting effects on an individual are fucking horrific. But not just that, but also that creates a precedent, right? Precedence, right? So if we say that that's okay in society, that means that more individuals could potentially get raped. And that kind of stress, that kind of precedence would lead to even worse outcomes. So I think when you're doing like a utilitarian calculation, you do have to think about precedents and what kind of precedents that sets up, and what kind of long-term externalities and effects that would have. Like you can't just think purely on the act itself. You have to think about the ramifications and how that affects the rest of the society.
Okay, yeah, I think I understand what you mean. I
Yeah.
don't necessarily agree, but I understand your position at least. Yeah. Oh God, Melissa's in the chat. Log in to hear a question about gang rape. Things are not going well.
Yeah. Hey guys, let's have a fun little chat. Hi, by the way, you've probably never heard of me. I'm a 2K Andy off Twitter. Let's talk about fucking gang rape, apparently.
Oh
Oh,
God.
Jesus. By the way, you should definitely like, subscribe, and then follow me on Twitter.
Mm.
Um, and tell me how much you hate me. I love it.
But yeah, see,
Uh,
the thing is, when I object to fascism, I do so because I'm appealing to what I believe is a universal morality, and I do think that there is a universal morality because I think that there are some parts of morality that are not culturally constructed. For example, every society, at least every society that has survived to present day, has some kind of injunction against murder. And so thou shalt not kill is the universal morality. Meanwhile, the the second level of morality is the cultural morality, and that's when they have thou shalt not murder, with the exception of this group or that group, or here's a reason why we can justify it, or this and that. And those are all of those reasons are culturally constructed, but the universal morality is still thou shalt not kill. So I do think that there is actually a universal morality that we can appeal to, and that is why we have things like universal human rights, for example, which is why, and that's why we can point at the Nazis and say it doesn't matter if culturally you thought it was acceptable to kill the Jews, because there is something greater than your culture that we can appeal to morally. That's how I view it.
do you think there's just that actually comes more out of practicality though? Like, I mean, if you're going to like run a society of some kind of, we live in a society, but if we're going to like, if you're going to have a society, right, it makes logical sense for us not to have motherfuckers popping off every time there's like an argument, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like it's in a sense that like if murder wasn't like illegal, or at least wasn't universally reviled by most groups. And again, there is also like arguments for like when it is justified to take someone's life, etc. But I mean, generally speaking, if we didn't see that as a negative act, don't you think they would just like the literal, just like the actual outcome would lead to like essentially not being able to have a society, right? Like, don't you think there's like
I
kind of a
agree.
practical part of that as well?
I completely agree with you. Yes, that is what I think gives my argument the weight that it has. It's that whether or not you believe in a universal morality, if we all behave in such a way that we think universal morality exists, society inevitably becomes more stable. And I think that's proof that that's true.
I'll have to think about that. Okay, so you're saying like I want to make sure I got that clear. So you're saying
Mhm.
even whether or not you believe there is a universal morality, that if we act like there is one, it leads to better results. Is that what you're saying?
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. Well, again, that seems like just more of like a utilitarian argument. Like that's an argument whether or not there is universal morality. That's saying like we should act like it is, right? Like we should like you can make the same argument about free will. Like whether or not we do have free will, we should act like we have it, because if
Yes,
we don't,
exactly.
then there's going to
Yes,
be no
yes,
consequences for
yeah,
anything.
yeah.
But that still doesn't answer the question whether or not we do have free will.
No, that's true. That's true. Like for those of you in the chat who don't know, this is now like a psychological conversation. There is some psychological evidence that human beings don't actually have free will. We have a series of complicated structures psychologically that make us pretend like we have free will, but we don't. But the problem with that is once you take free will out of the equation, there's no more responsibility. So if you violate a law or you hurt somebody or you do something bad, then now you can't be punished for it philosophically because there's no free will. Free will is what makes punishment for transgressions basically morally acceptable. So it is a situation where we don't know if we have free will, or we don't know if universal morality exists. But if we act like it does, things are better. And so,
So you're
so for
utilitarian too.
well,
Sorry.
I get it, I get it. But like for me, the argument is more like it's a question I will never be able to answer. I'm not smart enough. I'm not going to live long enough. But if it works, then I might as well accept it as true, because accepting it not as true leads to a worse time. You know,
Okay.
it's very much like a, does God exist question. Well,
Mm.
I don't know if God exists. I am fundamentally an atheist when it comes down to where politics and religion intersect. I'm very much an atheist, but like
Mhm.
I don't know if God exists. However, if God exists the way that he is described, I would not consider myself to be a person worthy of believing in him. So it is a dodge fundamentally. It is a dodge of the question in the end, but it's like, this is above me. This is above my station. I
No,
fundamentally cannot understand these things. Therefore, it's probably best if I go with what creates the better outcome.
that's actually it's interesting because like I the same logic is what led to me thinking that I'm not a universal moralitist, right? Fuck whatever, however you say it.
Yeah.
So for example, like I agree, right? I don't think we could ever really know whether or not there is such thing as a universal morality or if God exists. I'm agnostic when it comes to God. To be honest, I'll be real. I don't think the Abrahamic God's real. I went to I will see how your chat reacts, but I went to like a Jewish school. I was like one of like the three Gentiles there, and I grew up in like a secular house, so I had to read the Torah.
Are you a member of the
Like
tribe?
no, I'm not a member of the tribe. I have much respect and love for the tribe. I think it's a lovely culture. There's some really interesting stuff in it.
Oh,
But it
oh
was
God,
actually no
dude,
because
dude, it's so great when people call me a neo-Nazi because my girlfriend's Jewish. It's like, all right.
oh, dude, a fucking Nazi said, oh, you went to a Jewish school? You're a fucking Jew. And I'm like, no, I'm not. But hey, I had a girlfriend who was Jewish. And I'll be honest, it made me less convinced of any kind of, like conspiracy because like I was quite close with their family. We went to dinner when they never talked about like, now, here's how we're gonna deal with the goyim. Dylan, you're part of the family now, so it's fine. And he was like, "Oh, you dated a Jew? You're a Jew." And I'm like, "Motherfucker, I dated an Asian. I'm not Asian either, am I?" Like,
Yeah,
goddamn.
exactly.
Yeah, no. The reason I went to a Jewish school is when I was a kid, and this is gonna make me sound like a complete fucking boomer, but this is just how fucking backwards New Zealand was at the time. Growing up in New Zealand, the government didn't think dyslexia was real at all. Like the minister
Yeah.
for education was like, nah, it's a spook. It doesn't exist. Social construction, not real. And that led to no public schools because I was fucking broke as shit, right? Like we weren't a rich family.
Mhm.
Having to go to public schools, there was no support. And they thought I and they also didn't like I didn't get diagnosed till I was like 8 because they're like, okay, well, it's the 90s, it's probably ADHD or some shit. And they're like, oh no, it's not ADHD. Oh, blah blah blah. Maybe his parents are bad. Oh no, it turns out his parents are actually quite good. Oh, I guess we can do a test. All right, he's dyslexic, 100%, yeah. But the government was like, no, it's not real. But the Jewish school was like, hey, we do believe that dyslexia is real, and we are the cheapest of all the like semi-private schools in the city. So if
Mhm.
you want to come, that's fine. And it was cool as well because again, like I grew up in a really secular house, right? Like my parents, neither of them are. Well, my dad's kind of religious, but he's a Satanist. So
All right.
yeah. I don't think anymore. I think it was kind of a meme, but like back in the day, it was like really into like practicing magic and that kind of dumb bullshit. But like, I grew up with like, I knew that Jesus like washed people's feet, which like if you're into that, sure, like whatever. Um, but I didn't really know much about it. And
Yeah.
so it was kind of cool learning about religion. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it was a great school. I learned how to read pretty good. I still can't write good, but I can read good now. That was pretty dope. Sorry, I don't know why we brought up the Jewish thing.
Yeah. Well,
Um,
we're talking about universal morality.
oh fuck, that's right. Yes. Okay. Sorry. Yes. Sidetrack. Fucking digression. Yeah, because I am a agnostic. I generally speaking act like there isn't a god because I'm unconvinced. I think it's a pretty big claim, and I think the idea that there is a quote unquote universal morality. I think that's such a big claim to make, and the fact that I could never answer it. I would say one like because I could never know. I just don't think it's true, and also because it's such a big claim to make, I think it's like I think the practical position is to be more on the side of, I don't think there is a universal morality, especially when you look at like all the different cultures in the world and how like so many things were seen as immoral, right? Like the mass variation, like the ideas of gender, sex, like relation between like justified murders, honor systems, because these things are so like complicated. I don't know if like you can like necessarily say there's like a morality system, right?
Right, right. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah. See, for me, it's more like because there is at the very least commonality, then there has to be universal morality. That's what I think. Like,
Yeah.
you brought up gender, and fair enough. You have cultures that have trans people in them. You have cultures that have like, other non-conforming identities, but you're not
Mm,
going to find a culture that doesn't have a conception of man and woman. You know,
right. Yeah.
so there has to be some kind of at least basis for these commonalities.
Yes, there are. Well, there is sex. They do. There's Willies and Vagines. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But like the general idea is that there's, I think that there's some kind of basis for a universal morality because you have these bits of morality that are present in every single culture, and in fact, like this is where we get into the what was the name of the book? The Righteous Mind. Have you read that?
No, I haven't read that. Again, I can't read.
Have you heard of it?
No, no, it sounds familiar. It's like I've been since I started doing political shit posting. I realized that like I have to read a lot more, which fucking sucks. But yes, I'm gonna start reading. Yeah, go on.
Okay.
Sorry, go on.
Okay. So let me just pull up The Righteous Mind by Jonathan Haidt. So he basically in his work in psychology, he identified what he called 6 moral tastes. And this is and this made up biological morality. So this is like he believes, and I think rightly so, that morality evolved as a biological function the way that all of our other senses did. And so he
Okay.
talked about 6 moral tastes. So you have care versus harm, fairness versus cheating, loyalty versus betrayal, authority versus subversion, sanctity versus degradation, and liberty versus oppression. And so you
Okay.
have different types of people with different personalities and different desires, and they will value those tastes differently. So for example, somebody who is a libertarian, they will value liberty and oppression before the other 5 by far. Someone who is a progressive will value care and harm over the other 5 by far. And you can kind of see how this works. Like, a very religious person would value sanctity and degradation, and to a lesser extent, authority and subversion. A fascist would obviously value authority and subversion. And
Mhm.
it just so happens, that the centrist liberal, the grillist, is the person
And the
who
grill's
value
of the
yeah,
grill.
yeah, 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 is the person that values all 6 of them in equal measure, but not one more than the other.
Yeah, I do care more about liberty than some other than subversion, so I get that.
Mhm.
Um, oh, I guess I'm actually pro subversion, generally speaking. So there you go.
Well,
And
you
degenerate
would
acts.
well you wouldn't be if it was subversion of things that you found to be useful. So it's not.
I know. I was mostly memeing there.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah. No, I
Um,
understand the
no,
subversive elements
after
of communism. I get it.
no. Like I've talked with
McCarthy was
so many
right.
Nazis, and I've been called a subversive so many times that I'm
Oh,
like, yeah, all right, fuck
okay,
it, I
dude,
guess,
check,
yeah.
check. Okay, listen to this. Listen to this. All right. I've had people on the right call me a communist because I don't believe that the government has absolutely no place in the market. Okay, so they are the government does shit. You're a communist types. Meanwhile,
Yeah, yeah.
I've had like libertarian socialists. I've had progressives. I've
Mm-hmm.
had anarcho communists. People like on the left, like straight up
Mm-hmm.
leftists, call me
Mm-hmm.
an alt right fascist neo Nazi, and I'm like, well, what the fuck? Like, well, you're very clearly far right, and I say, okay, well, what is the rightmost what is the rightmost leftist position you can hold? So like what is just slightly left of center to you? And they always say abolishing capitalism. And I'm like, come on, man.
Yeah, dude. Okay, I get annoyed as that because even as a socialist, I'm like, that's just unproductive, right? Like, generally speaking, you're going to be very like if you're if you care about your political opinion and you want to advocate for it, I mean, it's important to understand like where other people are coming from, I think, because otherwise you're not going to be able to engage with them. Even if you're doing propaganda, you're not going to be able to propagandize to them properly, right?
Hmm.
So like you need to know where they're coming from. You have to understand where they're at, and then also like you got to realize that the based ass socialism pillars is a big one to swallow, and motherfuckers don't necessarily take that straight away. And you know who are the most likely people to kind of probably fall for it? It's it's sock dems. Like they may be traitors to the revolution or whatever larpy shit you want to say, but like sock dems are like the most likely people to move to socialism. They're the easiest people to sort of move in that direction. And you know what? Centrists are going to way more likely agree with sock dems than they're going to agree with socialists necessarily. Like I think, and I think I can see why like maybe socialists get annoyed with you because you're buddies with Sargon of Ekid. Um, fucking like I can see like there is like sometimes a sort of guilt by association, especially on fucking Twitter.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
Which is
I
some
would,
bullshit.
like, I'm friends with everybody of all political stripes, and I will say that Sargon's generally a good boy. Um, the whole like ethno-nat Sargon, that's complete bullshit. That is not who he is. Those are clips taken out of context. And fuck, I mean, God, everyone who participates in online debates gets clips taken out of context. That is just the name of the game. But Sargon is somebody who does not care about his public image, so he just lets it happen. To his
I
detriment,
mean,
sometimes, you know?
I don't know. I mean, the motherfucker was like running in UKIP. Those motherfuckers really don't like immigrants, like, in like a really unproductive way. Like, I would say, like, here's the thing, right? I wouldn't say he's like, fucking like Jay Malsop or like Stryker or anything, right? But he is the start of the pipeline, right? And then a lot of fascists I've spoke to said they started off with Sargon. And I'm not saying that like, oh, if you're the start of the pipeline, you're necessarily responsible. But you have to like think about like, okay, well, what is he saying that leads people to those sorts of opinions? And generally speaking, he is pretty like, pretty xenophobic and like everything I've seen. Like he's very like he's very like essentialist when it comes to like people's ethnicity and like their beliefs. It's all pretty cringy stuff. I mean, look, I'm not gonna like be a dick to you because you're buddies with him. I've
Hmm.
got friends who've got pretty cringy opinions as well. But like, I mean, let's not like equivocate here. Like the dude has some pretty bad takes, and they definitely lean towards like your more kind of alt-righty kind of opinion, generally speaking.
Well, I can fill out some of the gaps here. Like, yeah. Melissa in the chat just said Sargon. I find Nazism more palatable than social justice warriors.
Yeah,
The
yeah,
thing
yeah.
is, like, in my opinion, because I am libertarian, classical liberal, in the center.
No, no, I get you.
I also find fascism more palatable than socialism, but that's because fascism is inherently more unstable and therefore easier to overthrow. If I had to choose which dictator I had to live under and then overthrow later, it would be a fascist one, I think. Um, because
Well, I mean, I hope you're not part of any ethnic minority.
well, actually, I
Like,
am actually, but but still,
oh,
though,
I mean, you don't have to like let it out. But which one, if you don't mind me asking?
I'm Métis.
Oh, true, true. Oh, yeah, I got a similar sort of thing going on. I'm part Maori.
Oh, nice. Okay, cool,
Yeah,
cool.
yeah.
Yeah.
There you go.
So,
Hey.
but anyway, yeah. Regarding Sargon, like he
Hmm.
and the problems in the UK are like 100-fold than the problems in, say, Canada and the United States with immigration. And let's be honest here. There's the people who say that immigration is entirely a net good and there's no problems that come with it. Those people are idiots. Like there are problems that come with immigration. You have to admit.
You have to do it the right way. Yeah.
Here. Ask the Native Americans if there's problems with immigration. Like there's
Oh,
problems.
yeah. No, no, no. Yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
I've been following the statistics because I've wanted to make a large video on this topic for some time. I'm just waiting for some more things to come out. But I've been following the statistics of Muslim immigration to the UK and how, like, Birmingham, for example, is now a 2/3 immigrant city. Like only 33% are in that city are people who were born in the UK. And at the same time, the rates of violence, of sexual assault, have skyrocketed in Birmingham. Now, we don't have anything like that in Canada. We don't have any. The Americans don't have anything like that in the United States. They have some problem spots regarding immigration and like racial tensions and this sort of thing, but it's not like that. Like that.
Push back
That's
on that a little bit.
amazing. That's ridiculous. And like, well, hold on. Let me just finish
Yeah.
this. The thing is, if you even ask the question, is there a correlation here? Is there a possible problem here? you're considered like a racist of the highest order in the UK. You might as well be a fucking neo-Nazi. And it's not unreasonable to ask the question, is something happening here that we should look at?
But we know that that's not. But okay, you can ask the question, but I'm pretty sure we've already know that that's not necessarily why that's happening, right? So like, let's break this down real simply. So there's a right way and a wrong way to do immigration. I think we can both agree on that.
Yes.
And generally speaking, the right way to do it is to to basically try and integrate whoever's immigrating in as much as you possibly can. And one of the big ways to do that is to make sure you don't get ethnic enclaves. And a big way to
Yes.
do that is to make sure that there's like readily available public housing for these new immigrants that is well spread out. And then hopefully then they can integrate into the community. Unfortunately, the UK
Yes.
seems to create because they don't really do this. They seem to all their public housing seems to be in very specific neighborhoods. They've made these racial enclaves. And there's a few problems with that. First of all, a lot of them may be low skilled workers. That means that you may not have, and also people trying to get on the feet. It means that you'll probably have a lot of poverty in these areas. It's going to make big areas of poverty, and poverty begets poverty. Unfortunately, we know this as well.
Yes. Yes.
Crime goes up with poverty, right? It's directly proportional. Like the amount.
That's not true. Actually, what it is crime goes. No, what it is actually is crime goes up with relative poverty, which is a slightly different statistic.
Sorry. Relative poverty. But generally speaking, these racial enclaves generally are relatively poor compared to the rest of the society, right? So we know that's in a correlation. What we need to do is then say, okay, well, it's not necessarily because they're Muslim. It's not because there's anything inherent about them or anything like that.
I'm not saying that. I wasn't saying that, no.
No, I know you're not. I'm just saying, but I mean, unfortunately, Sargon does tend to lean that way. He's like, well, these people just don't agree with our society because of their values, right? He dog whistles for it being an essentialist thing. That these immigrants.
There's a difference between saying, pointing at the Quran and saying, it's okay to sexually assault or rape white women, which is what he's saying, and that is in the Quran, and then saying, oh, it's because they got brown skin. Like, those are two very different arguments,
Well, yeah, but I mean, if you look at like the Bible as well, there's some fucking cringy shit, like fucking the Torah, right? Like, there's like,
of course, yes.
You can't blame like a group on like the worst parts of their religious book, right?
No, I completely agree with you. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, these books were written a very long time ago, and let's be real. I don't think I've ever met any theist that actually lives up to like their book. If you actually followed the rules of like the fucking Bible, like most like Americans would like own like 20 sheep and like not like wear shoes and not cut like the size of the hair or like not let's be real, like motherfuckers don't actually they pick and choose what they want, right? And also when people talk about Muslims, they're generally not talking about Southeast Asians or like white Muslims. They're talking about Middle Eastern people, generally speaking, right? People who come from that part of the world. Like, let's be real, that they almost always are talking about them. And it's like, so generally speaking, when people refer to Muslims, a lot of the time what they really mean is they're talking about people of potentially like Arab or other Middle Eastern descents, right?
In the United Kingdom, I think the problem population is overwhelmingly Pakistani.
Again, like, well, why is that though? Like, again,
well,
like,
this is the thing. Like, where Sargon goes wrong, I think, is to make it solely about religion. It's not. I think religion is a part of it, but it's not solely about religion. Like, yes, it is true that you don't have that many fundamentalist Christians running around, forcing certain beliefs or whatever onto the population. Yes, that's true. I think there are some differences, though.
If you look at the US, though, they do try to force their beliefs onto the political system as well.
They do, but honestly, it's been less than it was 20 years ago. Like the Republicans of today, they are not the George Bushites of before. That's another reason why I actually I mean,
they are trying to Trump. They are trying to push to get rid of like birth control, and they're really trying to restrict abortion. So they are still trying to push.
I agree with that. Yes, yeah, and I don't agree with those practices. Like, I don't agree with them doing that at all. Like, this is not. Yeah. So I'm not something for the GOP, but like.
No, that's okay. But I'm saying, but like the GOP is still fun, and like again, like their base is like fundamentalist Christians. So like, I mean, let's be real. A lot of their like social policies are pushing like Christian beliefs onto the public. They try to
yes and no, because like with George Bush, when it was the neocons in charge, yes, but like Trump came into the office being pro-gay marriage. He was pro-gay marriage before he got elected, and that's a difference.
Because I think that's why the GOP didn't like him.
You know,
It would be unviable not to though as well. Like let's be real. Like it's because
maybe,
it's gone
maybe.
through and now it's so popular. It's politically completely unviable to not be like to
Well,
be anti-gay marriage.
well,
Like
sure, but
100%.
you can also find videos of Trump back in the 2000s talking about how he believed gay marriage should be legalized. So it's not like this is something that he's doing for popularity. I think he firmly believes this.
Oh,
Um,
yeah, man. I don't think he's a Christian like at all. Like
Obviously not.
like the motherfucker. I mean, he like he was like. I mean, to be honest, I mean, God, I don't even think he's necessarily a moral person. Like, I don't know, man. He was buddies with Epstein. He was like, oh yeah, we both like young girls. I'm like, oh, okay, all right, that's
Yeah, man,
that's some fucking.
everybody who has been anybody is a buddy of Epstein, and it's fucking ridiculous.
Well, yeah, but he also literally had been quoted saying we both share a love for young women, which that
Mm.
shit. I'm sorry, motherfucker. Like that is
To be honest,
fucking
I haven't actually
sus.
seen that quote, but fair enough. Okay, I'll
Yeah,
believe
no,
it for now because
like.
why not? But no, to go back though, like first of all, there are a few differences in the religion. Like the primary story, if you're a surface level Christian, the primary story that you learn about is that Christ sacrificed himself, and it was like a selfless act, and then he revived in 3 days and told humanity would be saved. It's a much more pacifist that's like Jesus the hippie. It's a much more pacifistic view. Meanwhile, if you're a Muslim, you know about Muhammad the warlord, because Muhammad spent a lot of time conquering cities in Arabia and unifying into the first caliphate. So there is a difference in the fundamental ethic of each religion that might play a part in this. Secondly, there's also the interplay between religion and culture, because even if you were to correct for the influence of Islam in Pakistan, um, the culture is definitely one where they are okay with rape.
Well,
And
no, that's the thing, right? So there's a few things we really need to make clear here, okay? So I mean, number one, again, like there are parts of the Christian Bible that like talk about holy wars and conquering, like like people who aren't,
yes, yeah.
Christians as well.
Hmm.
Again, like you with these religious books, people tend to sort of pick and choose what they want. You tend to get these
Actually,
more
that's not true.
reactionary views.
I don't think so. I don't think so. If you don't mind me jumping in, I think it's not that they pick and choose. It's that if you're a surface level believer and like you don't have time to be a theologian and read everything all the time and keep up to date, what it is there is a central ethic of the religion that they follow, and so they don't read everything, but they read like the cliff notes and they kind of distill it from that, which is a terrible way to be religious. But basically,
Actually,
like there's definitely a difference in the essential ethic of the two faiths, even though yes, Christianity talks about holy war sometimes in the Old Testament in
well, no,
there, but there's
again,
still a
and this
difference.
again, this is the important thing though, right? Like again, you have these, but I don't think like Islam is inherently like an aggressive religion. For example, again, like I said, I live in like a fairly multicultural city. I don't mind doxing myself too much. I live in Victoria, the capital of Victoria, Melbourne.
Hmm.
We have like a pretty racially diverse city, especially for Australia. We have like a lot of people who have like of every different kind of like religion, and we have quite a decent sized like Muslim population, right?
Hmm.
Um, and as soon as people like second generation like Muslims, like providing their families integrate with the society, which again, like Australia's a little bit, I think, a bit better at that. They're really fucking bad when it comes to immigration generally, but you do like have a bit of integration in the society, which is pretty good. Second generation Muslims are just as degenerate as like fucking like seventh
Oh yeah, yeah,
generation like
of
white
course.
Australians.
Yeah, yeah,
I
absolutely.
I have like gay Muslim friends. I have like Muslim friends who like do fucking drugs every weekend
Well, just out of
and like a
curiosity,
pro gay marriage, etc.
do they tell their parents that?
I don't know. I mean, I don't get involved in their like personal lives like that, but I'm not sure. I'm sure it's probably just as likely as if they had Christian parents, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
I'll be real. Like I don't tell like my parents about like like how like whether or not like I got laid the weekend or something like that, right?
yeah. I mean,
I'm not
same
gonna go
here,
into detail
obviously.
about that. That'd be a bit weird to be like, oh yeah, mom, no, I did shitloads of coke over the weekend. It was not like I'm not gonna tell her about that sort of shit. Of course not. Like, come on. But like I said, like that's the thing, and you see that again, like with this sort of stuff. Like the problem is that people, again, like I said, there's two things. People, one, they associate the religion with the culture and the ethnicity,
Hmm.
right? Two,
Yeah.
again, like I said, these religions can be used in any other way. And three, again, people with these religious beliefs, right? Regardless. it purely depends on what society they grow up in, because generally speaking, people who grow up in like certain societies are going to adjust their religious beliefs to whatever society they live in. Again,
No, I
like
agree with you.
people.
Yeah, yeah. So
Yeah,
like
yeah.
so there are definitely like I'm not here saying that like all Muslims are just inherently rapists, and no, that's bullshit. It's obvious bullshit. There are definitely like lapsed Muslims who might be culturally that way. Maybe their parents are still pretty strict, but they're living like modern Western citizens. So it's like whatever. Like obviously, not all Muslims is a real thing. Like very clearly. Um,
No, yeah, but
but
they're
I
not
do
even
think
lapsed. They like they go to I was gonna say temple. That's not the right word. They go to
the mosque.
mosque. They go to
Yeah.
mosque. They pray. They and there's certain aspects of that, like like I remember like I remember me and like my fate would get my mate who's Muslim. We were getting absolutely shit faced, and I was like, "Oh mate, would you like something?" It's like, "Oh no, it's got pork in it. I can't eat it." I'm like, "Dude, I'm pretty sure you're not allowed to drink beer either." It's like, "Yeah, well,
Yeah, 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 yeah,
like
yeah. I know what you mean.
yeah,
But,
you know what I mean?
and actually, like, there's also a very Christian argument for this because you can find some very fundamentalist Christian churches, and then you also find like those churches. I think they're Presbyterians or something, where they have like the sash for the priest, and it's like a rainbow colored sash, and they're like, we're pro LGBT Christians, and it's like, well,
Yeah.
you kind of can't be that by the strict letter of the religion, but they're still doing it, right? So.
Yeah, well, no, hey, you want to hear some wacky shit?
Hmm?
Did you know the Catholic and the Protestant Church of New Zealand were both pro-gay marriage before the government put it in place?
Yeah, no, it makes sense to me. There are definitely some churches here
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that too. Yeah, but
No, no, exactly. Yeah, yeah. Like that, and that's a fucking Catholic church. I mean,
yeah,
to be fair,
yeah,
New Zealand's a very socially progressive place, generally speaking,
hmm
and those churches tend to have like a lot more like say like of how those churches are run in those countries. But yeah, no, like I said, and I think that's what I mean. Like with religion, people tend to just pick and choose the bits that are culturally relevant to them,
I agree. I agree.
regardless of whether or not that's right. And so that's why I get like pissy with Sargon, because he's like, well, it's clearly these Muslims coming in here and they've got their rape gangs, and again, it's all very essentialist. It's and again, like what is it like? It's something like 66,000 a year in the UK. That's something like that is the immigration rate or something like that.
No,
I
it's
think
higher.
that's a
It's higher than
fairly
it's in the six figures for sure. It's higher than that.
is it? Last
Yeah,
time I checked, it
yeah.
was like 66,000. I might be
Um,
600,000 or
well,
something.
well, that would be
Um,
fucking disastrous. Well, it probably is actually. I mean,
Well,
the
I mean,
UK,
considering the population is 66 million, that's pretty sustainable, right? That with like population growth,
kinda,
that's fairly
kinda.
sustainable.
Well,
Like if you compare that to the American amount, that doesn't seem too bad, really.
I mean, the Americans have like 350 million people, though. It's kind of, and also much more space, way more space to actually spread them out and integrate them. So it's kind of a different thing. But let me jump in here a bit because everything that you said is true, but we still cannot ignore the fact that like there's still some kind of interplay there with religion. I think if you look at the native culture of Pakistan, there is a lot more rape, and they use religion to justify it. That does not mean that every Pakistani does it. It does not mean that if you import Pakistanis and then they integrate and then their grandkids, they're not going to be like that necessarily. But there's still something there, and it's like it seems like you have to ignore the data to look at Birmingham to see a city that is 2/3 immigrant, that all come from the same source with the same beliefs, and then to see a spike in violence, and to say that those two things aren't related. They have to be related at least a little bit. There has to be something there. It can't just be all, oh, well,
I don't think so. Like, no, not necessarily.
okay,
Like, that's the
what
thing,
causes it
right?
then?
Okay, so again, like I said, we know this, right? So like again, crime is proportional, like to proportional poverty, right?
Hmm.
Generally speaking, especially when you come from a poor country, you're probably not going to be that well off starting off, especially if maybe you don't speak the language. It's going to be difficult to get started on your feet. If these people are all put into one place, you're going to see, probably a rise in crime, especially when like it's a communal based thing. Totally, that has nothing to do with necessarily their culture at all. Like we can do that without their culture. I mean, like here's the thing, right? The results of like sort of these kind of like conservative like views in Pakistan, do you think that might be like, potentially a result of, essentially the political system and like the access to resources, right? Like if people have access to education, these resources, you'd probably see a drop in these kinds of like views when it comes to like potentially rape, right? So
Yeah,
again,
yeah,
like
but I
like a
mean,
lot of these things,
that still comes from
like a
religion,
lot of
though.
the like my problem with these things, right?
Hmm.
And this is the bit that really like irritates me, right? You talk to these people and they always go like, well, I'm not saying anything, but something to do with the inherent nature of these people. It's like, oh, it's something to do with their culture. And I'm like, okay, well, what is your solution then? What will you do about it? What are you saying? What do we do?
Okay.
What is your solution?
I think I know what Sargon's solution is, and it really has to be more integration. And this is something that we haven't talked about, because in the UK, and it's not this way in the United States, and it is this way a little bit in Canada, but it's definitely this way in the UK. In the UK, if you talk about the things that you described, making sure that families are spread out so they don't ghettoize themselves into an enclave, and they actually integrate more, there has to be some kind of impetus for integration. If you say that in the UK, you're considered a racist.
No, I've spoken to plenty of like UK leftists, and they completely agree with me. I'm like, yeah, no, what the UK needs to do is they need to spread out
Hmm.
public housing and incentivize sort of like a lack of ghettoization and to get rid of these racial enclaves. Like, yeah.
Maybe so, but like
Also
if you
make sure that there's like a strong safety net to make sure that these individuals feel welcome. Also, to be honest, you need to like create like a social environment as well, because here's the thing: people are far more likely to go into like racial enclaves if they don't feel accepted by the wider culture. Now, I'm not saying that you necessarily have to be like like make like haram law in the UK or something, but to like to try and do everything you can to like combat active bigotry towards those groups is very important as well. Like there's lots of things we can do, but again, like Sargon always just talks about how we need to close the borders and stop them from coming in. When really, no, what they need to do, what's important for the UK is they need to figure out how to like ways that are effective to integrate the group. And again, most leftists completely agree with me on this.
maybe so, but even if you're a leftist, if you were to go, if like the BBC has a panel and says, "Hey, we'll invite you on, and you can tell us, give us some sound bites about how you feel about immigration," and then you were to say those perfectly leftist ideas, you would get dragged. I guarantee you would get dragged. It might be the case that the leftists you have spoken to say this, but most people, and I truly do believe this, most leftists in the UK will think you are a racist, and they will slander you as a racist if you said these things. I
I
wholeheartedly believe this. I've seen it happen. I've seen it happen to
I
people. Um,
again, I'm surprised because I've again I run in fairly left circles. I have a lot of friends in the UK. I I've never seen that. And again, like I said, most leftists in the UK get pissed at Sargon because he's saying that we need to just completely stop immigration and it's something
well,
inherent to do
well,
with their culture, which is
I
bullshit. It's
well,
just complete
I
bullshit.
think I can kind of fill the gap here, because I talked about this with Sargon, and it was in a stream, it was in private, but I talked about it
Yeah.
with him a few weeks ago, and I said, like, what do you actually think? And he said, yes, we have to reduce immigration. Yes, we do, but at the same time, and that's not necessarily like a racist thing to want to reduce immigration. I think that's just like a policy. Like, it doesn't matter if nations can have whatever immigration rate they want, and it doesn't necessarily reflect on anything, in my opinion. But he said very clearly, it's not just about reducing immigration, because there's still no integration, and the majority of his argument focuses on integration. But if you're following the Twitter account that is literally just like Vosh debate clips or something, you know what's going to get clipped? It's going to be the part where Sargon says reduce immigration, not the part where Sargon spends 2 minutes talking about
But
how fucked up
I
it is that there's no integration in the UK. So I I,
but
I
I've watched him make these arguments. He never talks about this. I mean, maybe he talks about it in person with you, but I've watched these debates. He doesn't bring that up ever. Like I've seen
um
him make these
I
arguments. He
I
always goes
I
on the limiting thing. He never ever publicly goes on about like integration and positive integration of that. And he always makes it an essentialist part of their identity, which is fucking disgusting, and it leads people towards more fascist ideas. And I think it's completely irresponsible.
Okay, well, what I'll do then is I will arrange a time for when Sargon is on my channel or something, and we're going to talk about this. And
Yeah.
I will get him to say that integration is a major part of the conversation, because I know he thinks that way. I know he does.
Okay. All
Honestly,
right.
what happens is, like, here's the thing. I don't know how you feel about Vosh. I think he's a slimy piece of shit. But like, if you were to go on Vosh's channel and say, well, I have this view on immigration, and it involves closing the borders, and then he's going to cut you off right there and not even let you talk about integration. And the entire conversation is going to be about why you're a racist for wanting the borders closed. I think that's
I
what.
think I think
And
I think that's being pretty uncharitable. Vosh, generally speaking, is pretty good faith when he comes to arguing until he figures out someone's a Nazi.
no, 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 dude. Okay, did you see Vosh and Count Dankula?
Oh, that was a fucking shit show of a debate. Yeah, 100%. Like yeah, no, that was
Vosh
stupid.
is
I
not good
mean,
faith,
yeah.
in my opinion. No.
Oh no, I think no. Honestly, I think he did go into that like as good faith as he possibly could, and
What do you
I
mean?
think
How could you possibly
yeah,
say
no,
that? I'm going to
because
start by assuming that Dankula's a racist, and I'm just going to hammer that for 2 hours. It's like, what?
oh yeah, no, it was a terrible subject matter. He shouldn't have done the debate. Full stop. My personal opinion, but yeah, no, like when you look at like his like online behavior, he encourages like a racist audience, right? And you can infer
Dankula?
from that. Yeah, totally. He constantly does like like 13, 15 memes, and whenever he does post anything vaguely left wing, his entire like fan base goes like, oh,
Oh, it's coming back. It's coming back. I think it's coming.
okay.
Here. I'll wait for the F's in the chat. Guys, are we back? Hold on.
Oh no, I made the mistake of looking at chat for 10 seconds. Never do that.
Oh.
Hey chat, how you doing?
They're fucking losing it on you.
Oh yeah, no, never look at chat ever. Again, if you want to talk about it, I have my own streaming channel that I'm about to start up.
Well, the thing is, though, I fundamentally disagree. I don't think making edgy jokes makes you a Nazi. Like, I make edgy jokes. I'm not a Nazi. I hope you don't think I am, but
No,
I'm not a
I
Nazi.
don't. I know. No, of course I don't. I think you're a lib, and that's fine. I used to be a lib.
Oh, that's
Well,
too bad.
libertarian lib, Sorry, lib is a derogative in most lefty circles, but I mean it in like a, like liberal,
Yeah.
liberal, right? Yeah. I don't think you're a Nazi. I don't think that. I think we have like some fundamental disagreements, totally,
Hmm.
but I don't think you're a Nazi. No, I think Stryker's a Nazi. I think
I don't know who Striker
James
is.
Allsop's a Nazi. Well, good because he's a fucking like 6K Andy or some shit, or
Well,
2K Andy.
I know that actually Sargon debated James Allsop because Sargon did not agree with him at all. Like, Sargon spent several years debating the alt-right because he fundamentally disagreed with them on a lot of their principles. So,
Yeah, but he's moving further and further towards them, though. You have to agree with
um,
that. Like the dude's like, didn't you
no,
make a video about how he's moving further, right?
yeah, but here's the thing, and actually, I've had this argument with him. I think Sargon at this point he is a conservative, but I don't
Yeah,
view conservative to be a dirty word. It's just like conservatism is part of liberalism, like electorally,
yeah.
So,
I think
like
so. Yeah.
when someone says I'm a conservative, you know, I'm very much like a do whatever you want socially, but let's do some center right, um, center right economic policies. I don't find that morally objectionable, even if I disagree.
Well,
Like,
yeah, but he's also pro right wing social policies a lot of the time as well. To be fair.
yeah, some like for example, I disagree with him on the women have a duty to have kids. I think all people.
Yeah, that's how we met
Oh, yeah, but
on
here's
Twitter.
here's something that's interesting though. Like, remember when I said earlier that Sargon does not care about how he looks to other people? I did a video where I criticized Sargon heavily, and I was like, listen, man, you can't just say shit that you've had, the privilege of 6 years of being in the culture war and not unpack it for the normies, you know?
Mm.
So when Sargon says women have a duty to have children, what he means, and I know this is what he means, is that all people have a duty to have children, and the reason that they do is because it doesn't matter if you make enough money to be able to afford things when you're older. There have to be young people there to take care of you. You have to have people that you can give your culture to and give your society to. Um,
That's why I'm pro immigration.
yeah, but here's the
White
thing.
replacement, baby.
But
No more sunburns. Sorry.
here's the thing though, is like when you're pro immigration, you're taking away from those other cultures, and they won't have the people to continue their society. So,
Not necessarily.
but I think so. I do think so. But the
I mean,
thing is,
generally speaking, generally speaking, like a lot of people who immigrate from poorer countries tend to do, what was it, remittances? So that puts money back into their economy.
yeah, but money is
Generally
not
speaking,
people
which is
though.
good.
Money is
No,
not
money's not
people.
people, but generally speaking, you don't have like population crises from like those like areas.
I think we will in the next 50 to 100 years for sure.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, hopefully when education and resources come up, yeah,
Yeah,
100%.
like the birth rate of Africa right now is about 50 years behind the in terms of the decline as the Western birth rate. So I do think people are
Yeah.
saying like, oh my God, the Muslims are outbreeding us. The whole world is going to be brown. No, what's actually happening is that as we increase the quality of life for the entire planet, which frankly we're doing, um, what's happening is people are having less kids, and so the slow birth rate decline that we've seen over the past 50 to 75 years in the West is beginning in the third world now. So we are going to see like probably when I'm like on my deathbed, you'll see these African families that used to be 8 or 10 kids be 1 or 2 kids. So
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
immigration is not a long-term solution in that sense. But more importantly,
Oh no,
though,
no, no, I don't agree. Yeah, I agree with that.
more importantly though, the the problem hinges on the use of the word duty, because when most people think of the word duty, what they think of is something that you are forced to do by the state. And Sargon does not think that you should be forced by the state to reproduce. What duty means is it's something that you should do, but you shouldn't be forced to. It's not responsibility. Duty and responsibility are two separate things. So responsibility you have to do. A duty you should do, but you don't have to. And I'm like, Sargon, maybe you could fucking unpack that for people who are listening to you. And he's just like, nah.
Also, I just been made aware that apparently chat's losing the shit about the Great Replacement joke. I'm sorry, chat. I don't actually think that that's gonna happen. Okay, chill out.
Neither do
I'm
I.
sorry about that.
I actually think that populations will get more white over time as we spend less time in the sun. I think so. No, unironically.
No, yeah. I can see that.
Hold on. Are you trolling me, or like you don't think so, or?
No. I could potentially see that as like it feels like a bit of a meme answer, but I could maybe see that, you know, people spend less time in the sun. It becomes more advantageous to have less melanin, so you absorb more vitamin D. I could see that potentially being a thing. Yeah, totally.
Well, I mean, I think they've pretty much determined that that's why white people exist. That is basically the cultures that developed basic agricultural capacity first have lighter skin. So that would be like China, Middle East, and Europe. Meanwhile, Africa is very dark, and the natives of Australia are very dark. And it's because they basically when you start farming, you have to grow staple grains, and staple grains have no vitamin D in them. So I think that's why you started to see a lightening of skin over time.
Okay, that's interesting. I don't.
But you don't think so?
Interesting. Oh no, look, I'd have to look into that. I'm
Okay.
One way or the other.
Let me ask you this: do I sound like a racist for saying it?
No, I don't think you're a racist necessarily. I just like generally speaking think that's an interesting take. I'm just not willing to say that like I necessarily believe that, because I'd have to look into that, because that's an interesting hypothesis.
There is a progressive that I know in real life who told me to my face that race is a social construct. And I was like, okay. So he's white. So I just said to him, so when your white girlfriend has a black baby, it's completely yours, right? And he didn't know what the fuck to say, because I'm like, dude.
Okay, I can totally break that down 100%. So yeah, race, like our perception of race is a social construct.
Of course, yes.
And generally, we base that on like haplogroups that have to do with like melanin in your skin, right? The melanin in your skin is a real thing, you know. Yeah, there's other little things, but generally speaking, because of like the small like sort of differences, they're not the kind of thing like, you know, when people talk about race and IQ, that shit's fucking stupid.
Actually, we should talk about that.
Like, oh no, that shit is like so fucking dumb. Like holy shit.
No,
like
I have an answer for that.
The amount of oh yeah, probably, like I do too. But the amount of like variation you'd have to have in genetics to actually affect like someone's cognitive abilities would almost make them like a different species. Like that, like the amount of shit you'd have to change.
Maybe
would
that's
be ridiculous.
The case.
No, oh my god, don't. Yeah, I fucking I set off your chat with making it like a Great Replacement meme. If you do that, these motherfuckers are going to be going fucking insane. So like, yeah, like the differences between people are so little, but we generally speaking, about like 300 or 400 years ago, we started using like sort of scientific racism, where we started categorizing people mostly to do with like you know, scale, shape, pigments in the skin, etc. These sort of minor details. But I mean, you know, again, like I said, these things are, you know, fairly arbitrary, right? Like you wouldn't consider, like, if you're both white and you're both from like Ireland, you're both Irish, but one of you's ginger and one of you's got dark hair, you would still consider each other to be part of the same race, right?
Depends, but generally, yeah.
Say you have a ginger sister. Mm-hmm. Say your sister's ginger. Mm-hmm. You would consider each other to be part of the same race, right? Are you ginger?
No,
I don't think you are, right?
No,
yeah.
No.
So say you got a ginger sister and they're your twin sister.
Yeah.
It's probably the same race, right?
Yeah, but the thing is, like, as soon as you have kids and the ginger gene continues with them, it doesn't continue with you. A few generations down the line, they might think of them as different races. So you're right. Like, there is. This is why the white nationalists are so fucking stupid. Is because there are blurry borders between the races. And yes, race is fundamentally a social construct because we use it as like a shorthand to identify these differences. But it's not like it's meaningless, though. Things can be social constructs and still have purpose and be useful and be something that people make real decisions based around.
Well, I mean, that's what that's kind of how social constructs work.
Mm-hmm.
Like, literally, the entire reason we have them is to like help us make
yes,
decisions.
but also, like, all social constructs are based on something that is objective. That there's a foundation. Like, the construct itself is based on an objective foundation. And it's very clearly skin color.
I don't know. Like,
for this
like,
conversation,
elaborate
color,
on
right?
that.
Yeah. For this conversation, skin color. Like, even though race might be a social construct,
but that's
a
fairly arbitrary feature, right?
Maybe so.
You got to admit that that's fairly arbitrary, right?
But it's still useful. You know.
How is it useful?
Well, if you had to determine the difference, for example, to look at somebody and be like, oh, I recognize that person as having different skin color than me.
Okay, but that's not how we use it, is it?
That's how I use it.
Well, no, but as a society, that's not like generally how it's been used, is it?
Well, I mean, not until recently, but I think it's used that way now in a lot of, liberal democracies.
I think, yeah. I think generally speaking, like, like people who aren't pieces of shit treated that way, 100%, yeah. But unfortunately,
there's a medical argument too. Like, certain races are more susceptible to certain things. Like, there's more than just social construct.
Oh yeah, like white people can drink milk or some bullshit, right?
Yeah, and black people are more likely to have sickle cell anemia. Like, there's things.
Although you're less likely if you like have like multiple generations in the US though. Like, isn't that like that's an environmental thing where like when people leave like the Africa, like where was it, like it's like specific parts of Africa where like single cell anemia things like literally within like 1 or 2 generations that tends to like fade away. Like, just that's like yeah, no. There's been studies into it. Like it fades away really quickly.
Well, I also
providing
think
like you don't have that connection.
I also think it's because American blacks are very interbred with white people and with Native Americans. Meanwhile,
not
African
just that, but I mean like
black.
African people in like say Australia, for example, who like have like mostly African heritage. I'm pretty sure like the single cell anemia goes away in like a few generations. Like it's like one of those things that's really environmentally effective. Like,
oh god, the chat is going because it's sickle cell.
Sickle cell, whatever, mate. Like I'm going to pronounce things that will piss all of you motherfuckers off. All right, I want to go dancing.
Well, here let's do race and IQ. That's a fun one. I have a good example for that. I have a good non-racist explanation for the differentiation of IQ between the races, because it does exist. It obviously exists. Yes, that's like that's like you can't argue that it exists.
Yeah, yeah. Give it to me. What's your argument?
I have no studies to back this up aside from like surface level stuff, but this is my own feeling on it. Okay, so you can't go and be like is this published in a book? And probably not. But this is my hypothesis. Every culture that outlawed incest and outlawed polygamy so that there would be a lesser chance of incest down the road several generations in, over the course of nearly 1,000 years, saw the entire society's IQ jump by an average of 20 points. So we're talking Arabia, we're talking Europe, and hear me out. The societies that did this were like Arabian-based societies, Persian-based societies, Chinese-based societies, and European-based societies, and then to a lesser extent India. Meanwhile, it took a very long time for Africa to outlaw stuff like incest. So it's entirely possible that there was a cumulative effect regarding IQ and interbreeding in these societies, and that might be where it comes from.
No, I don't think so. Not at all. Okay. Okay, so like I would say that like generally speaking, don't you think you'd be God, I'm getting tripped up. I get too excited. So generally speaking, we do see a proportional like connection to like people's like academic results and IQ generally with the amount of resources they have access to, right? I could say that like generally
yes and no.
Yeah, but on average, it tends to correlate pretty strongly. Like a lot, to be honest. Like, and it makes sense, right? If you're able to get a good education, it probably means that you're probably more likely to get like a better
Oh,
IQ
education? No,
result. Like
actually,
on
no.
average, yeah.
It's
Yeah,
more
yeah,
diet
exactly.
than education. It's more diet than education. Education's actually
Oh
a
yeah,
small part
probably.
of it.
Yeah, no, like I'm saying, generally access to resources, like access
Hmm.
to good education,
Yeah,
sustainable, regular food.
yeah.
Like
Oh
a lot of these things,
also
like you said, get taken away from.
these societies didn't just outlaw incest. They also were the first societies to discover agriculture. So it ties into that too, I think.
Yeah, okay, so
Yeah.
that's the other thing I was going to say as well, right? Like, do you think that, like generally speaking, when it comes to like polygamy, incest, that sort of stuff, that there may be a correlation between that and poverty as well?
Oh, of course, obviously, yes,
Like, yeah,
yes.
exactly. So again, like I said, that's pretty strenuous when we have a like a more convincing, better argument that has like actual data backing it up that's saying that like access to resources, generally speaking, brings up the IQ of like a population.
Well, I do know that there was at least one study done, and this is why I'm talking about this specifically, where they had shown that over the Catholic Church's strong, you know, basically they spent a lot of resources stamping out incestual relationships between cousins and brothers and sisters in Europe. And this is the one study that's been done on this. It's kind of like a new hypothesis. There's only one study, and they did find that over the course of a little bit over 500 years, the average IQ in Europe went up 20 points. Now,
Hmm.
correlation is not necessarily causation, but it is at the very least a hypothesis worth investigating.
I'm looking for it because like I can't find it right now, but I like we have meta-analyses on this though that kind of more accurately prove that it again it has to do with like access to resources.
Here's the thing: it could be
Like
both, right? Like I'm not against the idea.
no, no, like and again like here's another thing, right? So in the US, something like oh god, like it was like there was like something they called something like jump where like between like the 1930s to like today there was a huge jump in IQ. And again, you can see that, like, again, within that time period, there was a huge jump in like access to resources with the general population.
Yeah.
Better
Yes.
resources, better food, etc., more like easier access to food, and so much so that like the difference between white and black Americans is roughly kind of stayed the same. And you can see that that's because, generally speaking, because like there is like a cycle of poverty, and like there's been a huge history of people trying to essentially make sure that there's inequality between like the two ethnic groups. It makes sense that they have access to less resources, but they also made that same jump, right? So if that makes sense, right, then this can't be this like something that's inherently connected to your genetics when it is such an obvious connection to environment. Like it's one of those things where like with IQ, I think it's hugely to do with your environment. There may be
Um.
like individuals who are like maybe potentially like a bit more like adept at like particular kinds of puzzles, that sort of stuff. Maybe, yeah, sure, I could potentially see that.
Well,
But
here.
as an average, generally speaking, it's more of an environmental thing. Totally.
Yes and no, because for example, we know for a fact, if you take a person who has the genetic potential to have a high IQ and you know um, deprive them of resources and abuse them as children, they're not going to have that high IQ as adults. However,
Yeah.
we also know that if you take a person who has a genetic potential to have a low IQ and you can give them all the resources you want, but their IQ is not going to go up that much. IQ seems to be like
I don't know. Again,
you can't increase it, but you can definitely decrease it. And there's some level of there is some point at which there is a
then how do
natural
we
inequality from people to people.
then how do we do that though? But like is because as a society we were able to increase our IQ huge amounts by access to resources. Like
Well, I
like
think what that
you can
is that
clearly like
well, I think what that is that we have well, one, it could be the incest thing. That's very possible. Like I think well,
I think you just want to talk. You've been going on Pornhub too much, haven't you,
no, 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 no.
though?
Yeah, like
Oh, stepbrother.
this is a newer hypothesis, and I think it deserves attention, basically. And I think that people who actually work in social sciences and history should at least look at it. I think it's there's something there. It's at the very least, it's not something that you can brush off and be like, that's just stupid. No, no, maybe there's something there. It's worth thinking about. However, even beyond that, I think what it is you definitely have a case where you have people who were always able to have a high IQ, but simply never could because of lack of access to resources. It might be the
Mm,
case that the IQ the difference in IQ is because of the absolute poverty that exists in third world nations. Of course.
yeah, man, it's pretty obvious. Yeah.
I wouldn't call it obvious, but I think there's
I
strong
mean,
argument
like
for it.
most like I'm pretty sure like most sociologists tend to agree that it's heavily connected with like yeah, access to resources, right? And again, like full like the amount of like genetic differences it would have to be in like an ethnic group to have like a lower IQ just inherently would be so insane. Like the amount of genetic like variation that would like have to be like divided, like we would be considered different species. Like again, like our cognitive abilities as Homo sapiens, generally speaking, are pretty consistent throughout any group. Again, I think like a huge
Yeah.
like it just makes way more sense that like again it's access to resources. So whenever people bring up the whole race and IQ thing, I'm like, okay, well yes, I agree. We should definitely make sure that like minority groups who have like less access to resources should have access to resources. I'm glad you agree with me, comrade.
Well, it's also that like I saw it was a couple of years ago now. It was a documentary on the prevalence of incest in again Pakistan. Um, and they were talking to these people who were like third or fourth generation incest, and they have very severe mental problems, and you can tell, and they do. It's confirmed by the science behind the documentary, and it's like, man, if you have a society that permits this type of thing for 100 generations, there's not going to be it's like there's going to be some kind of genetic damage to your society at some point. Like
Yeah, no,
that
it
that
increases the genetic illnesses like quite a bit, but that again that doesn't necessarily affect like an individual's intelligence.
I think it absolutely
Like
could, definitely.
like um like if it was the kind of thing where like they were like if they have a genetic illness that like stop them from being deprived of oxygen in the womb or something maybe, but like generally speaking no, like like in the South Island of New Zealand, for example, we have a higher than average percentage of people with genetic illnesses associated with inbreeding. um
What are you guys
there are
doing?
a lot of there are a lot of cousin fucking um down in the South Island. And again, like I said, that doesn't have like generally like that has like like people might be like more prone to getting things like celiac disease, etc. But again, like generally speaking, that doesn't have to have a 10 effect on people's cognitive abilities. Generally speaking.
Well, sure, but like I'm talking over the course of hundreds of years, like thousands of years potentially. Like it, I think that there's probably a cumulative effect, and
Again, like, but
yeah.
then again, like that just doesn't play out. Like, there's plenty of like people of Pakistani descent in Australia whose like IQs are completely like
Well, of
completely
course, like
like
I'm not
on
saying that
average.
yeah, but those are individuals, right? Like this is the thing, man. There are people who base their view purely on statistics, and they're like, well, a black person is more likely to statistically rob me. So whenever I see a black person, I should treat them like a robber. And it's like, no, because even if those statistics are accurate, you still treat individuals like individuals because individuals buck trends all the time.
Well, yeah, I mean, by that logic, you should like be scared of all men.
Yeah.
Like, like,
Actually, that's
yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
funny thing because like whenever like a feminist will say that shit or like you see somebody who's like, yeah, if you say something about the black population and violence, it's obviously racist, and then it's like you sub in men, and it's exactly what they say. You know,
That's
they
no
be
okay.
like
I am I
hashtag yes
as
all
an
men.
SJ as an SJW cuck, I'm not gonna let you say that right now, my dude. The vast majority of feminists in our generation, like our roughly our generation younger, are third wave intersectional feminists. They don't say that. That is some fucking turfy, swerfy second generation '60s bullshit that very few people
I don't
actually
know,
go
man.
into.
I don't know because
No, no, you
I have
like
hold on, hold on.
the kinds of feminists that say that are also the kinds of feminists that hate trans people. Like those people are fucking pieces of shit, and I don't honestly think of them as feminists.
I have the unfortunate privilege of having a minor in gender studies, and
Yeah.
throughout getting that minor, I have met so many of these fucking people. They're all over academia. They're teaching the classes. They're the students in the classes. Like the academic left is this stuff, and at the same time, they're also all intersectionalists too. So I've
I
seen it.
don't.
I've seen it way too much.
I don't like. Again, I don't know. Like right now, we're talking about like our own personal experiences, and there's a
Yeah,
space
yeah,
for
yeah.
that. But like I haven't seen any evidence of that at all personally. Like generally speaking, the people like the like second wave feminists, generally speaking, are like usually the people who are like the least educated on the subject these days. The ones I've talked to anyway.
Hmm.
Like the one of the reasons I got into feminism early. I mean, I grew up in like a quite a feminist household, but like one of the reasons I got onto it is because I thought like, well, yeah, I mean, like fucking having like societal like pressures to like act or perform one or the other way is bullshit. Like if I want to be feminine and I don't want to have to be like a fucking like well like a breadwinner, I shouldn't have to be. Women shouldn't have to be subservient to men, etc. That sort of thing. And I think most people generally agree with that. I think that there's like fundamentally I don't think we're like all that different. I'm having said that, I did end up becoming like a beardy socialist mask boy who's a big dommy daddy, but generally speaking I don't think like that should be enforced society wide. But again, like I said, like it's I would have to get data on this, but like generally speaking, as someone who's like done left academia and who has like the vast majority of my friends have like like lean left and are usually like feminist to some degree or another, like I gotta say like that opinion is really unrepresentative of like the vast majority of intersectional feminists. Like let's be real. Like
I don't know about
that's
that.
yeah.
I actually don't know about that. Like it's just that, I mean, there's an obvious schism. There's like 10 obvious schisms in the left right now. And like I've heard people say on the left say the TERFs are right wing. And it's like, no, guys, they are a part of the left that you don't like, but they're still a part of the left. Like like, the activism of the TERFs comes out of the feminine essentialism of the second wave, like you said, and that was still fundamentally left wing. Like it's still fundamentally feminist. I think.
How is it left wing if you don't mind me asking?
Well, because God, now we have to get into the what is left versus what I hate. Okay, fair. Yeah, I'll take it back. It's because it's fundamentally, it is fundamentally part of progressive feminism. There.
How is it progressive?
What is progressive?
No, how is that progressive?
How is it progressive? Well, because the whole TERF idea is that women are oppressed by men, and therefore. Mm-hmm. And there is something that is uniquely and fundamentally feminine that men cannot access. And our activism, our activism regarding women's oppression springs from that uniqueness. So there is definitely a solid leftist. God, here we go. Fucking, I don't know what word to use because left and right are terrible phrases for what we're talking about. But there's there's a solid progressive argument to say that trans women, I don't believe this, by the way, but that trans women are male infiltrators into feminist spaces.
Like it's always the trans women. They never talk about the trans men, though, for us.
No, I've heard them say that trans men are gender traitors.
Yeah, they're gender traitors. They're confused lesbians, etc. It's like, shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah. You're a piece of shit. But again, like, how is that? But how is that progressive, though?
It's progressive because they use that, because that is the logic that they use to fight the patriarchy.
But how is that like progressive logic? Like I'm a bit lost here. Like how is that progressive logic?
Okay, what do you mean by progressive, for example, then? Because I think it's pretty clear how it's progressive.
Yeah, okay. So let me just make sure I got my my definition correct here. So let me just have a little look. Progressive.
Yeah, I pulled it up too. Progressivism is a political philosophy in support of social reform, based on the idea of progress, which advancements in science, technology, economic development, social organization are vital to the improvement of the human condition. Yeah, so if you're an intersectionalist. And like about the bars in the cage, right? Obviously.
Remind me. I'm sure I probably do, but that might be a phrase. What do you mean, bars in the cage?
The bars of the cage. Each data point of your identity is a bar on the cage of oppression.
Oh, okay.
So the idea is that, like, if you're a white straight male, those are 3 bars that don't exist for you on the cage that oppresses you. But you might be disabled, or you might be trans, or you might have something else about you. And so if you're
proletariat,
yes, and that's the thing. Like that's why I actually think that a lot of progressive BS is also fundamentally leftist. Like you see people like Vosh does this, Shoe on Head does this, a bunch of these people do this, and they say, look at these liberal wine moms, and pulling the identity politics card, and it's like, no, that's not true. They're not liberal. They're leftist wine moms. Actually, they're not liberals, because liberalism is a colorblind philosophy. They're leftists.
No, okay, I'm sorry. No, they're progressive liberals. Like these people aren't wanting to get rid of the commodity form. Like I'm familiar with wine moms, and I will agree that intersectionality is a valid part of leftism. The problem is that a lot of left-leaning liberals only focus on like intersectionality. That's the issue. They don't tend to think about class or like tend to think about like economic reform. They're still, yes, like primarily on the left, but they're liberals in the sense that they believe in like liberal democracy. They generally speaking don't like aren't reformists when they like sorry aren't like interested in reforming the economic system.
Well, maybe so, but the basic idea is that when you're talking about like critical race theory, for example, to bring up that whole bugbear, I still have I actually pulled out my textbook on critical theory, and I sent a picture of it to Tim Pool, and I was like, "Do you want me to mail this to you for next time?" because like
Oh wow.
the basic ethic of critical theory is you take the Marxist ethic of class struggle, and you apply that to the social sphere rather than the economic sphere. And you can see this in how the bars of oppression work in intersectionality, because class is a bar of oppression. So there's definitely this idea that if you're an intersectionalist and you're focusing on women's rights activism, there is definitely a solid argument to view trans women and trans rights as being in the way of that. It's not an argument that I
Wait,
believe
like
in.
rephrase that real quick because I got a little bit confused there.
Okay, so the TERFs believe that trans women are just male infiltrators into feminine spaces, basically, right?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Right.
So from an intersectional argument, that actually does make sense. Sorry, from an intersectional point of view, that argument makes sense. Yeah.
Wait, how does that? Maybe I'm just dumb, but I don't see how that follows. Sorry.
Okay. What's another good way to explain it? Okay. When you focus on each individual bar of the cage, there's not really any room for nuance there, right? Because they are dichotomies fundamentally. So if you are a black male, there's two bars. One bar is absent, so you have freedom through that. That's the maleness. And then the second bar is present. That's the blackness. Okay? So if you are somebody who is focused primarily on women's rights activism, which is a part of intersectionality, and you're focusing on the bar that is men and women, trans women don't fit into that view.
But they're women.
Not according to them.
Do you mean? Wait, do you mean sex? Is that what you mean?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, we're talking about
I was
biological
like
sex.
gender,
Yes.
like biological sex.
Yes.
Okay, all right, right. So like, I mean, yeah, I guess. I mean, they could be intersex, or what do intersex people do in that society? I mean, like, okay, let me struct this up. So like, I
Mhm.
think generally speaking, like, it's an old like, okay, um. Let's see how I like put this because like I'm guaranteed because like
Hold
I'm
on a second.
again it could
Chat.
just because I'm a bit dumb.
Yeah,
What are they doing?
yeah. Don't worry. I'm very dumb too. Don't worry. Yeah, chat room. You guys know what the cage, right? Yeah, I'll just put the cage up on the stream so people can see it. Give me a second.
I mean, generally speaking, like I don't like this framing of the cage because it kind of implies that all like oppressions are equal. You know what I mean? Which isn't like completely true as well. Like for
Okay.
example, you could be like a black trans man, right? But what if you're like also like the CEO and like a major shareholder of like fucking Amazon? You're a fucking like let's say like you have like huge amounts of resources. In the US, even if you are like a black trans man and you deal with these oppressions, the fact that you're like your class can like separate you from a lot of that oppression. Whereas like you could be a straight white male, like from like Appalachia with like $0 to the name, and you're probably more fundamentally oppressed by the society than like a billionaire, right?
Oh, I actually agree with that. Yeah, like there are people like okay. What's the way to put this? The things that the intersectionalists ignore all the time, with the partial exception of class, are the things that actually matter the most. So IQ matters. The intersectionalists very rarely talk about intelligence. Um, Inborn personality traits matter a lot more. Attractiveness matters a lot more. And definitely class matters a lot more than anything like race or gender or
I
whatever.
think racial gender is still pretty important, to be fair. Like people still get treated like very specifically, and I think maybe you know what it might be. I think the problem is like when we're talking about like the problem with this intersectionalism is that like these second wave feminists aren't feminists because they don't care about women. That's because if they cared about women, then they'd care about trans women because trans women are women, right? Like, I mean, you agree? Like, can I get you to like, be based and agree with me that trans women are women, right?
I do think so, but I also
Cool.
understand their point of view.
I think that's it. Because they're doing quote unquote intersectional analysis, but the problem is that they're doing it from like a wrong perspective. They are making that perspective from like it's like they're trying to like sort of like create data with so trying to make like what is it? They're trying to do an analysis with incorrect data. That's the problem. If they don't think trans women are women, then they don't know what women are, and therefore they can't be feminists, and therefore aren't progressive.
Well, this is one thing that Sargon loves to do. He is partially right and partially again. He doesn't care about optics. I've tried to talk to him about this, but let's actually do this because I think it'll be useful in this situation. Define woman. Let's do that.
It's someone who identifies as a woman.
But that's circular definition.
Yeah, because it's a fairly arbitrary category that also society has. But okay, let me rephrase it. Someone who their gender identity conforms to being a woman.
But that's still circular definition because it uses the word woman.
Okay, um, it's someone whose gender identity is that.
Is that?
Yeah.
Well, that's
It
still
is. It is like
that's
it is.
still
It is a
social.
word. It's a word. It's a word we have for a specific gender identity that varies from culture to culture. The problem is that women means like different things to different cultures, right? So it's fairly esoteric. So
Sometimes, yeah.
generally speaking, it's like the easy definition is maybe circular in that like yes, a woman is a woman. A woman is a woman is someone who identifies as a woman. Who is someone who identifies as a woman? It's someone who identifies with the gender traits that we associate with womanhood, right? Uh, there you go. It's wearing dresses. It's that fucking bullshit. It depends on that sort of thing. And you can be a trans woman and wear pants. You're completely valid because cis women also wear pants. They're completely valid.
Oh, by the way, I want to
Um,
point out we're having this discussion. I do believe trans women are women, but I have a different reason for you. But I do believe they're women. Yeah.
okay. Um, so yeah, it comes from like a genuine belief and identification as a woman. Same with being a man.
So it's only is it only identification?
Sorry,
Is it only identification?
only identification. I mean, it's your gender expression.
Okay, so if I were just to say right now to you, I identify as a woman now. Is
Do
that
you
all?
do you no, okay, here's the thing. Do you genuinely believe that you're a woman?
I mean, you don't know that.
And be no, no, but be honest. Do you
Okay, okay.
genuinely believe
Well,
that?
here's the thing. Like, let's say for the sake of conversation, I genuinely believe it, and you know that I genuinely believe it.
Okay, then yes, you're a woman. You may not be. You may be early in your transition, totally. But if you want me to use she, what's the other one?
And her,
Her. Fuck, oh my, see, I can't speak
you
this
can't
fucking
remember
language.
her.
No, that's it, right? Like I am real bad at like putting words together. So like,
Mhm.
yeah, if you genuinely see yourself as a trans woman, you genuinely believe that, and you're being honest with me, then yeah, 100%, yeah. You want me to call you she, her? Cool,
Well,
with that, yeah, whatever.
this is the funny thing though, is that you can never tell if someone's actually being honest, right? And
I
I know
think
this
no,
is
you
an ex-
you can you can like let's
sometimes not.
let's not like so like you have like disingenuous memers who'd pull the oh I identify as an attack helicopter. I'm like okay yes 2016 was a fun year, but like
It really was, to be honest. I like that. Okay, well, no, because this is a very extreme minority of cases, but this has happened at least a few times where there was a male rapist. This happened at least 3 times in the UK, which is not like it's not like a many times, but it's still 3 times too fucking many. There was a male rapist who said he identified as a woman. He didn't start taking hormones, but he began looking like a woman, like dressing like a woman and growing out his hair and the whole thing, to at
yeah.
least like create the token expression of womanhood. And then he got caught. He was already caught, so he was going through to the trial, right? And then he got put in a
Mhm.
women's prison, and he started raping in the women's prison. And it's like there's a big fuck up based solely on the fact that you can identify as a
Good
gender.
thing rape's illegal. Like,
Yeah, I agree, but like,
I'm saying,
no,
yes, yes,
no,
sometimes men and
yes,
women rape, like,
no,
regardless
I
if
agree
they're
with you.
cis or like,
What happened was
there are lesbian rapists out there. You know those people do exist too,
there's actually
right?
quite a few of them, in
Like,
fact.
yeah,
But
especially in
no,
prison. Like,
no, I get it.
just
But
because they're not
it's
cis, like,
no, I'm not saying that I'm not disagreeing with you. It's just that you have instances, and these are very extreme minority. I'm not saying this is everyone, obviously not, but you have instances where at least a few people have used that definition to cause some extra trouble that they wouldn't normally have been able to cause. Now, I
Well,
believe trans
again,
women are women, but I don't use circular logic for it. And I think whenever you talk to, or sorry, this is general you, when you talk to a leftist that uses circular logic, it breaks down. And like I think you've shown how it breaks down. No offense. Yeah, I think you've shown how it breaks down. For me, it's like trans women are women, not because they identify as women, though I think that's an important part of it. It's that they, that's a good way to, they feel like a connection with something that is essentially feminine. I think that's a good way to put it. And because
yeah.
feminine is not the same root as woman, so it's not circular. There's a connection with an essential feminineness that they kind of strive towards, and I think
Yeah.
that's why I would call them a woman.
All
Now,
right. Well, I mean, to be fair, that's probably a better explanation, but I feel like that's essentially the same thing, right? Like if you feel like you're a woman and you identify as one, then you are one, right?
no, because there's also effort that has to be put into it. Like gender fundamentally on like an interpersonal level, it's like a handshake, where if you if you see somebody, you can tell what gender they are by looking at them, and it says something about them when you can tell. Now, it doesn't mean that everyone has to look the same. Obviously, there's different expressions of masculinity and femininity, but
No,
like,
yeah, I agree. You don't say like "hello, ma'am," but you have to see their vagina before you say that, or like
yeah,
like
exactly, yeah.
usually it's like the dress and like that, like yeah, it's the sort of societal things we have to do with that. Yeah, I agree.
And in most cases, it honestly doesn't matter. Like if you're waiting at a bus stop and someone who, let's say that they don't pass very well, okay, a very non-passing trans woman walks up, and it's very clear that she's trying hard to like wear makeup, and she has the hair and she has like feminine
Hmm.
clothing, but she just doesn't pass. It just the dice didn't roll well for her on that one, okay.
Hmm.
But she's putting in a good faith effort. I would find
Okay.
it probably rude not to at least consider her as a woman when she asks you for the time or something, and you say okay, well, no, like in these everyday interactions with someone that you're just kind of like passing on the street, there's no reason to be rude, right?
Yeah.
So that's kind of how I view it, is that if they put in a good faith effort to present as the gender that they want to be, why not? Why not treat them with at the very least the same respect you treat other people? Because here's the thing, everyone does that. Like if you are a cis man, you will put in at least the bare minimum effort to appear as a cis man when you go outside. In your own
Yeah.
way, but you still do it. So
No,
the same
totally.
thing can be the exact same thing can be said for trans women too. You know?
You know what? I think the big difference between the definitions, because I don't necessarily disagree with that at all.
Hmm.
I think the big reason why why our different definitions change is that I also like agree that people who have just recently decided or don't necessarily like recently decided that they're trans are still valid. And I know I'm not saying you don't think they're still valid, but I think the way I try to like phrase it includes people who have recently discovered and haven't started their transition, if that makes sense. So like because that's the other thing, right? People when they find out that they're trans, they don't like flick twig sorry, like flick their twig God
I know what you mean.
click
I know what you mean. Yeah.
Fana snap and then look like Natalie Wins necessarily, or something like that. Like that or trying to think of like a famous trans, like all the trans dudes I know are like
Maybe
people
like
I know in
Blair
my own
White or
life.
something. Because
Well,
she
no,
she.
because she's a trans woman.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, you said
Uh,
trans. Sorry, I didn't hear you. Yeah.
I
Well,
was trying
who?
to think of like a
What's his
famous
name?
like
That one porn star.
oh Chris Buck.
Something like that.
Clee,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah, or whatever. Like, yeah, you don't suddenly like. I mean, first of all, I mean, you got to work out like a motherfucker to look like that motherfucker. Okay, like,
Yeah.
like, goddamn.
Yeah.
I wish I had fucking shoulders like that. Holy shit. Um, but yeah, but I still think that people who are, trans, and also this also includes people who are like non-binary, right? Like, I'm assuming you agree that non-binary people are valid as well, right?
Um, I don't know. I don't know enough about it. But the honest truth is,
Okay.
like the libertarian answer is, I don't care if you're not hurting people. So it's like whatever.
Okay, fair enough, I guess. Yeah, so, yeah, I mean, oh god, I was expecting to talk more about economics, but we got into the whole SJW stuff. Here you go, social stuff.
I mean, well, we'll get back to it, I'm sure.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, sure.
well, no, there's like, okay. The thing is, the reason why I include something like presentation in the mix is because let's say you have a person who is a trans woman. but just discovered that they were like that day. Okay, so they still look
Mhm.
very male, and then they go
Mhm.
outside, they go to the bus stop, and then you're at the bus stop, and then they accidentally bump into you, and they fall over, and you say, "Oh, I'm sorry, dude." Like you misgender them, but you don't know because they're still presenting as a male. That
Well,
doesn't
that's
make
the
you.
thing, right,
It doesn't
dude?
make you a transphobe.
I mean, if you said sir, I would have agreed with you in a sense. But come on, dude. Like, I don't know. I use dude for my
Okay, fair
boy
enough.
and my
Yes,
girlfriend.
sir. Then, sir. Yeah, let's say you use. I'm sorry, sir.
Yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
it doesn't make you a
No,
transphobe
no,
because you didn't know.
no. Of
Because
course not.
because the look expresses it before you speak, and so
Oh,
the
and I
look
think
is an
like
important part of gender.
oh no, I think that you could even say that someone who maybe isn't past it and you accidentally misgendered them. I like again, if you're not intentionally being an asshole, I think that's
Hmm.
fine. I think most people like you get these weirdos who like fucking Ben Shapiro who get really fucking weird about it. But generally speaking, I think most people who aren't pieces of shit will be like, yeah, no, like you know, they're a woman. I'll call and they want to be called Miss or what have you. Yeah, sure, right? Like
Yeah,
fucking
yeah,
do
yeah.
that. Like
And
you don't be a piece of shit. Yeah.
and and I think what's probably the most interesting about it is like, yeah, in terms of reproduction, it gets dicey because if you want to have a woman that you have sex with and have children with, and they are your biological children, then you have to, by necessity, exclude trans women from the situation.
Oh yeah,
Um,
but I mean, you can talk about that, right? Like
yeah,
that's the
yes,
thing. Like,
yeah,
because here's the thing: not all women who are able to have children necessarily, well, not all cis women are able to have children as well, right? Like
hmm,
that's just part of the conversation. If you want to have a
yeah,
family, that's like
yeah.
your own genetic offspring.
No, I
Like
agree.
that's
But all of
so
this
yeah.
means that it's not simply a case of identifying. It is at least on some level negotiated with the rest of society. You can't simply identify it as it and then do nothing else for the rest of your life. That's not going to work.
Yeah, no, we also need to make sure that these people are treated like respectfully, I guess.
Oh no, 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 no.
Honestly,
What I
I'm
mean
like,
is like let's say that you identify as trans, and then for the
okay.
rest of your life you present as a man. At some point, somebody's going to be like, "No, dude," and I think that would be a valid thing to say.
Wait. So if I was trans, I'd be a woman. So
No, no, no. Okay,
and
okay. You say I'm a trans woman, and then everyone's like, "Great,"
okay,
and then for
cool.
the rest of your life until you die of old age, you make no effort to transition. And it's not like nothing. Like it's not like you're living in a repressive culture. Nothing's stopping you. You're just like, I just don't want to do
Have
it right
you?
now.
Has there ever been a case of a trans person like that? Like ever?
Don't
Like,
know. I mean, probably not.
because because I mean,
Actually,
like,
I know a case
I don't
of
want to be too
the.
essentialist, but almost every trans, particularly like women as well, like, are
Mhm.
very self-conscious about passing.
No, I
Like,
agree. Yeah,
it's
I
like,
actually know the reverse. I know a guy. Actually, I know. God, how many now? At least 5 or 6 dudes. They insist they're men. They identify as men.
okay.
They try to fulfill the social role of being men, but
Hmm.
they look completely like women. They pass 100% as women, and they take estrogen.
Sorry. So they're dudes
Yeah,
who identify as men,
but they have
but
hormonally transitioned. Yes,
they've hormonally transitioned to feminine.
yes,
So they
yes.
wait, well, so are they what is it? Is it AMAB or something like assigned male at birth people who consider themselves dudes but they're like chemically transitioning?
Yes.
Okay, well hey look, I mean look, I'll be real. I have not read enough gender theory, but I mean sure, like whatever.
I have met a number of those people, and I asked them like why do you do this? And
Like
they said, and
are they non-binary or like
no,
what's the
not no,
deal?
they're straight up men. They're straight up men.
Okay.
And I asked them why they do this, and they all say this because they want to be traps, and they use the word trap. And I'm like, okay, fair enough. And like they're obviously very gay.
Mm.
Like they like having sex with very masculine men, and they like looking like women, but they like
Hey,
being
who
men.
doesn't love that?
But you know what I mean, though, right? Like it's a very strange
Okay.
situation where
Hey, look, and hey,
yeah,
if that's what they want to do, that's what they want to do.
yeah.
Yeah,
Like
I'm cool with that.
my actual like political position is as long as you're not hurting somebody else, I don't care what you do. Go ahead. But in terms of me wrapping my head around it intellectually, it's sometimes hard to get a handle on all this stuff.
The problem is that a lot of conservatives think like just purely by existing they're hurting other people. Though, so that's the argument, right?
Yeah,
Like,
that's fucking stupid.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I'm glad we at least we agree on that. Yeah.
Well, the honest truth is, like, I don't think when it comes to all of this social stuff, I don't think we fundamentally disagree really anywhere.
No, probably not. I mean, like, I'm sure we would find some stuff, but
Okay,
probably, yeah.
give me your hottest take
Hottest take.
for like
We should
sociology.
ban anime. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
I'm kidding. Hottest sociology take. Let me think.
yeah.
I think it makes sense to have like licenses for guns. That's probably like my hottest take with that one. I think like generally speaking, and I mean like people generally agree with like the background check, but I think like just having like a cheap or even free sort of thing just to make sure that you like understand like gun safety and that you're not and also that you have like a criminal check to make sure that you don't have like any violent criminal record or something. I think that makes sense. Like a general health checkup, that sort of thing. Make sure you're not the
Hmm.
kind of person to shoot up a school. I think that makes that's something that a lot of particularly like people on your continent tend to get pretty mad about.
Yeah, I mean, maybe the thing is, like the argument for it is cars are dangerous. Cars require special training. We have it for cars. Why wouldn't you have it for guns? And it's like fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah,
The
that's
counter
just generally
argument
how I see it.
the counter argument for it is the people must remain armed so that they can overthrow a tyrannical government if the government becomes authoritarian.
Yeah, some
And
loppy bullshit.
it is LARPy bullshit, but it is the reason for the Second Amendment, and it makes sense
Oh
because
no, no. I
America was founded after a revolt against a tyrant. So it's like, okay, I get it. Like there's
Yeah,
a
but
reason for that to
let's
exist.
let's be real. That like functionally, practically speaking, doesn't like make sense anymore, right? Like, I'm sorry, like you're not going to outdrone the American government, like the American military. The only way you would be able to overthrow like the American government is if you had like did like essentially like a military coup, or if you had like at least a huge percentage of the military on your side,
I
right?
honestly think that you would in almost any situation because like there's like here, let me put it this way: if Trump, if it turns out that Trump actually lost the election and he
I
becomes
mean, it's
completely
pretty clear that he's lost it. Like, let's be real. Like the
here's the
dude,
thing:
like, come on.
I'm not willing to say whether he has or not. I don't know.
Look, you
I'm
know what?
keeping my pulse on both sides, and both sides have very compelling
Do you wanna
evidence. So
do you wanna
I'm
make
just
an
watching.
actual you wanna make an actual bet on it?
No, I don't.
Okay,
I don't actually. I've
because
been watching both
I'm certain
sides,
enough
and
to put
I'm
like money on it, like 100%. Yeah,
yeah.
I'm sorry. There's no
I'm
way
not
he's
certain.
gonna look. I get it. I also think the electoral college is cringe, but I'm
No, it's
sorry.
just
It's
that
just
like
how
okay,
it works out.
here. I'm saying that I'm presenting the other side's evidence. I'm not saying that I necessarily believe it. It's just that because I already know your evidence, and I already know that your evidence is somewhat valid. So the other side,
Yeah.
like the valid evidence that I've seen, is they have already flipped 3 counties due to glitches in the same voting system. And this voting system it was the same glitch, the same system used for hundreds of counties over 30 states. So
Wait, wasn't that like no, but that was like on election day though. Wasn't that like a thing that was like literally just like a data mistake that they like fixed straight away?
no, that was
Like
something
wasn't that
different
like
actually. What you're
oh, okay.
talking about is the 130,000. So there was a case
Right,
where
yeah, yeah,
like in
yeah.
the middle of the night, suddenly Biden has 130,000 votes for no fucking reason, and what that actually was they added a zero accidentally. So
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
actually
yeah, yeah, yeah,
13,000.
yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not talking about that. No.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
There are 3 counties where they used it's a system. Of course it's going to be called this name. The system is Dominion voting. They're going to use the evil name from fucking Star Trek Deep Space Nine. But yeah, you have Dominion voting systems, all right? And Dominion has confirmed that this glitch exists and that it was present on election day in their system. And in the investigation of 3 counties, they found the glitch and they discovered that those counties actually went to Trump. This is confirmed. This is
And you
hard.
think like the leads he has and like the tens of thousands could be flipped by those? Because like
I don't know.
again, like
I don't
it
know.
seems pretty
It
unlikely.
does seem pretty unlikely, so I'm not going to
It
say that
seems
that's the truth.
extremely unlikely.
Yeah,
Like,
but
and to be honest as well, like considering like how bad faith the Trump like administration is, like as soon as it looked like they were going to lose, he was like automatically trying to do every kind of
mhm,
suing
mhm.
possible. In states where he would like could potentially catch up, be like, no, they must count all the votes. In states where it was looking like he was going to lose, he was like, had a lead, they must stop voting. Like the dude like
No, I agree. I
has like
agree.
no
Yeah,
I'm sorry, like yeah, it's what's the legal phrase? Like
decorum.
a no, not a decorum. it's a something like there's a legal phrase for someone who just like constantly sues in bad faith, and like all their things get like it's like something like a
Oh,
vix
oh,
a
oh!
vix.
I know what you mean. It's Vosh.
It's Vosh.
Okay, no,
Yeah.
I know what you mean. I
Man,
know what
you
you
got
mean.
such a hard on for Vosh.
I can tell you the story if you want, but let's talk about this first. Um,
Yeah.
so they did 3 counties. One of them, basically, they discovered 6,000 votes went to Biden when they should have gone to Trump. Another county, they discovered 19,000 votes. These are hard numbers. As far as I've seen a number of articles about it. I've seen like the original source.
Wait,
So,
what are the sources though? Because I've seen some really dodgy
oh
sources
yeah,
on Twitter,
there's some dumb
like
fuck shit
pushes,
out there too.
like some like really like very like I'm not going to necessarily discount that without seeing the initial source, but again, I'm pretty suspicious
Yeah.
considering the types of like information where I've
Well,
seen this been spread has been extremely unreliable
the
resources.
original source is generally like the state's voting commission or whatever, right? But anyway, so there have been 3 counties that have flipped, and they flipped
Okay.
by at the very least 4 figures. So it's like, okay, that's not
Yeah.
nothing. It's not going to flip the election, but it's not nothing. And this same system was used in hundreds of counties in 30 states. So to me, that's like if I were on the Trump legal team, I would say at minimum maybe there should be an audit on those counties. Like, and it's not like fascistic to say that. It's not unreasonable to say that. If you have evidence that it happened in a few places, it's probably a good idea for democracy itself to look them over. You know. So for me, I don't know what's going to happen. I'm not going to make a bet.
I'd have to look at that.
Yeah, no, I understand. I understand. Yeah.
Because like that's such an an outrageous claim that would be the case. I'd have to make sure that the sources are valid. You know,
it happened in Florida in 2000, so I don't think it's beyond the realm of
well, yeah,
possibility.
but that was by like a couple hundred votes though.
Mm-hmm.
Like it was like
I
less
think it was
than
like
0.001%. Yeah, it was like 500
Yeah,
votes.
yeah.
Like that was like such a small difference. Like and it even went the wrong way.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, like no, look, if they want to do recounts, that's fine. But I mean, like again, he's not going to win. Like, I'm sorry, like MAGA.
He's probably not. He's probably not. No.
Yeah, and I'm glad because he's a terrible president. Like especially just purely by his rhetoric was like extremely damaging. Like the whole fake news. Like that's a classic fascist news is to say the media is the enemy of the people. Like trying to like delegitimize like legitimate sources of information.
Well, hold on, because there are
not turning, but like into stuff, right? Like I'll give you examples, right?
Mm-hmm,
Also, not like shutting down like conspiracy theories. In fact, encouraging them, like against his enemies, threatening violence, like lock her up, etc. Creating this like myth of like an American like amazing past and like referring to that sort of thing. You know,
Umberto
make
Eco.
America great again. Yeah, as well as no, but these are functions of these are functions.
I know what you mean.
These are fascist tactics, right?
He
also
hold on,
like Make America First. Like that was literally like the name of like the Nazis in the U.S. back in the 30s. Steve Bannon was like talking about how they want to create like a presidency that's like like the 1930s, and he named it America First. Like, come on, you can at least admit that Steve Bannon is a bad actor and like has like fascist tendencies, and the fact that his
don't know enough
rhetoric was extremely fascist.
I don't know enough about Steve Bannon, to be honest. I don't really know
Dude,
who he is or anything.
dude literally would go on like incel forums to like radicalize sad young men and be like, yeah, you know what's great about being a fascist? You get all the puss, bro. Totally.
Okay, well, here, let me jump in. Let me jump in because like the problem, and I know that this is at least partially an appeal to Umberto Eco's list, but we're talking about Trump specifically. The problem with the list and with what you're talking about with Trump is that there's no contingency within this line of thought for if those things are actually true. So, for example, if you have an instance where the media is actually acting dishonestly, and a leader says, "Hey, this is bullshit, man," that does not make them a fascist.
But were they?
I think in many cases, yes. Here's a great example.
Really? You think so?
Yes. No, I'll give you a great example. Okay.
Yeah.
So for 9 months now, we have heard everything under the sun about coronavirus. Okay, and fair enough. There's a fair number of people dead by it at this point. I don't think it's a
pretty important thing going on right now.
Like I've had it, so it didn't kill me.
Oh, nice.
But like you know what I mean though. Like it's not.
Well, hey, you're a strapping young man, all right. You've got I'm sure very few comorbidities. You can take this shit out, right?
I'm pretty fat actually, but
Hey, well, it's more of you to get diseased, I guess.
But still, like it's not a civilization ender, but it's also not nothing. Okay, so we've heard from the media how terrible it is, like the worst of the worst possible spins, and not by worst I mean inaccurate. By worst I mean like the worst cases, constantly from the media. And now that Joe Biden is presumed to be president elect, I saw an article on the Washington Post this morning, and the headline was, "Now that coronavirus winds down, will President elect Joe Biden be more willing to assist in Middle East conflicts?" And I'm like,
Which
what the
news outlet
fuck?
was that?
That was the Washington Post. And I think they got
Oh
so
yeah, the
much fucking
Washington Post
heat.
sucks. Yeah.
They got so much fucking heat, they took that down, I think. But
Well, yeah. I mean, like that's the thing, right? When you post dishonest articles, you have to deal with like consequences.
mhm,
Like I wouldn't be surprised if like the writer of that like potentially opinion piece, maybe even got fired. Like again, if
yeah,
you post dishonest information that's proven dishonest, like with these organizations, there are consequences. That's the thing, right? And
sometimes not.
yeah, yeah.
Like
And so
I,
like
I have seen
generally
mainstream
speaking.
media act so just like blatantly dishonestly sometimes, and I'm like, dude, that's so fucking bullshit. Like, I do think, like, I don't think that the media is the enemy of the people, obviously not, but I do think that there is definitely a political slant within the media that is obvious, that you can, if you look at it, you can see. I definitely think so.
Oh yeah, no, they generally speaking prefer capitalist liberal democracy is their preference.
I'd say
That makes
neoliberal
sense.
actually, because like Trump
Oh
wasn't
no,
a neo, but they
neoliberal. Yeah,
fucking
yeah, yeah.
hated it too.
I'm talking real fucking like real vague here when I said like bourgeois liberal democracy with like capitalism. That would like neoliberals fall under that.
So yeah, like when Trump says the media is fake news, I mean, when it is, that's not fascism. It's reality, and I think it is a fair amount. You know,
No, he spread like distrust amongst like people like and like the reality of the facts. He was like talking about like he would like there was plenty of like factually provable things that he was saying was fake news, and he threw it away. He threw that around completely irresponsibly, and that's the kind of thing that's
are we talking
fascist
like
rhetoric.
injecting bleach? Like, is that the?
No, no, that was I mean, to be fair, he shouldn't have said that because some motherfuckers did do that.
Yeah, yeah, I
And
remember
when you
that.
and,
So fucking.
and
Yeah,
so
like,
and when you're the president, I'm sorry, you have like a responsibility for the things you say. Like that's it.
no,
Like
no fun
the
allowed.
yeah, no, no, 100%. Yeah, like no, like yeah, no. If you want to be the president, if you're going to have that much control over the world, I'm sorry. Yeah, no fun. I'm sorry. Like that sucks for you, but yeah, you made that decision. I'm sorry, no fun.
But this is the thing. Like, I don't think it was fascism. And he even said, like, in the debate, I was joking. And like, I went back and watched the clip, and it's like, yeah, he was actually joking.
Yeah.
You know,
Well, no,
like,
yeah, but fascist families said that too. They'll be like, "Oh, what do you mean? When I say Jews are animals, I was like joking. Like, oh my
oh, so
God, I
wait,
can't
so
believe
wait,
you took that
is
seriously."
this why you
They
think that Dankula's
gaslight
a
you.
fascist? Like, is
No, no, I don't think
oh,
Dankula's
okay,
a
sorry,
fascist.
sorry.
I think Dankula is irresponsible of how he like how he what's the word?
Jokes?
No, not how he jokes. I mean, yeah, to a degree. I think like how he cultivates his audience. I think he's pretty irresponsible in that sense, and I think and I don't think he does himself any favors. I think like yeah, like the Nazi pug thing. He probably shouldn't have gotten in trouble for that. I think it was it was like it was mediumly funny. It wasn't not my cup of tea, but whatever.
Hmm.
Like I think like his problem is that he's really irresponsible of like how he cultivates his audience, and I think as a content creator, especially one with like a decent following, you do need to be like somewhat conscious about that. And I think honestly, I think he is a bit of a conservative grifter. I don't think he's conservative or fascist necessarily, but I do think he kind of puts like that kind of stuff
What
out to get like attention from those
what makes
people.
him
You
a
know what I mean?
grifter specifically? Like that term.
Like I feel like he like will like imply that his like beliefs are more conservative than they really are.
What do you mean though?
So like it's been a
He,
minute since I've like paid attention to him, but he'll
mhm.
do stuff like oh god, it's been so long since I've paid any attention. It's been like a year, but I remember there was like something where he was going on about how like oh, fuck, well, god, it's been so long since I thought about that fucking piece of shit. Oh no, piece of shit. I'm not kidding. He seems fine, really, but like it's been so long since I thought
He's
about
a
him.
friend of mine actually. Yeah.
Oh yeah, well, we'll tell him. His Mad Lad series is genuinely pretty interesting. Um, but like I think like yeah, he makes like a lot of like kind of like conservative comments, and I don't necessarily know if he necessarily believes them or not.
I know he's very libertarian. You know, like free speech is his primary, like his first principle. And to be fair, same with me. Like if I had to choose the one political point of view that is the most important for me, it's free speech. Um,
Yeah, I
but
agree with you. Free speech is super important.
yeah, and it's very much like a psychological thing too, because like you know, whenever you've needed to bounce ideas off somebody else and not just think of them in your own head, you had to say them. That's why
Hmm.
free speech is important because you can't fully
Yeah,
understand things without saying them. So
I can't tell you how many cringy ideas I had before they got shut down.
so yeah, like I don't view him as a conservative. I view him as a libertarian, very much a libertarian. You know.
Yeah, that's the thing. I don't think he's a conservative, but I think he cultivates a conservative audience.
Okay, fair enough. Like I think
And
I just
that's what I
fundamentally
meant
disagree with
by
you.
grifters. Sorry, I should have been more clear with that.
Okay, yeah, no, I understand. I think I fundamentally disagree with you because I don't think, like, for example, I don't have any responsibility for my chat room right now. My audience
Mhm.
is more right leaning than I am, and I understand that. But I am
Why
not
do you
them.
think that is?
Don't know. Maybe I think it's actually okay. Here, I made a tweet today, and it was that I have the same amount of problems with left wing thought and right wing thought, but it's only right wingers that want to talk to me. Left wingers generally hate me on sight, and there is some kind of
Hey,
difference there.
I've
And
grown quite attached to you through our tweets.
oh well, thank you very much. But here's the thing: most people don't give me that chance. You know,
Yeah.
they just see me and they think, you know, friend of Sargon, or they saw a video of mine, or they saw some bread tuber's video of me, and they say, oh, that guy's an alt right Nazi chud, and it's like, well, that's not a great place to start the conversation, is it? You know,
Mm. Yeah, I
and
think people have a tendency to be a bit too sectarian when it comes to having like an open discussion.
mhm.
Yeah.
But like when it comes to my audience, I know that they are not quite me, but at the same time, I don't feel a responsibility to them because I am one person and they are also individuals as well. Like when my audience is wrong, and I like we're in a chat, and like I see them saying something dumb, I'm like, no, you guys are wrong. I have told my audience that they're wrong. When I disagree with them, I don't hide it. I say what I think is the truth, and they may disagree with me, but I don't feel like I'm some kind of a shepherd. You know?
Do you think you might have a bit of a destiny effect going on right now?
What do you mean?
So like Destiny, he's also like he's a progressive liberal, right?
Mm-hmm.
Generally speaking. He's not like a leftist, but he's a fairly left wing, like progressive lib. And like the main focus of his debates for the longest time were against like alt right conservative types, and so he ended up building like a quite like there were a lot of people who were just libs in his audience, but he did build up like quite a far left following as well. I mean, fuck, Vosh came from that like group.
Yes. Yes.
Um, yeah, and because he almost exclusively went after like conservatives, he built up quite a strong thing. I mean, I'm unfamiliar with your work, but like, do you generally go after more left-leaning people with your arguments? Is that something that you tend to go do?
I'd say yeah. I'd say it's about three quarters left. So I know what you mean. Like it will attract people more right leaning than me when I critique the left. Yes. So
Yeah,
that
yeah,
makes
yeah.
sense. Yeah. I think it's
So if
more
you
than
want to be
that
the
though.
true base leftist, what you need to do is go after conservatives more.
Well, yeah, fair enough. And there are definitely there are videos where I've gone after conservatives, for example.
But we need more.
We need more of them. We need more of them.
Yes.
Well, the thing is, like, I think it's more than just that, though. It's not just the content you put out. I think there's also something in the culture. Like, in the 90s, I am old enough to remember in the 90s, the right wing was authoritarian. It was very religious. It was very censorious. And the left wing was the place where you went for free debate. They were the academics. They were the ones that wanted to study things from a scientific perspective. Um, but there has been a shift, I think, in how and like nowadays the right wing they're much more libertarian. You know, they're waving their "Don't tread on me" flags much more nowadays than they were even 10 or 15 years ago. Meanwhile, the left wing has swung the other way. Now you have a lot of people on the left who are censorious as well, but they'll say it's because it's hate speech or it's it's offensive or whatever the fuck it is. You have a lot of people on the left who, for different reasons, act the same way as 1990s right wingers. I think there's been a shift in politics.
Don't like I've heard this narrative before, but I don't really see it. Like, okay, so for example, like I mean, you still have like a lot and like mainstream conservatives, especially within American like politics, who clutch their pearls when it comes to like anything they like disagree with, like a lot. Like the conservatives are like very pearl clutchy, and I mean, yeah, sure. There's probably some leftists who tend to like maybe be a bit more like quote unquote censorious because they don't like think hate speech. And I think there is like room for hate speech laws in certain like facilities. Like if you've got like motherfuckers like at your workplace, for example, talking about how like the blacks are like like just inferior to whites, and you're a black person, that's a toxic work environment, and your freedom of speech is probably going to be attacked by that. So I think there is a place for hate speech laws,
Yeah,
right?
that's just private property laws, though. Like in terms of public property, you should be able to say whatever the fuck you want. If you're in a park or
I
something,
think
yeah.
the government shouldn't censor you, but I also think you shouldn't like bitch and moan when you have like when people hold you accountable for it, right?
Well, it depends on what you mean by hold accountable.
So like so if you like if you're one of those people who went to the Unite the Right rally, right? Charlottesville.
Yep.
And you were doing the whole Jews will not replace us thing, right? I think yeah, there's two things about that. I think
I
you
have a
could make
story
an
for you
argument
later.
that like that kind of dialogue is inherently aggressive. So much so that it limits like other people's freedom of speech. But also number two, like say if like private firms don't want to like employ that individual anymore, I think yeah, that makes sense, and because that like can like reflect badly on you. And I think generally speaking, like even as someone who wants like things to be collectively owned, I think like private firms should have control over like what goes on with them.
Yeah, I don't agree with the first one, but I do agree with the second one because that's just a cornerstone of voluntarism.
So like what I don't like is that you get a lot of conservatives who mix censorship with like being held accountable for their language, right? Like here's the thing, when motherfuckers say you're cancelled on Twitter and do that sort of shit, like you're not actually being censored. Like people like if people react negatively to what you said, that's I'm sorry, dog. That's on you. That's freedom of speech. People are allowed to like say "fuck you," if you say that. And like the thing is, I see so many fucking conservatives get really fucking triggered when like people say, "Well, nah, get fucked." Like it happens all the time, and they go, "I'm being censored. Don't stand on me." It's
Well, there is
and
there's an
they clutch
argument
the pills,
here.
but like when it comes to like say like more leftist ideas, they'll be like, well, this shit shouldn't be taught in schools. How am I supposed to tell my kid about butt sex or sex education? That's just as a Christian, I find that like very impractical to make sure that children know how to practice safe sex because they're going to start boning when they hit puberty. Like
No, I know what
you
you mean. I know what you mean. But first of all, I think there is definitely a practical argument as to when cancel culture goes too far, because there are people getting canceled now over fucking nothing, over rumors, over accusations that aren't true, over things that aren't actually even objectionable. Just because someone dislikes them and that someone has a following. So like
yeah.
there's definitely instances where it does go too far, I think. But in a more general
Yeah.
sense, like the whole point of the voluntary association of libertarianism is that if you don't want to employ a person for any reason, you shouldn't have to, and that might be your loss. Like here, you're going to disagree with me, and that's fine. I actually think that in a completely free market, it is fine if you don't want to serve black people at your business, because the rest of the market will realize that you're a piece of shit and will boycott your business. I think that's actually fine.
No, no. I think because what if your business gives essential service that like and you have the only access to that, right? So say if your business, your
Yeah,
like the
monopolies are
water
different. Yes,
supplier
yes,
or
but
like
like
for
monopolies
example.
they're actually not that common without government regulation. So, but
I don't know, they're pretty no, what are you talking wait, with no government regulation, it literally just becomes monopolies.
no, it doesn't.
Like what like that no, that is the net like legit, that's like the first part of like capitalism. When these people weren't like heavily regulated. Like it just fell into these natural monopolies. And it makes sense, right? You have like one person who's successful, they buy a firm, they buy another firm, they end up buying out all the competitors because that's what capitalists will do if you let them like go wild. 100%. No, that's the
Well,
natural state of capitalism
oh
is
no,
to
no, no. I
eventually fall
actually
into
I
monopolies.
completely disagree with that. I think that the reason monopolies form is because you have situations where government regulates a market, which drives the cost of entry up, and so new businesses can't come in and compete, and old businesses consolidate power.
No, I don't see that at all. Like again, like I said, when there was like the Gilden Age or whatever, like there was a huge
Like
like
the 1920s, we're
collaboration of like
talking.
monopolies, huh?
You're talking the
Yeah, in the 20s. Yeah,
1920s.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
In the 1920s, right? There was like a huge monopolization of wealth during that period.
Yeah, there was.
And it was huge. Yeah, and it wasn't because of like workers' regulations or making it like the cost. It was because they were just kind of let loose.
No, it actually was because of government regulation. Yeah, like the government regulation of the previous era, of the early 19 like 1901, 1905, like 1899, like that era, the government regulation of that era caught up with the United States to the point that you had enough regulation in the 1920s.
Wait, so you're saying that like because there was regulation in the past, when they got rid of those regulations, it caught up?
No, 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 no. The effective regulation takes about 20 years to actually have a serious impact on the market. I mean,
Mm,
back then, because things were slower back then. Like, yeah, in the chat room,
uh,
somebody pointed out there's actually a great argument. Yeah, Amazon blew up because lockdowns happened, and Amazon had no competition. Like that's a great argument for what we're talking about here.
well, yeah, but that doesn't have anything to do with regulation. Like, yeah,
No,
you
no, it
you
does, it
have
does, it does.
lockdowns when you
Like,
have like a fucking plague hit. Yeah,
no,
like
no,
I'm
but no,
like,
but the the
what do
the,
you mean?
the
That like those two don't necessarily follow. Yeah, I
no,
mean, yeah,
they
they
do,
were
they
in a
do, they
good
do.
place.
I can explain it to you. So
But you know what would have been better if,
what
say, Amazon was like split up into like multiple like competitive firms, then they would have had to have competed with each other during the
well,
lockdown.
okay, but that is
But you would
just an
have to have done
extra.
that for regulation. That wouldn't have
Well,
just
hold on.
naturally happened.
That is an extra layer of government regulation that goes on top of the already existing government regulation that had the lockdown in the first place. So, like,
Wait,
here.
wait, 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 wait. Are you anti-lockdown?
Uh, I
No,
am. I am
seriously, are you?
mostly. I'm thinking about it. I'm mostly anti-lockdown, with the exception of like hospitals, old folks' homes, places where medicine happens, pretty much. But yeah, I'm generally anti-lockdown. Beyond that, yeah.
I mean, like, it's just proven to not have like a positive effect when you have like a really spreadable illness. Okay, for example, I live in a city
Hmm.
that is just coming out of its lockdown now. Do you know how many cases we have?
Probably less.
A lot less. Do you know
Yes.
how many people have died?
Probably less.
A lot less. And do you
Yes.
know like how our economy is bouncing back? A lot faster.
Hmm.
Because we're able to actually open up and go and like open up into a proper, fully functioning economy,
Hmm.
right? Like that's
No,
that's the thing. Like
that's all true.
when
But there's
what
something else here too. There's something else here. Um, so this is something again. This is another video I've been waiting to put out after I get after I get remonetized. I've been studying the numbers on this, and the death rates of all of these various countries where they're different, they are slowly converging over time. And this makes sense, right? Because we were told flatten the curve. Flatten the curve does not mean reduce the deaths. It means spread out the deaths over a longer period of time, such that the healthcare system of a country doesn't get overwhelmed. That's
Oh
what
yeah, you're
flatten the
talking
curve
about
was.
the No, no, I agree, and but
Yeah.
like that's the thing. That's because Europe opened up too quickly. Unfortunately, and that's where that second wave is coming from right now. Is that they unfortunately
Well, the
they
thing is,
opened up and didn't have the tracing programs they should have had. Um,
that sounds
to like
authoritarian right there. Tracing people, no, fuck that. No.
no, but that's how you effectively like take care of it. Like
Yeah,
that's
but
like the reason
that's
why
too
Victoria has had
too much.
0 cases in the like last 2 weeks. Well, not the last 2 weeks. It's had 0.4 cases in the last 2 weeks, or
Hmm.
I think it's less now. Is because we had like a really adequate tracing program. We were able to get a lockdown of it. We were able to lock down the parts of the economy we needed to, right, and the parts of the country that had to be locked down in Australia, and then we were able to open up parts that were like not like then started getting rid of the virus, right? Our mortality rates are way lower than the global average. Our economy is starting to kick back in. We're
Hmm.
able to like
Hmm.
basically live our lives. Like if
Yep.
the US and Europe and a lot of other countries did this, they would be
Well,
like, yeah, you would be in a
let's
way better position. It's just a better result.
there's differences. Like, one, you're an island. Two, you're not the one of the economic global hubs. No offense. Neither is Canada. Let's be fair. It's not the same situation as Europe and the United
When
States.
when Kazakh happens, we will be, buddy.
But still, though, like it's not the same situation. It is definitely easier for islands to lock down and handle this sort of thing. But there's also
No, I agree.
another
It's easier
part
for
to this.
islands
Is
to
like
do
is like
that.
it's extremely authoritarian to track people, in my opinion. Like, this COVID technology is not going away after the virus is gone. Your government and the people of your country will have to reckon with this for decades to come. Um, Two,
Yeah.
I think it's a big deal, in my opinion.
No,
Two,
I feel like we can get rid of it though. Like there is like a very libertarian streak in the Australian
yeah, but
population that will
yeah,
want to get rid of it once this is over.
it took the United States 19 years and Donald Trump to get rid of the Patriot Act. Like, this stuff doesn't go away that easily.
Yeah, but generally speaking, like the Australian government, because it's got a parliamentary system, I'm pretty sure the Canada is the same. They tend to be
Yeah,
more
it's
responsive to what the public wants.
sometimes, but it's not
Sometimes,
necessarily the
no,
case.
I'm not saying there's an equal thing. I'm not saying like they project the will of the people, but generally speaking, because of that, they tend to be a bit more like more representative.
But that's still very authoritarian to me. It's too authoritarian for me. But two, and this is where I was going with my original point, is that I've been looking at the data over the past 6 months now, and there has been a convergence of death rates, and there will continue to be a convergence of death rates. And I think what will happen is 5 years down the road, you will see every country, regardless of what measures that they took, they had a similar infection rate and a similar death rate. I think the virus is endemic now. I think it's coming back every single year with the flu, and I think we have to now just live with it. So
What
if
do you
it,
think about the vaccines that they're talking about though?
I think they will become yearly vaccines like flu vaccines are.
Yeah, and so with that, we probably don't have to lock down our economy anymore, right?
Maybe, maybe not. But the thing is, like, you don't lock down for a seasonal flu. I've heard people say, I've heard people say they want, if there is no cure for this virus, and the vaccine turns out to be impossible, let's say, they want lockdowns for the rest of their lives. And I'm like, you're fucking insane. You
Oh,
are
that's
fucking
yeah,
insane.
that's fucking stupid, of course.
But no, like, for me, considering that the death rate seems to be primarily old people, and like the infection rate seems to be like, it seems to be almost on par with the flu at this point. Once we start adjusting for things, at this point, I'm just like, yeah, open it up. Definitely open it up. It is better for people to get to widespread a lesser variant, or an asymptomatic variant even, and have like a natural inoculation happening. And like and frankly, I think the economic damage of the lockdowns will cause far more harm than the deaths that are coming out of coronavirus. Like, I think you'll if
I don't know, like
if
how many people
lockdowns,
died from COVID in the US just
I think it's two
now?
hundred twenty
Exactly.
thousand. Yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's like
It's not
how
nothing.
many
I
9/11s?
don't listen. I'm not saying that it's nothing. I'm not here being like, oh, it's all fake. Coronavirus doesn't exist. They never died. Like, I'm not saying that. I'm not being some kind of weird truther about this. I know
Also, we don't know
exactly.
the long-term effects of the illness on people's bodies. Like, it could have like very long-term damaging effects. In fact, right now, a lot of like private insurers are going to count it as like a pre-existing condition.
Mhm. Yeah, no, I know what you mean. I know what you mean. Like, I'm not discounting any of this. I'm simply saying the alternative, I think, is going to be even worse. So
I
for
don't know,
me,
like
for me, opening things back up is like the best of a bad situation. It's not ideal by any stretch of the imagination, but I think, like, plunging the world economy into a 5 year depression. Like, okay, here's a good
well, I
example.
mean, we're already there, and I mean, part of it is because I mean, a huge part of it is because the U.S. economy is fucked because of how poorly this shit was handled. Like
Well,
if you're gonna do a lockdown, you kind of gotta go all out, or you're gonna do like herd immunity. But the problem with like what Trump did is he tried to do that, but then he opened up way too quickly, and then their second wave hit super hard because
well,
they wanted to like yeah,
the
well,
thing is,
basically probably because they wanted to get reelected.
Trump can't actually do anything because of the 10th Amendment. So it's more up to the state governors, frankly.
Even with that, like you can still like use War Powers Acts, and I know this sounds like authoritarian, right?
That sounds fucking
But
authoritarian.
in
War Powers
yeah
Acts
yeah
in a
yeah
pandemic. That sounds
yeah
okay.
yeah
There's the
yeah 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 yeah.
fascism.
yeah. No, no, but I think like in like a state of like in a state of disaster, there is like certain like sort of things we need to do, right? So like if like say there's a tsunami, like it's probably useful for us to like deliver aid and react to it like a military threat, right?
Sometimes, yes, and yeah, you could definitely do that in some situations. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think like he could have say like the federal because I also live in a federation. So with the federal government, he could have locked down the borders way faster. They could have made like a federal mandate for like masks, which has been proven to really like drop the spread dramatically, like when everyone does wear them.
Oh no, see,
Um,
here's where I disagree. I don't think dropping the spread. One, I don't think it's viable, and two, I don't think even think it's necessarily good.
Again, like I said, like you, this is, and I do appreciate that New Zealand and Australia are essentially islands, right?
Hmm.
But we were able to get this shit under control.
Hmm. So is
Like
Canada, like for
because
sure.
and we've had far fewer people die, and our economies are opening up and actually going to be more active than a lot of these countries that are in this weird limbo, right? The problem is like the way the US and a lot of these other countries are doing it is they're doing like the worst of both because they're extending it as like this kind of weird economic problem as long as they possibly can. Like honestly, I think the best way, do a lockdown, do it properly, get it done, then we can move forward 100%.
Well, well, I am happy that Trump didn't do the fascist thing then.
What would the fascist thing be?
The lockdowns and tracking. That's definitely a fascist move, in my opinion.
That's look, that might be authoritarian, but I wouldn't describe that as fascist at all.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, authoritarian's bad no matter what it is. So
I mean, authoritarian's bad, but I think there's like you can use the state for like very specific things. Again, like if like there's a state of emergency, I think like we can like use like our resources in like a way that like wouldn't normally be used, right? Like a legitimate emergency.
I don't know if you can. I don't know if it's right to violate people's fundamental rights because of an emergency. I don't agree with that. I really don't.
Okay,
Because
so
that is a slippery slope to some of the worst shit that we've seen.
okay, let me think about this. Okay, so like because I want to like hash this out a little bit, make sure we're on the
Okay.
same page.
Yeah, yeah.
So like say if Canada was getting invaded by America. Um
Okay, yeah.
that's kind of an emergency, right?
Yes.
And they're killing civilians, etc. Do you think like Canada then has the right to maybe, like for example, I'm trying to think of like a right that might be like arguably like okay like maybe yeah, like a lockdown and then like a use of military force to like potentially protect like Canadians like citizens from the encroaching USA Americans.
I mean, yeah, but like, at
Okay,
that
so
point,
so
people are
so
going
so
to
you
be
agree?
leaving and fleeing anyway, though. So
Okay, so I guess in that point we do kind of agree then that like there is a point where we're willing to allow the government to maybe forego our rights, but
maybe, but maybe not because
there's a point where we draw the line and we're just figuring out where that is.
well, if a person if the military rolls up and says the Americans are going to be here, we have to evacuate you, and the person says no, I'm going to stay here in my house, and then they get fucking destroyed. Like I think they should have the right to do that.
Mm. I mean, like maybe I get yeah. I mean, like let me think about this because this is something that I like I'm just trying to like pass out of my head to like because I'm just genuinely legit curious because like okay maybe it would be a better example because I mean there's like an agency with like a country invading other countries might not be a good example but like actually no yeah like a tsunami, right?
Hmm.
I think a tsunami is a good thing. Like there's been like a massive earthquake out by like Newfoundland or something, right?
Hmm.
and like we know that like the entire island's going to be covered in water and it's going to be huge amounts of like damage. Do you think that like the Canadian government like basically like just mass evacuating people from their homes is like justifiable? And keeping track of them like and having like keeping track of all the people so that like they know like whose property was damaged, etc. Because they need to keep track of everyone and like what was lost.
I think if an individual person says no, I'm just going to stay in my house, go away, and then the military forces them, I think that is a violation of rights. Yes.
Okay, but let me rephrase it because I think this might be a better way of saying it. Like, what if they were like doing that, but a part of that was that they also had to like keep track of like all the different people in Newfoundland, and they just to keep track of like whose property was damaged from it, right? So they mass
Hmm.
evacuate, they try and keep account of that, and they're tracking it and they connect it to people's names. Do you think that's too authoritarian?
If the people consent, no. But if there is one guy who says I don't give a fuck, I'm staying in my house. You're not tracking me. You're not moving me. You're not going down a list of my property. Fuck you. Fuck off. And closes the door. I think you have to leave him alone, or else you violate his rights.
Okay. All right. No, because like again, I'm not trying to be Weasley or anything. I'm just like genuinely curious about where we draw the line. You know.
Yeah. For me, because I'm more libertarian leaning than the general. For me, it's more like if you consent to a thing, then it's fine, no matter what that thing is.
Well, okay, no, I don't necessarily think that's true because you can consent whilst being coerced, and I don't think that's necessarily like true.
Yeah, but see, the problem, because now we're into the whole the capitalists say you can just get another job, and the socialist says, well, no, because you have needs, they need to be filled, so you need the money, and like that's the coercion argument, right?
Well, yeah, but I mean, like we make like it's the same reason we have like statutory rape laws, right? Like
Yes.
like a
Well, no,
like
no, that's
a
different.
an
That's different.
adult
That's different.
sleeping with a child, like no matter what you think about it, it's inherently coercive.
Well, yeah,
And
that's
that's
because
one of
they're
the reasons why we
children,
think it's
though.
wron,
That's because they're
and they
children.
can't
Like,
consent. Yeah,
it's
no, I know,
yeah,
but
it's
like
that's
I'm saying,
different. That's
like
different.
that's inherently coercive, right?
Yes, it is. But an adult working for a company is not inherently coercive.
Okay, but what? Why is that?
Because it's not. Like it's because they consent to be there.
What- Circular
Because
logic, though. Like what? Like why is it not coercive?
well, because the government is not there with a gun saying no by legal statute, and we will use the overwhelming force of the government. We will use the monopoly on force that the government has to force you to work at this job. They're not doing that. If you walk into your job
Okay,
and you give your boss the double middle fingers and say fuck you, I'm done, nothing can be done to you legally.
but here's the bit, right? Like, so you're saying that that like something has to be done, like again, because we agree that like people like tricking children into having sex is coercive, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like you think that like for an adult to be coerced, it has to be enforced by state power. Like they can't be like private individuals who coerce people.
It really depends, but for the most part, yes. In almost every
Really?
situation, yes. Because adults have agency. They have sovereignty over themselves. They can make choices. So yes.
Okay. All right. But what if those choices are like essentially, again, like I said, like okay, actually, this is an argument I have heard from Vosh, so I'm kind of interested to hear what you think, because I think it's a pretty good argument, right?
Okay,
So
sure.
say me and you, like you're straight, right?
No.
No, you're a bi like me.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So imagine I'm not good looking for this. Okay.
Yeah.
Say me and you are like on like a plane, and we crash in the middle of the ocean, and we both wash up on like a small remote island.
Mm-hmm.
And you're unconscious for however long. I wake up before you, and I collect all the coconuts, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you wake up, and you're like, oh damn, fuck, is that the main source of food here? I could go for one of them coconuts. I'm like, yeah, sure, you can have a coconut if you suck my dick. Like, is that coercive?
and like there's no fish, there's nothing else. You've already
There's no fish. There's
yeah.
no fish. I have these resources.
Yeah.
You can try and fish, but you don't have any way to like potentially do that. Really.
And I understand the argument because we're talking about like the Robinson Crusoe island economy experiment, right? Like that's what we're talking about here. Yeah. So the whole point of that, and I do know what you mean, and I get it. It's that the reason why that you owning all the coconuts is legitimate is because you performed all the labor to get the coconuts. I did nothing.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Yeah.
So no, I actually don't think that's exploitative.
That's not. So you'd say that like even if that meant that you would most likely starve to death if you didn't suck my dick, that would be ethical.
I didn't say ethical because there are different ways for things.
Okay,
to be
so
unethical.
it wouldn't be coercive.
Yes. There are different ways to be unethical that don't involve coercion. Yes, it would definitely be unethical, obviously, but coercive, no, no. Because I still have agency, and like this is the thing that argument makes a lot of sense on an isolated island, and I would accept it on an isolated island. But we don't live on isolated islands. Like there are thousands of businesses in this city that I could get a job at if I could at least apply to and get a job at. I have a skill set that I think would make me hireable.
Let me.
You can start your own business as well. So like we don't live in an absence of resources.
Okay. No. Okay, but like let's extend that a little bit, right?
Okay.
Because like most people who come from like a working class background don't start off with many resources, if any, generally speaking, in our society a lot of the time. So say we have the same sort of situation, except for there's like 30, 50 people just like myself. We all wake up and we land on a bigger island that has like enough resources to like enough coconuts to make sure that we all eat happily. But again, like I said, everyone but you wakes up early enough to get, or like becomes conscious early enough to collect all of the coconuts. They have all of them, and each individual one of them has, say, like an even amount of coconuts. Would it be, and again, you wake up and it's all just, disgusting, degenerate by guys like me who say, hey, if you want these coconuts, despite how, I mean, attractive I am, in this case I'm unattractive,
Mhm.
you have to suck my dick, his dick, or any of our dicks. You get a coconut.
Yeah. See, that's still unethical, but it's not coercion. No.
Okay. I
Yeah.
mean, like, I think that's just where we're going to fundamentally disagree at that
No,
point because I think
that's
like
fine. That's
that's
fine. Yeah.
coercive.
And the thing is, like, that situation where it's that many people, like, that would be very, very unlikely, because the number of sociopaths that exist in the world, there's not, like, there's some, but there's not that many. Like, if you were in a situation where you had 100 people and they all got all the resources and it's an emergency situation, one of them will give you charity, because charity does happen under capitalism quite a bit, in fact. So yeah.
Oh no, no, yeah. Again, like these, I feel like these are good ways to figure out like why we have like these different definitions or
Hmm.
different understandings.
Yes, no, yeah, I get it.
Because like yeah, yeah. I mean, the funny thing is like I think it's like, oh God, it's been a minute since I looked at this, but like there's like like extremely like way more sociopaths on Wall Street than there are like per capita or the rest of the world or something like that. Like
Oh, I'm not surprised,
they're
because they're just trading. Yeah.
overly represented. I think that's because we live in an economic system that does encourage sociopathy. To be honest, like yeah.
Oh no, I don't think so. I think sociopathy is something that is genetic. I
No,
really
no,
do.
no, no. I think, yeah, but I think we live in a society that, like, genuinely, like, again, like I said, encourages like sociopathic behavior and incentivizes it.
Well, sure, but I mean, sociopaths are still going to do it, even if you live in a society that doesn't. So
Well,
I'm not
yeah, but
sure.
I mean, if you have an incentive structure that, like, doesn't, like reward
I
it, then
mean,
you're probably
and
going to
the
have
thing
people
is,
less
like,
likely to do it, right?
I'm not, maybe in the stock market I can see an argument there, but I think in general, like, productive capitalism, I don't think sociopathic behavior is promoted. I think honest behavior is promoted, frankly.
Yeah, honest behavior specifically.
Oh yes, yes. Like, if you're, especially if you're working with your hands, like if you're a tradesman, definitely honest behavior. If you, let's say that you have a house and you need plumbing done in your house, and there are 5 plumbers in town, you can call up any one of them, and they all have different, like, rates. And you, let's say that for some reason you call one, and he charges you, and he not only does a terrible job, he makes it worse. Like, you're not going to call that guy again. I do think that when it comes to things where the result is immediate, and this is a fair amount of capitalism, and especially, and it's almost all small businesses where the
I,
result
I think
is immediate. There definitely is a tendency for honesty to rise to the top.
well, that's not just capitalism. That's a reaction to the market. And again, like a lot of socialists aren't anti-market. Like that's just some weird assumption that people assume that like social like the only way you can have a free market is with social. I mean, sorry, it's not with, well maybe, but the only way you can have a free market is with capitalism. But like yeah, but that's a sole trader. Like that's a worker who owns their means of production,
Well,
right?
this is the
Like
thing. Like,
that's
well, I mentioned earlier that the problems that I had with fascism, socialism, and corporatism is that they're all centralized. I am no simp for corporations. I am not like a fucking flag waving Amazon, Amazon nut job. Okay, I actually think probably the best economic system that society could operate within would be a mostly free market capitalism, where the majority of actors are either self-employed or they're in small businesses, such that the owner is friends with his employees and doesn't see them as just faceless cogs.
you're like a Adam Smith stan.
Something like that, yeah.
Okay. Well, hey, look, I actually think Adam Smith had some pretty based ideas for their time. Because yeah, I mean, like he was very anti-corporate. I'm pretty sure. Like they were very anti rent-seeking behavior. Like I think like if you're gonna read a capitalist, Adam Smith is a fucking pretty cool one to read. They're like honestly, most people would like consider him like a sock demo by this point. Like the way capitalism is gone is very different to the way they envisioned it, isn't it? I
Yeah,
mean, like we
yeah.
can both
I,
agree
I
on
am
that.
not a corporatist whatsoever.
Yeah, and I
Whatsoever.
also want to make this clear. Like, as a socialist, I don't hate capitalism in the same way that like people think they tend to. Like, yeah, capitalism so much better than feudalism. way fucking better than like the slave empires that we had back in like the Roman Empire. Holy shit. Like our connection to the means of production under capitalism, way fucking better than either of those two systems. 100%. And I think you'd have to be a fucking idiot to disagree with that. Maybe
Well,
some fascists wouldn't, but generally speaking, like I think you'd be like
mhm.
you have to
Well,
be an idiot to disagree with that.
like there's this is kind of like the original conversation we actually wanted to talk about 3.5 hours ago,
Hmm.
was that like
Yeah.
there
Oh
is
Jesus Christ! It's been so long. I'm sorry if you have to
no
go to bed or something, but I've been having a great time.
no, it's fine, it's fine. I'm probably gonna have to be done in the next half hour or so, but it's fine.
Okay.
Um, no, there was, oh god, what were we speaking of? Let me think about it for a minute. Okay, here's a great example of why I don't think it is legitimate to simply have workers own the means of production all the time, unless the owner of those means of production voluntarily gives them up or sells them or whatever, which is fine. Like if someone buys a corporation and turns it and now owns it and then says I want to voluntarily do this, they should be able to voluntarily do this, but you shouldn't force it. There should not be coercion in that sense involved. Um, and here's kind of why, right? So let's say you start a business and it's your side hustle, okay, and you're hoping
Yeah.
you're working your shitty day job, and you're hoping one day for your side hustle to take off. Okay, so you work your 40 hours a week at your day job, and then you spend your evenings working on your small business, and there's no profit in it. There's absolutely
Yeah.
no profit coming in. It's just you're putting in work and getting nothing out of it.
Hmm.
And let's say that you do that for 5 years and it doesn't take off. So you have
Okay.
5 years of labor invested into this thing,
Hmm.
and then it takes off, and now it's profitable, and now you can
Yep.
quit your job. So now you're just living off of your side hustle. But it becomes you become self-employed, and then
Yep.
it grows to the point that you have to employ somebody else in order to keep it going. It's gotten too big. It makes no sense to me that that person who didn't work for free for 5 years should now own half of your business.
Okay. All right. Look, I get that. That makes sense, right? But here would be my rebuttal.
Mm-hmm.
So unlike I'll probably get a bit of shit from like some lefties for this, but I'm a total fucking reformist, right? I think that this transition between capitalism and socialism is gonna take a long time. Like people generally consider like the start of capitalism to be around like it's like the 1300s, right? Like when like basically most of Europe was like a feudalistic form, then like early forms of capitalism sort of set up till then, and like the very end of feudalism was like literally this century, I think, in like wasn't like fuck was it, like Canada or some shit? No, like no, Scotland, where like they
Canada.
like no, it wasn't Canada. Sorry, it was Scotland. I was thinking of like a cold north place with heaps of white people who speak English.
Mm-hmm.
Um, yeah, in Scotland there was like some like remnants of like feudal like law that they finally got rid of like in 2001. So like that was like hundreds of years of like failed experiments, and successful experiments and different adaptations, and then eventually became like a global thing. But like it didn't start all of a sudden. Back in like the 19 like sorry the 1300s, the kings weren't like oh yeah, this capitalism shit's based. Yeah, let's totally like give you yo like liberal democracy and let's fucking boom, let's set up like like yeah, the crown doesn't own everything. We'll set up private firms. Like it was like a slow transitionary phase. It took a long time. That's kind of how I want to get to socialism, right? So like the way I'd like to see it personally is through like simple things. Like here's the thing, right? Me and like a SOCDEM, generally speaking, when it comes to policy, won't be that different. Like when it comes to functional policies that I like promote, generally speaking, it's probably you wouldn't see the difference. It's just our motivations are a bit different. So like for example, like something that Jeremy Corbyn was promoting, which I think is a really good idea, is the right to first refusal. Right? Are you familiar with this idea?
The right to first refusal, from what I understand, is that when a person is going to sell a company, they should try to sell it to someone else within the company first before selling that to an outside person.
Kind of, yes. So the idea is that if you want to do a merger or you want to sell a company or etc. Or go public and sell stocks, the right to first refusal would give the workers the right to make the purchase, to turn it into a co-op, right? And the way they would get that is they could essentially loan money off, or like a loan money off like the government, and then it would be like a low interest rate, kind of like a very low sort of thing that you would then like get back. So it would be like a loan, right? That they would then eventually pay off. I think that's a really good policy because that, like, without it making co-ops mandatory, it heavily incentivizes us to move our economic system towards a more
Well,
democratic system
the thing
without
is though, is
necessarily.
I don't agree with that. And it's because it is the government telling you who you can sell your property to.
I mean, they already do that, don't they?
They shouldn't if they do.
No, I'm pretty sure they do. Like,
But they shouldn't. They shouldn't.
with
Then that's anti-libertarian
like
in my
like
opinion.
the like like if you sell anything, like you can't like just like sell it on the black market. You have to sell it in public and have like GST or something in most like Western countries.
Well, sure, but that's just because the government wants their cut of taxes. The government does not say
Or
you can't sell this thing to this person.
like medical, like places with medical marijuana, the government's like, oh no, you can sell this to these people.
Hmm.
I
Well,
honestly think that's here's the thing though, it's not stopping you from selling it to private things. What it does is it gives the workers the ability and the right to make their claim. Because I think if the workers are against it and they want to like run their own company, I think that's totally legitimate. I think that's the way to go.
I really don't think so. I really don't think so because you should have the right to sell to whoever you want to sell, and this is why I'm against drug prohibitions. You should have the right to sell marijuana to whoever you want. Obviously, in my opinion, I think it's obvious. But yeah, like if I wanted to sell my company, I don't think the government has any say in telling me I must sell it to my workers first and sell it to a buyer second. Like I should not have an obligation to go to my workers and say, "Do you guys want to buy this?" before looking at someone else. I think I should be able to sell to whoever I want because that is part of owning property. That is a fundamental human right.
Let me think. I'm trying to think of like a different example where you might be okay with it. You know what I mean?
Hmm.
Okay. Sorry, my brain's a little. I need to eat at some point.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, yeah.
It's just that like if the government says you must do this thing, I'm just like no, no.
I mean, you're
In
pro
general,
law though, right?
sorry.
I mean, like we're both pro like having laws, right?
Well, yeah, yeah. Like some
Yeah,
laws
okay.
obviously needed because like the liberal conception of the night watchman state is that the government exists in order to enforce the rights of citizens. So
Yeah, so like, and I think it's a right of like someone who works, because like generally speaking, someone who works for a firm, especially a long-term worker, it's their right to have like some control over their daily experiences. I think it's their right to like have control over their own lives and what they do in their day-to-day life, and I think that expands their freedom, that ability. I think like that kind of, although it may like limit like the capitalists' freedom to sell to whoever they want, I think that it actually expands in a major way the freedom of like the workers to have that option. Because generally speaking, like we have like our market is currently disincentivized to people to set up co-ops, right? Like generally speaking, banks are less likely to loan the money because they're, well, generally speaking, like there's unfortunately not huge amounts of data on it. The data that we do have does tend to show it's, like again, like more sustainable and less
well,
likely to
no, it
shock.
actually makes sense
We
for why
do.
banks wouldn't do it. I actually agree with that. And it's
No, no, no.
because
I also agree. Like with this,
okay.
with our financial incentives like that, with our current economic system, it isn't as plausible as like a privately owned firm, right?
Well, it's because like we mentioned before that like if you wanted to start up a regular business, it's $500,000 for one person. You want to start up a worker co-op, it's $100,000 from each person. Well, if you had to get a loan, that means that every single co-owner is on the name of the loan, and when one of them defaults, the entire thing's fucked. So there's much more risk when
Yeah,
you're giving
no,
them a
I
loan. So
agree.
like
I agree totally. That's why I'm saying like having like these systems that like account for that risk, because I think like the overall good of like individuals having like say and democracy in the place they spend their entire lives in, I think is worth like yeah, giving like these people like an opportunity for that, and I think that increases opportunities.
yeah, like I'm not against the idea of worker co-ops, but I do think that ultimately it has to be voluntary association. If you own your own business and you don't want it to be a worker co-op and the workers do, well then the workers can find another job. And that
Well,
might
that's
destroy
what
your
I'm
company.
saying.
That might destroy your company. But if you rightfully own a business, especially if you founded the business, like it's kind like oh god, I've been hearing about like the Young Turks and how Cenk Uygur he has to like confront his employees who want a union, and he's like, listen, man, we don't treat you that badly here. we're like a lefty company. We don't treat you that badly. And I've looked at the books, and we can't afford what a union would bring to the business. And they're like, we don't care, we want it. And like the workers don't give a shit. They would basically destroy the company, and then go find another job. And Chen could be like, well, there goes my business that I spent 20 years building. Like there's a different level of risk here that I don't
I
think
don't know
can
if
be
that's
accounted for.
necessarily true though, because again, like if we look at like macro scales of this, right? Because that's the other thing. Like when we go into these very hyper specific examples, it's not great for like building legislation when we want to look at like a macro scale of like positive effects. So like for example, I think it's like a one-on-one like comparison where like literally the countries with like the least economic inequality are the countries with the highest union participation, and the countries with the most economic inequality are the countries with the lowest union like participation. So much so that it's literally like a one-to-one like net zero sort of like example, right?
I mean, that
So
might be
like
the case, but I think there's also like a correlation does not mean causation thing, because it's definitely the case that more developed countries, for other reasons, will also have more unions. Like, I can see the
well, that's not
correlation
necessarily
there.
true.
Yeah.
I'd say the US is a fairly developed country, but that doesn't have a very strong union movement at all.
Yeah, that's true. Like, it's not like you said, it's not one to one. And listen, like I'm not against unionization. I'm not against worker co-ops, but it has to be voluntary. Like there will always
Yeah.
be somebody who just says, "No, it's mine. I built it. I'm the owner of it. You're not taking it from me." And it doesn't matter. Like if you want to all quit and destroy my company, fine, but you won't take this from me. And I think that is their right. Of course, that's their right.
I don't, to be honest. I think that like again, if you build up a company, I think it's completely reasonable because again, like let's be real, like a lot of startups again are super reliant on their early workers. Like I don't know if you have you ever worked in any startups before?
Well, I guess I'm technically in one now. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, there you go. I mean, yeah, you're a sole trader, right? Essentially.
I actually
Um
employ two people on this channel. Yeah, but yeah.
Oh, you employ some people. Okay, cool. Well, I imagine like some of the people you employ though, they do like a lot of extra hours and a lot of hard work for your channel, right? Like
I
more
mean,
so than
well,
you'd get from like a big large firm.
they do good work, but I do so much more work. I do more hours than both of them combined.
Okay, right, fair enough. But I mean like do they put in extra hours that you wouldn't normally expect?
No, no.
Really? Okay, because I again,
Well,
this is just maybe my own experience and also the experience I've had from a lot of people I've talked to. But most people who work in like more conventional startups, you know, like the kind
mhm.
of firms where you're selling like some kind of product or something, generally speaking, the early workers end up doing like a lot of extra work and investing a lot of their own time and energy into the business.
Well, the thing is, like, they were both my friends before I brought them on. So
Ah,
we
right.
talk about it. It's like, hey, listen, like, do you want to do this? And it's either yes or no, and then it's completely voluntary.
Oh no, I totally yeah. I like taking advantage of my friends for like income as well. No, I'm kidding, kidding,
They
kidding.
also get paid, so it's not like it's just that.
No. I'm sorry. That was a mean meme. I was just memeing.
Mhm.
No, but yeah, I get that. Yeah, I get that. Also, I mean, I feel like yeah, with like these individual media like outlets, it's kind of a funny, weird like thing that doesn't they don't seem to work like traditional firms, you know.
Yeah, they definitely do not. Yeah.
No, yeah.
But yeah, like the way I see it is like there are people who talk about the Marxist conception of surplus value and workers don't get paid enough for what they, and I'm like, no, that's bullshit. That's complete bullshit. There is no surplus value. It's all taken up by other laborers in the company who also contribute in an abstract way. Like,
What about publicly traded firms?
well, the thing with that is that risk is still counts as something to be rewarded for sure.
Mm,
Otherwise, why would you risk?
I don't know. I mean, like,
Here, I have an example. So let's say it's the $500,000 startup again, okay? But this
yeah,
time I don't have the $500,000. This time
okay.
I have to go and get a loan.
Mm-hmm.
And I've talked to a number of people on the far left about this conversation, and I say, so if somebody loans $500,000 to me, and that becomes the startup capital of the business, and they're not going to labor in the business at all, they're simply going to provide the capital to get the business going. How much should they expect back out of their investment? And they always say $500,000 and not one penny more. And then I just say to them, why would anybody lend me money then? They're not going to
You
get
know what?
anything
Here's
out of it.
my enlightened centrist socialist take. You want to hear it?
Sure.
So I disagree with rent-seeking behavior when it comes to like lending money, but I do think there should, like, you know, cause just because of like how money gets devalued, I think there probably should be an incentive to loan, right? So like I think that like having like some kind of like percentage increase on your investment makes sense, right?
Mm-hmm.
So like for people who invest, they invest a certain amount. I think, you know, that goes into the firm. They use that firm to potentially produce more wealth. I think constantly rent seeking off that investment, I think is unethical. But I think yeah, I think like getting like your initial investment plus like say, you know, 25% on top or something like that. We can talk about the percentages. I'm just giving one off the top of my head. But
Mm-hmm.
like some kind
Yeah.
of like percentage like percentage where you get like obviously you'd want it to be above inflation.
Yep. Yep.
Because again, if you lend $500,000 in the 90s and then you only get it back now, it's obviously going to be worth a lot less. But like like a percentage that's higher than inflation, but like is still reasonable, right? So like people are still incentivized to make investments, right? But I don't think like constantly doing rent sinking just because you made an investment a long time ago is a good idea.
No, I
And
can
Adam
agree.
Smith would agree with that.
I can agree with that to a point because, like, if it's a situation where you funded a company 40 years ago and the only thing that you provided is the initial investment and you've made that back like 1,000-fold without actually contributing anything else to the company, there probably is some kind of upper limit there where it does become a little bit unethical. However, the alternative of that is like if you provided startup capital to your own business and you consistently work in that business performing legitimate labor for the entire time. So, like, again, I don't like Jeff Bezos, but let's use Jeff Bezos because he's the obvious example. He does
Yeah, yeah,
actually do real work in his company, and
yeah, yeah.
the majority of his
He's a
wealth
manager.
is
Yeah.
not in it's not in money. It's in the fact that he owns 11% of Amazon's shares.
Yeah.
Because he does real work in the company and because he started it and because he was there at the very start, that 11%, which equates to around $200 billion, is legitimate.
I don't know. I don't think I would agree with that necessarily. I would say that like how much did he initially invest into the business, right?
I don't know. It's whatever because since he started it, it's entirely his own investment capital and also his own labor at the start. So whatever that
No,
ended up
yeah.
being.
So what I'm saying is again, I think my system just it makes more logical sense in that like if you're a founding member, I think there should be like a time period where you've given like like I said, like a return on investment plus like your general wage that you're getting. But I think like generally speaking, like managers, I think yeah, there is like certain things that like managers should make up a certain percentage, maybe more than like just like kind of your general like floor worker. I think that makes sense. But I think like the vast like power and difference between like say someone like Jeff Bezos, for the work that he does do now currently is I think pretty unjustified. I think like yeah, no, he should have been rewarded with like a return on initial investment plus say like a certain percentage. I think that would make total sense. Plus, like again like a decent income from like a managerial perspective totally makes sense. But I don't think it gives him the right to be a complete dictator on like one of the world's biggest like trading like sorry like well, no like essentially shipping companies at this point, right?
Well, he
Like
can't
I
be a
don't
dictator. He only owns 11% of the business.
Yeah, but he has like a huge say in the business as well and where it goes. Like he's also the CEO, am I right?
Yeah, yeah, he's the CEO.
And although we know that like CEOs, much like kings, were like responsible to their vassals or their board of directors, like they still have huge amounts of control, like disproportionate to like any other worker in the business, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes, no,
Yeah,
but I think that's
no,
legit. I
totally.
think it's
So like,
legitimate though. I think it's legitimate
yeah.
because he
I
actually
just I
provides
just don't
labor.
think
Yeah,
I just don't think that kind of tyranny in in the workplace is legitimate personally.
I don't think it's tyranny. If he built it himself, it's not tyranny.
But he didn't build it himself.
But he did.
He
Yes.
he he started it, but like I mean, there's like hundreds of thousands of workers who built it with him. Like
Yes.
he
Yes. Yeah.
didn't like he needed those people to build it.
He did. But they were
To
compensated for their
pretend
work
like
though.
he like suddenly Amazon appeared in like 2008 and it was purely like a brainchild of like him by himself. I mean, that's completely different. Like there was hundreds of people working on that like for a long time who
No.
invested
Yes.
their
Yes.
lives into it and they have nowhere near as much control or like a financial restitution that they deserve
Well,
potentially.
well, no, I don't think they deserve it because they didn't start it. They weren't there at the beginning.
No, but there are people from the beginning
There are some, and those
who,
people are pretty high up now. Like that's
not
or
all of
either
them.
that or they've left. Like, but still though, like if you found a business and 40 years later your business is booming, there is no reason that people who got hired on yesterday, or who got hired on 5 years ago, or 10 years ago, or even that they should be on the same level as you. I just don't see it.
No, I don't think they should start on the same level. Even in a worker co-op, I think like new recruits should be on like a I think they should be given like a pretty decent wage,
Actually, hold on.
but I don't think they should have new like they need to like understand like the business and where it's coming from straight away. I don't think like a 17-year-old who was hired in their first job necessarily should be like managing like a manager within like 2 days. Like I think generally speaking, I'm talking about more of like a representative democracy, right?
Okay, well, I'm kind of looking this up because I think Amazon might do something like this already. I'm looking this up now. New Amazon Tier 1 employees shall receive a small number of restricted stock units within the first month of hire. For every year of continuous service, an employee receives another small number of shares of restricted stock, always vesting 2 years of service later. So it does seem like Amazon, as part of the package, gives you a small share of the company.
That's the first step. That's fantastic. I'm glad that they do that. That's brilliant. The only thing they
That
need to do now is make sure that the management of the firm is also democratic.
nah, I don't see it. I don't see it. Like no, seriously, like I don't see that
Uh,
I don't see that there is an argument to, if you've built the thing, then you should control the thing. You should have free reign to do with your
well, I
property
mean,
what you like.
most managers, most CEOs weren't the people who built the company, right?
Okay, well, there's the argument of like, if you buy something, then you take the place of the owner, the previous owner, because the money that you use to buy it, you legitimately worked for at a previous
Well, yeah,
job.
but the
So
CEO hasn't bought it; they've been hired.
yeah, but like we're talking about
Not
Jeff
usually,
Bezos
not
here.
necessarily.
Okay, well here, let's kind of work this out, because if I found my business,
Mhm.
and then I should be able to do with it whatever I like with it because I've built it, right? And if I've hired people,
Mhm.
they have contributed labor to it, but their labor has already been paid for at a rate that we have negotiated. So that doesn't. It's not like they're owed more now that they've been paid. That the exchange at that point is done. So if I have this business, and then like I decide to sell it to somebody years down the road for what the business is worth, and that person, the new owner, labored away at another job to save the money to buy the business, that labor that he performed was still real. It's still meaningful. So it is as if he takes over the creator's position from me, even though he didn't actually create
That's
it.
almost never the case, though. Like the people who buy businesses almost always are people who already have like vast amounts of resources, not people who necessarily worked for it, but people who like started off with those resources, or like if it's say like a I don't know, like again, like a venture capitalist, for example. Generally speaking, they're like people who haven't necessarily worked for those resources, but they work for a firm that already like pre-existingly had those resources, right? So like, again, like in reality, that very rarely happens compared to like the vast majority of what actually happens when it comes to like the buying and selling of companies. Like
I don't think
generally
so. I don't
speaking,
think
like
so.
companies almost always get bought by larger companies. It almost never happens the other way around.
Well, sure, but like eventually, if you trace that money back, you will find a person who legitimately performed labor to create the wealth. So it's
Well, you
not
could
like
say
it's
the same
nothing.
thing. You could say the same thing about kings and queens, though, right? Like, like people will be like, well, even though they were born into it, if you trace, like the wealth back, eventually it was like someone who led like a local tribe into being like successful, and they pioneered like a state. Like, you can make that argument for everything. Like, yeah, sure, if you go back far enough, maybe, but generally speaking, that's not how we like see it, like how that works, right?
It might be different where you are, but I know that, for example, in the United States, it's something like 80 to 90% of all people that are rich that have money are self-made. So there is this
No,
tendency.
that sounds suspicious. I've
I
looked at
saw
those
the
stats. That's
article
not the
today.
case.
Actually, maybe I can find it in my history.
Look.
Hold on.
Let's have a look. Would you be able to link that to me?
Yeah, sure, sure. Actually, I here
Cool.
this is another one that's somewhat similar that I've used in talking about this before. Let me find you here, and yeah. So this is the rich families lose wealth thing, where it's like
Okay.
70% of rich families lose their wealth by the second generation, and then 90% of rich families lose their wealth by the third generation. So the idea basically, and I think it's different in Europe because they have like like old noble families and shit like that. So I understand the logic in Europe, but in a place that doesn't really have like an old nobility, there's a lot of churning in the 1%. It's not just like Donald Trump is a rarity. The fact that he comes from like a grandfather who was wealthy and his grandkids are going to be wealthy, and it might be this dynasty that lasts many years. That's not common in a more liberal system.
Uh, Again, all the data I've looked at this completely says the opposite. So I'm gonna
Let
have
me,
to have a quick
yeah,
read
let
of
me see.
this.
Uh, God, I gotta find the actual article that I used. Just give me a second here.
Let's have a look. Wait, who also money?
Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go.
Who is
All right.
who are these people?
So yeah,
Okay.
here's another one. We've got a majority of the billionaires in the world are self-made. This is on CNBC.
Okay.
Apparently,
Let's
yeah,
have a
this article says 55.8% are completely self-made, and then another 30.9% are at least partially self-made, and only 13.3% inherited their wealth entirely.
I
So,
would very much like to see that because
yep, there you
again,
go.
all the data I've read on this seems to imply that there's a sticking point when it comes to wealth.
All right,
That
let me
generally
see.
speaking, when it comes to social mobility, it's very difficult with that sort of thing. And that generally speaking, like the richest people on earth start off in like the top like 1 or 2%.
Well, to be fair though, like let's be honest, the global 1% is making more than $32,000 a year. So it's not like
Okay,
we
let
would
me
consider
phrase
that
it,
to be.
and like the 1 or 2% in developed countries.
Yeah, yeah, okay. But still though, like
Sorry, I should
if
have
you
been more accurate.
no, I know what you mean, but like let's say that you're a lower class, like a working class guy in the United States. It's
Hmm.
it's entirely possible for you to make scrounge your way up to $32,000 a year, become into the global 1%, and like just through hard work and raises, piggyback your way up. Like it might
Well,
not be possible in more authoritarian regimes because of the excessive centralization, but I think
but
in places that are more liberty oriented, you can definitely work your way up through things and like start
but in
and
the
build new structures and do all this stuff.
but like social mobility in the US has dropped dramatically over like the last 70 years.
No, it
Like
has, yes,
hugely,
yeah.
yeah, like hugely, and like and a part of that is from like those like Reagan economics, like it like and the destruction of unions, like the way people like build themselves into the middle class is way more thought than it used to be. And that comes from like again like a lack of government regulation, if we're being honest.
I I, I,
Like
don't, I think
when
it comes. I
they
think it comes from too much government regulation. I really do. I think it comes from the excessive centralization that comes out of corporatism, which is empowered by government interference in the market.
again like but what's the evidence to say that it's empowered by government? Again, like we especially like the contemporary version of corporatism that we're seeing came from the Reagan administration, which was again cutting regulations left, right, and center.
I really do think that it's because of just entry into market, like the idea that you can't start a new startup because you can't afford to fulfill the regulation.
It's
I think
all entry into market. Do you really think that? Do you
I
really
really
think that
think
like
yes, yes.
do you like so you think that like and do you think like all these regulations are like also preventing people from entering into the market? Like basic OH&S, for example. Like I feel like that doesn't prevent people. Okay, so again, like fuck it, I'm pretty doxed at this point. Like I work as like a like I have my real name on my Twitter handle,
Mhm,
fuck, and like a picture of myself. Like I mean that's a sexy drawing of me, obviously. But you know,
mhm.
generally speaking, there's pictures of myself that is pretty easy to find. Um, like generally speaking, like when, like a lot of like general regulation that like allows for like people to like have like a decent wage, like the 7-day week, something that the unions fought for, or like generally what we refer to as like OH&S in Australia. I think they call it the same thing, like basically health and safety rules when it comes to like risky work environments. I don't think that necessarily prevents people from entering the business. If anything, it just makes accidents less likely. In fact, generally speaking, in the long run, having like a strong like adequate OH&S policy tends to like loot and it tends to, sorry, cost businesses less money because they don't end up getting into like law lawsuits and shit for like, obviously like workers dying on the work site less often.
No, I know what
Like
you mean. Yeah, yeah.
again, when we're talking about regulation, the thing that irritates me about this, right, is people vaguely talk about regulation. They don't talk about specific regulations. All right. So and here's the thing, right? I'm not necessarily a fan of regulation. The problem I have with like most people is they always sort of say this is inherent quality to government and the regulation. But again, then when we actually talk about it, like very rarely are they actually willing to like get into the nitty gritty. When like again, like I said, there's like a lot of very justifiable regulations that actually help. Like union, like so yeah, there's like regulations to like legitimize like unions that we got in the 30s in the U.S. or like monopoly, like anti-monopoly
Yeah,
laws, for example,
antitrust. Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Or anti-merger laws that prevent like massive companies from essentially merging and creating like maybe a monopoly in like media, for example. Um, like there's a lot of regulations that prevent that, but when we just again every time we've cut the ties of regulation, this shit happens every single time, and I feel like it's part of a nature of having these privately owned firms that are purely based on making profit and don't incorporate like long-term sustainability, because a lot of these like firms are purely based on making like profit for their shareholders and to make their CEOs essentially look profitable and good. Like most CEOs tend to aim that way because it's better for their careers to do that. They don't just stay at one company for their entire life. They work for like maybe 5 or 6 years, make it look profitable, and then they get hired on to go somewhere else, right?
Hmm.
So I'm kind of going on a rant here, but like generally
Yeah,
speaking,
there's been a
every
few things I,
time we've
I wanted to reply to that I can't
loosened.
think of anymore.
Sorry, I am gish galloping. I'll just finish this one point. Is like
Yeah.
every time we quote unquote like unleash the regulations, right? It always seems to like again return to more monopolization, more corrupt cronyism, more of this shit. It gives these massive powerful companies more power and
Okay.
less accountability.
The thing with regulation is that I can actually give you a few instances of a really bad regulation from the EU. Okay.
Yeah,
Okay, and the EU is a fucking neoliberal nightmare, in my opinion. Um,
fair enough.
so two bits of regulation that came into effect a couple years ago. One was the size of light bulbs, and two
Okay.
was the length of bananas that are legally allowed to be sold in a grocery store. Now,
Yeah, those
I
are
have
onerous bad regulations.
I have no fucking idea why you would regulate companies in those ways. There seems to be no purpose to it other than to simply one generate a bit more revenue for the government, maybe through some kind of taxation or something. I don't know. And but two, just to restrict what can legally be sold at market, which can only help larger corporations. So like
Yeah,
arbitrary
those are
restrictions can
those are arbitrary bad regulations that I would be against.
yeah, but that's the thing though. Like a lot of like I know for example like the whole Reaganomics thing, like he didn't necessarily cut regulations all that much actually. What he did was he stopped the expansion of current regulation. He let it alone. And there's actually like there's a very strange what's the way to put this, like because the pure capitalists aren't correct either. Okay,
Yeah.
it's more like when there was, you know how in the 1950s, like people like talk about this in the 1950s, where there was like a very progressive tax code, for example, like
Yeah.
91% taxes
Hmm.
on like the richest people. What we don't
But
talk
that
about
was
often.
a sorry, I was gonna say that was like a what do you call it though? That wasn't like a straight up tax percentage. That was a what do you call it? And what's the word that like they're talking about? A marginal tax rate though. That wasn't like the actual tax rate.
I'm not sure actually necessarily, but
Yeah, so like after
what
you make a certain amount, then like every dollar on that point gets
yes,
taxed. So
yes,
like
okay, yeah,
you're
you're right,
not
you're right.
like 98% of your actual income's taxed. It's like after you make like 2 billion, like $2 million, or like 3 million or $100 million or what have you. Every dollar after that point then gets taxed at an amount. But yeah, anyway, sorry.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yes, yes. So what we don't talk about is that there was actually four recessions in the 1950s, and you can actually look them up. There were four recessions throughout the 1950s during this era of exceptionally high taxation. Once it was cut back down at the end of the 50s, there was not another even minor recession in the United States, I think, until 1971. So I think what happens is that when you regulate too little, and you just let it be completely open free market, you have giant booms and giant busts. However, I think if you regulate too much, you end up with a situation where it's like a constant slow recession that never really recovers. So I think I'm not somebody who says no
Mm.
regulation. I'm not a no regulation person, but I do think that generally we have too much regulation right now, for sure.
And again, like I said, I'm against silly regulations like a banana must be so long before you can take it to market. That's clearly a stupid regulation that no person with half a brain would agree with, right?
Assembly it passed, so somebody agreed with it. Like,
Yeah. But I mean, you're making a lot of assumptions on their intelligence, right? Um, but like, especially these fucking neolibs. Ugh. Anyway,
or like
no.
there's definitely instances where
But again, like I said, but that actually that tells me more something about. I honestly I think that's more to do with capitalism than like regulation or not. Like, again,
that's
one
not
of the things we
capitalism,
tend
no.
to see with like capitalist economic systems is you have boom and bust. It's part of the system. It's never going to stop happening when like again like the production and like the incentive is for like the individual profit as opposed to like the greater like yeah god the greater interest of like the workers and like firms. Like again,
Well,
like one of the things that like I think is really telling is a good like again, co-ops tend to be again way less prone to shock, tend to like sort of like deal with like these sorts of things a lot more better. Again, I think
I
that comes from like having firms that are accountable to their workers, right?
well hold on, because I don't think
And I think you're
that
going to be less
I,
likely to boom and bust.
I
I
don't
think you're
think
going
so.
to be far less likely for that to happen.
I really don't think so. I think boom and bust is definitely just a natural result of reality, of changing supply and demand. I think absolutely that's the case.
Is it? I mean,
There's going to be some level
maybe.
there's going to be some level of highs and lows no matter what, I think. Like straight up.
Okay.
But another example that I probably should have remembered earlier, because I had to do it. I worked public sector jobs where
Hmm.
I've worked for like municipalities, so like picking up
Right. Yeah,
garbage
okay.
and paving roads, taking care of parks, that sort of thing, right?
First thing is like picking up garbage. Like, what crimes did you commit? No, sorry.
No, but there are definitely instances where like if there's legislation that requires that requires contractors to be unionized, for example, that will
Hmm.
drive prices up, that will drive taxes up, absolutely. There's other regulations of that nature where like and there's always the meme of when you see government workers and they're like paving a road, you need like three guys to watch one guy pave a road, that kind of thing. That is
Hey,
not
you got to
just a
be safe.
meme. It's yeah, that's not safety. No, dude.
I'm fucking with you.
Yeah, we joke about safety. When I was working that job, we would joke about safety regulation because it would be so unnecessary for almost every situation, but it would cost more money. So there are definitely instances, I think, where like either because people are misguided or someone's getting paid off, or it serves the purpose of some kind of corporation that's getting a cut where they wouldn't normally get a cut from new business. There's definitely a case where a lot of these regulations just aren't necessary, which is why I think I don't think that regulation and corporatism are these two forces clashing into each other where one has to dominate the other. I think they work together all the time. I think they feed into each other. I think corporations benefit from regulation way more than they're hurt by it. And I think the only loser are the small businesses.
Again, but this is the thing I got to push back on that a little bit, right? So like again, we're being extremely vague when we're talking about regulations. Like you can do good and bad regulations.
Yeah,
I mean, I think we
of
both
course,
agree on that,
yes,
right?
yeah.
Yeah. And I think, yeah, no, totally. Within like a neoliberal market, you probably can like point out to like a lot of really onerous like regulations that probably do help monopolies, right? But my problem is generally speaking, especially when you talk to like a lot of conservatives, the kinds of regulations they go after aren't like the ones we would want. They're the ones we're like, yeah, I mean, like technically you're not supposed to put raw sewage into a drinking supply, but fucking like, who gives a shit? Like,
Well, conservatives are
like
also shitty in this regard. Like they also don't have the right idea regarding regulation. Like for me, here,
yeah.
rather than like go back and forth on what currently is and like how dumb certain groups are, my ideal is that you have environmental regulations because even though the market might correct after you've dumped sewage into a river and then kill the town downriver, the market will probably correct and the company will probably go bankrupt because everyone will hate it. You can get to that point without killing people. So there's definitely a common sense, even capitalist argument for regulation based on the environment. So I understand that. But beyond that, and beyond some necessary level of safety, because you don't want people dying at the workplace all the time. I mean, never, but like there's always accidents. But you want to minimize accidents. You know. Um,
Yeah.
Beyond that, I don't think the government has any place in the market in terms of
No, I think
regulation.
they do. So one of the things I would say would be important would be like for example, supporting unions, right? So what you were talking about there, right? So are you familiar with like the Australian economy at all?
Now that you're all bought by China,
Ah, yeah, that's a classic meme. I mean that there is an element of truth to that, but it's not as like okay. I mean, yeah, there is an element of truth, but that's not how our economy completely functions. But here's the thing that I wanted to get at. There is like problems with that definitely need to be dealt with. I'm not like gonna deny that. But there is like a very positive part about the Australian economy. So one thing that a lot of people aren't aware of is that Australians have the highest amount of wealth per capita out of any country in the world, right? Like the average Australian is richer than like any average individual in almost any other country. And a huge reason for that, a really big reason for that, is because we have really strong workers' rights in this country. And one of the reasons we have really strong workers' rights in this country is because the unions never died like they did in the US. They stayed strong here. They fought for workers and even potentially made labor potentially more expensive. But here's the thing, when those laborers got those higher incomes, they then spent that in the economy and that wealth circulates. That then means that more people go out to dinner. That means more restaurants pop up. That means, again, you get a bigger circulation of wealth and it doesn't just kind of get
you-
coalesced
you're
into
talking
like
about
wealthier people.
you're talking about the velocity of money, then, right?
Yeah, yeah, 100%. And I think and a big part of what like we can do with regulations and workers' rights and supporting unions allows for that velocity to, again, like I said, circulate far more healthily through an economy and allows for a greater amount of wealth for individual citizens.
Yeah, see, I do I generally agree with that. Yeah, like I'm not like a pure I'm not like a free market purist, you know. Um,
Hmm.
and in fact, I'm definitely somebody who thinks that there probably should be at least some kind of a basic social safety net. Again, for capitalist reasons. Like, if you have a strong foundation, then you can build something on it. You know, like I do not think that you should simply be given everything by the state. That makes you dependent on the state, and that can be a serious problem. But I do
Yeah, neither
think
do
that
I am a socialist.
yeah, no. That is definitely a part of socialism. Don't get me wrong. But like there's you shouldn't be given everything, but you should at the very least I don't mind, for example, a student loan program, because why not? If that person gets a student loan, goes to school, becomes a productive member of society, isn't everyone better off
Wait,
rather than
I'm
them just being a
curious.
leech?
I'm curious. Do you think we should do you think individuals should have to pay for high school?
Pay for high school?
Yeah.
I don't like the public school model. I think if you
Mhm.
wanted a higher quality education and you had the money to pay for it, you should be able to. But there should be
Mm,
a basic level, obviously. But
okay.
I
And
say
so
I think
what
the same thing
about
with healthcare
public
too.
universities?
It depends, because like the problem with is like once you make them public, suddenly the degrees become devalued in the market because there's too many of them, and we're seeing that happen now. Too many people with too many
Well, yeah, but
degrees, and
that's going to happen anyway. Like to be fair, like the amount of like work at like high skill like okay, so the reason I said it is again for like, current like now productive economies that are like the service economies that we see in places like Australia, America, Canada, Germany, etc. Require for their workforce they like, sorry for the workforce they need like higher levels of technical training as well as like things like law, etc. Right? We need people with these qualifications and we need the general populace to have these qualifications. Generally speaking, again, it probably devalues it to a degree, but I mean again, when it means that you have like the workforce that can actually make a better, more functioning economy. I mean, that's the entire reason we had high school, right? Was to make sure that
yes, of
like our
course.
general population, and I think we're getting to the point where like that you could say the same for university. I think like to get like a decent ish, just a decentish job, you'll probably need some higher education and like understanding, and that can be that includes like technical jobs as well, like technically proficient jobs like plumbers,
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
carpenters, etc.
The chat room is saying unions are rent seeking and extract value.
Oh man, that's well, they do extract value from those dirty fucking capitalists,
I mean, they're
and
technically
then they
not
give it to
wrong.
you, the worker.
They're technically not
Um,
wrong.
I
So
mean,
yeah,
but
okay, fair
they're
enough.
not red seeking. They actually do work. Like unlike landlords. No, I'm kidding. But
Oh,
like
dude, no, I hate that. Like the
I was
anti-landlord
I was
citizens.
memeing. I
Yeah,
was doing a
yeah.
Mao meme. Come on.
Okay, good, good.
But yeah, but okay, like but they're not rent seeking because they do actual services for the workers. Like they do a lot of services for their workers. And this is why I don't like look at chat because Jesus Christ, I imagine it's a bunch of
Well,
fucking degenerate weeaboos.
the thing though is like I guess the workers do pay for it because they pay union fees, right? Yeah. So
Yeah, yeah. And though and they and again, like I said, when the outcome of these people working for workers generally leads to like higher incomes over like not just that work base, but also just generally in society, they're legitimately doing a good for people.
well, the
Again, if
thing
you
is though is
think
like
unions suck, I mean, okay, but I guess you also mean like you don't like people getting paid good salaries, I guess. Like I don't know, like
oh no no, dude. Like there are many jobs that are not unionized where people get paid very good salaries, and I think
oh no,
this is
I
actually
know, but those are very specific, like very like those are highly skilled jobs a lot of the time that
yeah,
require
and
like that you're able to like negotiate your salary. But generally speaking, most like laborers, most people who work in like low level work environments, generally speaking, just don't have that kind of that ability to negotiate. So I mean, if you're a capitalist, I think you should probably be pro union too, because it allows like workers to be able to negotiate at a more legitimate level.
well the thing is like I that is actually a really big pitfall of socialist thought I think is that they don't necessarily understand people who aren't part of what is called the bourgeoisie, the business owners, but they're highly skilled workers that can negotiate because there's only a few of them and they're scarce, and
Yeah.
companies will enter into bidding wars over them. Those people, they're doing just fine, and they don't need to be part of some kind of equalization. Like they don't want
No,
that
yeah,
shit, even though
I
they're
understand.
proletariat.
Like again,
Yeah.
like there's been different names for those groups, like the petit bourgeois or whatever. Um, yeah, no, and you know what? That's great for them. I wish more workers had their abilities, and had the ability to make,
I think they can get there. Yeah, it just takes
yeah,
specialization. Like, but yeah, but
and
see,
I'd say
here
like the
to
but
go back
not
to
just
school
that, but
stuff.
also like let me just like put this like yeah,
Yeah, yeah.
but the way we do that is through like a wider and stronger unions.
I don't think so. I think we can do it without unions. And in fact, I think unions cause more troubles than they solve sometimes. Like police unions have destroyed policing in the United States.
Well,
Like
yeah,
number
but
one cause police unions.
but
Teachers
that's not
unions in the United
because
States, same thing. Like
but that's not because of them being a union. That's because they get involved when it comes to like what was it? Like the legal consequences of like police officers, and they're specifically like public servants accountable to the people, right? So like police unions, the reason why they're bad isn't because they like try and make sure that like those workers get like a good salary or for their workers' rights. It's because they will actively like essentially try and like make these like police officers unaccountable to like the state,
well,
right?
yes, but that is what a union does
And like
though.
general, but here's the thing, like general labor unions for like outside of police officers, the main thing they do is, again, like I said, is like again fight for like salary rights, etc., making sure that these people don't get taken advantage of by their employer. Whereas again, when you're a public servant, there's kind of like a responsibility to the public that like general laborers wouldn't necessarily have.
Yes, but that's why they shouldn't have unions.
I don't. to be honest, I'd have to look into that. I would say maybe with the police unions that like their power should probably be limited to like specifically like talking about like working like for their income potentially, like doing that, and like their healthcare plans, because obviously in the US they still don't have decommodified healthcare.
Yeah, well, yeah, but
Um,
like in general though, like if you have a shitty cop, a union will protect a shitty cop, and it's like no, that shouldn't be happening. The unions should not
Oh
have the
yeah, no,
power to
I
do
agree.
that.
Like again, like police unions shouldn't have that power because they're public servants. I think generally speaking, when it comes to private firms, though, again, unions do overall positive work and do like a lot of good work. And again, you can see it in the results.
Sometimes, yes. I mean, I've also had some really shitty unions as well. The last job that I had before this one was also a grocery store job, and the
Yeah.
union there fucking sucked. It protected my I could fuck up royally at that job and never get fired. That was good,
Mm.
but other than that, it did nothing for me. I got no extra guaranteed rights. I had to wait 7 years of employment before I got even partial coverage on something medical. So it's like, okay,
Yeah,
well,
that's fucked.
thanks. Thanks, guys. But all they did was they took union dues. They prevented me from getting fired whenever I fucked up when I should have been fired, and they also prevented workers that are far worse than me, and did nothing. So there are obviously instances of unions where they make workplaces worse. Now here's an example. Like unions in that workplace of mine, I got I think after a few years like 2 paid days off sick. But if I called in for the third day, even if I was legitimately sick, I was open to reprimand. Meanwhile, my friend who works at Home Depot, which is not a unionized workplace, he is given so many more benefits from his workplace than I was ever given at that workplace. And part of the reason is because they didn't have to work through the middleman of the unions. The company was doing it voluntarily.
Yeah.
And so that extra layer of bureaucracy was gone.
Okay. Sorry, one thing. Sorry. I just got a big not a big message. Yeah, no. Okay. So, sorry. Could you repeat the last little bit of that? I didn't quite catch the last bit. So I'm sorry. Sorry.
No, I get it. Yeah, like my friend of mine works at Home Depot. They're not
Hmm.
unionized, and he had way more benefits than I did, and way more freedom for how much time he takes off and for what reasons. And he actually got like he got a bonus check, which I didn't get. He got a bonus check at the end of every year based on the company's performance. And one of the main reasons that Home Depot could afford to do that, while my company that I worked for couldn't, is because there was not an extra layer of bureaucracy that needed to be paid for in the form of the union. And,
Okay.
and the company was just doing this stuff voluntarily.
Well, yeah. I mean, sometimes private firms will do things voluntarily. Like they still have people running them. I'm just saying, like the incentives aren't there. Sorry, I'm getting like sorry. Like I suddenly got like a huge amount of messages from people talking about like that article you linked about the rich people
Yeah, yeah.
and how like it's been like hugely debunked. So I was
Which
like,
one? The
okay,
70%?
like yeah, something along those lines. So I was just like asking them like, hey, can you send me the debunk? So I'd like to have a look at that.
Yeah, because
Anyway, and also again, unions overall are a huge benefit to the economy. So even if like there are,
they
like I
can
said,
be
like these
sometimes. They
small
can be. Yeah.
individual, no, I know, not just sometimes, just, like overall, like it's statistically, again, like I said, if you look at like the overall wealth of nations and like the equality of like wealth, it's almost all led by unions. I mean, the 5 day work week, for example, like that was given to us by unions, right? Like a lot of the things that we take for granted in the modern economy were all granted to us by unions. Like there may be like small like problems with like individual unions and the stuff that they do, but vastly there have been nothing but like a basically a net gain to the working class.
Yeah, I'm not entirely convinced because I think honestly a lot of these things can go anyway. Like you can have good unions that do good work, you can have bad unions that do bad work, and you can have good companies that provide benefits without the need of a union there. You know,
But
like
the problem is that without that union, generally speaking, they're not held to account in the way that you'd really want them to be. And also
I don't know
with
about that. I
that
don't know
as
about
well,
that.
and again, like the incentives there are like aren't there, right? Um, it's like I said, like the incentives for these companies aren't there, and that means that on a macro level, they don't tend to work all that often.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that. I'm really not because you definitely have companies that will compete over workers and then provide that sort of thing. I know that it's not the case for like the extreme working class for sure, but it's definitely the case in most other locations. And again, like I'm not someone who is ideologically anti-union. I just don't view them as a silver bullet. You know.
Oh no, again, like I said, that we also need like strong workers' rights that are like held up by like a like
And
currently
well,
at the
actually, I,
state
I
because
think
that's
I
what we
think if
have.
you have strong workers' rights, you don't need unions. Frankly.
No, but I mean, the way you get strong workers' rights is almost always through like having strong unions. Like the reasons why workers in Australia have so many rights is because the unions here aren't just like they don't just work with companies. They're also politically involved. They pressure politicians into enforcing these workers' rights. Which say what you want, that leads to having more active workers' rights on the table, like on board.
Well, sure, but like
Like
if you legislate all the workers' rights and then the unions still exist, that's just more bureaucracy taking an extra layer of a cut. They don't really need to
Not
be
at all
there anymore.
because not at all because what they do then. So okay, so then you get the workers' rights, but then the other thing that they do, right? Because it's not
Hmm.
they don't just do that. They then also constantly negotiate on behalf of the workers. Like the union that I'm part of, the MEAA, they are constantly making things better at like some of the shittier places I've worked. Like they constantly negotiate with them. Again, like I said, it's not just like, okay, we need to get these laws on the books to like support our rights. Also, individual work environments can fuck people over, and it's important to make sure that they actually, you know, don't fuck over their workers, and like they have like legal protections, again, like as well access to be able to like potentially like sue, things like that. Again, these resources are super useful for workers and allow them to not get, you know, stood on by their bosses, and again, it allows them to, you know, essentially argue in favor for like their rights
No,
in
yeah,
individual
I
workplaces.
know what you mean, but there's definitely there's some kind of limit to this principle because where it becomes counterproductive eventually. Like, I know for a fact that if in the workplace that I was at last, if you make it even simpler, if it were a worker co-op, like the store was a worker co-op and all the workers could vote, they would vote themselves to get paid and not do any work until the company collapsed. It was that kind of a workplace, and there
I
are
don't
work. Oh, they absolutely
no,
the people that I
because
know there, they would do that. They hated the company, they hated their jobs. They would be like, you know what, we vote ourselves no work until we go bankrupt, then we'll go work somewhere else because it was just that kind of a thing. So
no, but there's the thing,
yes,
right? Like, there's the
yes.
thing because you know why did they hate their work environment though?
Oh God, there's so many reasons because honestly, the coworkers sucked.
Okay.
The job was just a regular job. You know, it wasn't the actual work that we had to do was not ridiculous, but the people all working there were just terrible people. They were bitter. They would lash out at each other. There'd be constant like employment politics to the point that the entire workplace was toxic. And
Why do you
these
think that might have been?
Oh, there's definitely reasons. Like there are people who went to university for something, and then it turns there's one guy who went to university and he thought he'd get a job, and it turns out he didn't get the job he wanted, and now he's stuck working at a job he hates. There was
Okay.
one guy who, he had kids with multiple women, and he has to pay child support somehow. There
Hmm.
was one lady who was just a meth addict. Like there's
Okay.
tons of reasons. There's tons of reasons, and it's not the fault of the company necessarily, but they would destroy the company and not give a shit if they could. And
Okay, but
in that
again, do you think that might be because they were working a shitty job where they weren't given any respect and were giving like paid bare minimum wage?
No, I really don't.
You don't? So you don't think like if they were getting like, you know, a better wage, the dude with like multiple kids would probably be under a lot less stress?
Maybe so, but he would still like this is a person who it doesn't matter what you gave this guy. He was bitter. He would destroy a place. Like he would do it for fun.
I mean, but what
It was
evidence
like
do
a
you
place
have
that
of that though?
attracted
Like,
sociopaths. It attracted sociopaths. That place.
do you
It was
think
insane.
do you think if you think they had access to like, you know, like I said, like, you know, better work environment, had control over their own lives. Again, like a lot of this sounds like people who have just been alienated from their work, and
No,
that's
no,
why they
absolutely.
hated their jobs.
I don't think so because I don't think that everything boils down to material conditions. That is where I fundamentally disagree with the Marxists. Is that
Oh,
there are
here we
things
go.
outside of material conditions for sure.
All right, 1 second. Let me just have a little look at like here's I've got the data now. Give me 1 second.
All right.
Um, here we go.
Yeah, like there are bad actors. They just exist sometimes. There are some people
Yep.
who like. It
Here
doesn't
we
matter
go. Here
what
we
you
go.
give them. It doesn't matter. You know.
Here's the debunk on that earlier thing with like the wealth thing.
Is
So
it which one of the two?
basically,
Which one of the two
it's
was it?
a Bookings Institute. It's actually it's talking about both of these groups here, and like how like wealth is sent through. Um,
Oh
so
no,
yeah, like
I
you'll
know.
you'll
I mean, I gave you two articles. Which one does this debunk?
it debunks the claims on both of them.
Okay.
Um, yeah. So it basically goes through like sort of like how like even if like say individuals from wealthy families might lose wealth because of those family connections and the education, generally speaking, the next generation tends to build up wealth again. And it makes a circular nature where these people on the top, although the families may themselves go up and down, they tend to hover above, and there's a real sticking thing. And this data seems to be all peer reviewed as well. So yeah, it just debunks those two articles really well. Um,
I don't
so
know if
there's
we have
that,
the
and
I don't know if we have the chance to go through it all right
I
now,
mean, yeah. Sorry,
but
it is. I am being a little like, yo, study Andy right now. But this, like, if you could share that with chat, I think that would like, or in fact, I'll just share it with chat now so they can have a
let me
look
just
through it
see
as
here.
well.
I'm gonna
Um,
quickly read the conclusion.
okay. So yeah, I'll
Okay,
just look. I'll just
here
share
we
that in
go.
chat with
Yeah.
everyone right now.
All right.
Actually, oh no, I'm currently looking at it from my own personal account, my last name. But if
Here,
you're able to like,
I'll read the conclusion so we know what we're talking about here.
okay,
The findings from cross-country research challenge the traditional view of the United States as a land with more mobility and opportunity than other countries. While cross-country comparisons of relative mobility rely on data and methodologies that are far from perfect, a growing number of economic studies have found that the United States stands out as having less, not more, intergenerational mobility than do Canada and several European countries. Yeah, this is something that I also I did say I think earlier that I thought was also the case. Yeah, American children
yeah, yeah, but
are more likely than other children to end up in the same place on the income distribution as their parents. Moreover, there is emerging evidence that mobility is particularly low for Americans born into families at the bottom of the earnings or income distribution. Yeah, that actually makes sense to me. Yeah. Um, though based on shakier evidence, mobility rates in less developed countries appear to be lower than in the United States in some instances, but not significantly different in others. So
there you go.
that. No, but
So
that's it
so
says
that's
not. It
basically.
hold on. It says it's based on shakier evidence, and that it may be less. It may okay. Hold on. Mobility rates in less developed countries appear to be lower than in the United States in some instances, but not significantly different in others. So there is some evidence, but it's not conclusive. There are
Yeah,
fewer
but again,
differences. Hold on. Let's keep reading.
okay.
There are fewer differences between the United States and European countries when examining mobility within a worker's career, as opposed to the transmission of economic status between parents and children. So, what that says to me is that inheritance might be a bigger issue in the United States. Hold on, let me read this again. Fewer differences between the United States when mobility within a worker's career. Yeah, inheritance might be an issue in the United States, but in terms of mobilities within a career, comparing United States to Europe, that seems to be that is a lesser difference. Overall, American workers seem as likely as European workers to move up or down the earnings ladder in a 5 or 10 year period. However, there is again evidence of a troubling pattern of less upward mobility for Americans, starting at the low end of the economic ladder. So, yeah, what this says to me is that if you are at zero, so you have nothing, it is much harder to get ahead in the United States than in Europe. And that's a problem. That's a serious problem. But once you've already got the ball going, it seems to be about the same. That is what the
Well, no,
conclusion
once you
says,
got
at
no,
least.
well, once it seems no, the conclusion it shows here as well. Like again, people end up in the same income brackets. So it's not just saying that; it's also saying that if you start at the top, you're way, way more likely for you and your descendants to stay in that area. So it's because it's not just if you start from nothing, it's hard to get up there. It also means that the sticking at the top is way less likely. So even if like the billionaires, quote unquote, was self-made, their parents or their parents' parents were probably from extremely wealthier families, and they tend to stay in that area. Um, as well as that, if you have a look here, here we go. Yeah, yeah, here we go. Look, you can see this direct correlation between union membership and then like the way people are being treated in the work environment. Here we go. This is some good shit too.
Yeah.
Um,
The
and right,
USW
so
membership
like
and
middle
rate in middle
class. Yeah,
class.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. See, and like look at that. Look at that graph. Like if you could share that with chat as well. Like, damn, that's some good
Mhm.
stuff.
Yeah, but again, it's not.
So
There's
generally,
always
yeah.
like a correlation causation thing, right? Like that's definitely the case.
I know, but
It's
that's
possible. It's
such a
possible.
direct that's like such a direct correlation that like come
It's
on, like
almost like
that's
Biden's votes.
no, but like look, all right, dead people still have rights. No, it's bad me. But look, but yeah, no, like again, look at that though. That's pretty fucking convincing. Like that, if you see that, like that's pretty great.
Mhm.
Like, and again, like I said, if you look at this stuff right here, again, all of this data seems to prove that all of these results show that again, having stronger unions and having and like is good, and that it seems that these like less socially mobile countries tend to be lean more towards capitalism, right? So I want people to be socially mobile. I want them to have access to resources. I want them to be able to, achieve what they want to achieve in life. I think that's really important. And I think, unfortunately, just the systems, again, the data that we have here, there's more studies that back this up as well. This is just one that we've like kind of had a look at, but again, it's peer reviewed, which is pretty good. It's better than just like some random articles, right? It's
Here, let me jump in here. So, because the thing is, oftentimes when I talk to socialists, and you've been doing this now for like an hour, no offense, it feels like you have to convince me that unions are are generally a positive force. I don't dispute that. All right,
Mhm.
I'm not saying that. The thing is, because we're talking about the United States is not anywhere close to the point where there's too many unions, where it becomes a negative effect. They're not anywhere close to that. There is a middle ground here. The United States is too far off to one side. But I do think that generally socialists want it to be too far off the other side. Because there's definitely instances where unions have. Oh, dude. Like, online journalism right now is being absolutely destroyed by attempts to unionize those workplaces because those companies can't afford it. Like, they're going under as it is, you know? Unionization
So,
won't save you if your company is going bankrupt.
so
So,
I'm curious, just real curious.
mhm.
So what do you think of like the Nordic Scandinavian models?
Oh, those work, and this is actually my not objection, my realization recently that social democrats are fundamentally hypocritical. I think um, those work because they're massive export economies. They have tons of resources that they can export to way more people than they actually have, which generates a lot of wealth for that country. Like,
Not necessarily. Like
oh
if
no, straight
sorry,
up,
not to
yes,
interrupt, but like
entirely.
a huge amount of a part of their economies aren't just like extraction of oil, like Burisma or whatever. It's not Burisma, oil was called or whatever. The state-owned oil extracts. Like they reinvest into their economy quite a bit,
Of course,
and
yeah,
they
yeah, yeah.
then
No,
yeah
I
yeah
agree,
yeah.
but they have the money to reinvest because of that oil industry. Because Sweden exports iron like crazy. Like there are these instances where and same with Canada. All right, Canada has uranium, we have oil, we have lumber, like way more than we could ever use. So these export
Wait, no,
economies
what
can
I'm
fund
getting
social
here.
programs for
Sorry,
sure.
but like that's not the base of like any of those Scandinavian countries at all. Like a huge amount of it's the service economy, just like the countries we live in. Like so that's not necessarily true. And the reason I just wanted to bring that up is that they have like a way higher standard of living than you see in like most Western countries. And do you know what their union percentage participation rate is?
I'm sure it's quite high. Yes, no, I agree.
It's 90% of workers.
No, this is the thing. Like, I'm not like, it's not about union percentage. It's not about union percentages. It's about what unions do. You know, there are definitely cases where unions can be negative. If they're asking for more than what a company can provide, then it's a negative situation. Or of course, if they're protecting shitty police or shitty teachers or something like that.
But generally speaking, that's not what unions do. Like
Yeah,
the like
good.
again like these yeah yeah.
No,
That's
it
the thing.
happens,
So it's
but like unions definitely get
the
corrupt for sure,
reason
man. Unions
the
definitely get
reason why
corrupt.
some I think the reason I think I get it now. I think I know why some leftists get annoyed at you. And like here's the thing, mate.
Okay.
I I feel like we got a good rapport. I like memeing and creaming, right?
Yeah.
But I think why they get a bit annoyed is this kind of this whataboutism, right? We say like, hey, look, we've been proven that these union like high participation in union rates like have a very strong correlation, very strong with like generally like wealth within the like community, right?
Yes.
And and then you go, well, yes, but there's some bad unions. Like, well, yeah, but generally speaking, it's a net positive, and we need to be encouraging this.
Well, fair enough,
It's a bit of
but
whaboutism, you know what I mean?
no, I understand completely. But whataboutism does seem to be the name of the game when we're talking about other topics, though. Like the whole "not all men," like hashtag "not all men," was definitely whataboutism. But still, it's legitimate, and yet people on the left hate to hear it. You know. So,
Not real leftists. I mean, the
oh,
reason people get mad
dude,
at
I have heard
no
so
no like,
many.
the reason why people get annoyed at the not all men thing, right, is because it's again like it's taking the assumption that like it's a misunderstanding of what people are talking about. Like it's and it was usually promoted by MRAs who don't
Okay.
really give a shit
Well,
about men's rights.
then I'm talking about corrupt unions.
Again, like how relevant are they politically, generally speaking?
Oh, dude. Public service unions, worst, fucking worst.
Again, but like
Absolutely.
considering like the level they're on and what we could be doing, I mean, if you have like, I mean, I would like to again. I'm sorry, I'm getting into a little bit of a data Andy now, but like, if you have like convincing data of like where the like where these corrupt unions and like what negative they have, I would really honestly like to see it because I
Yeah,
think it
sure,
would
sure.
strengthen my
You know,
arguments.
because I didn't expect to talk about unions today, so I didn't look up anything about unions, frankly. I think it shows, but I have actually seen things over the course of my years looking at articles and doing what I do. I have seen
Mhm.
data. I just don't have it right now, frankly.
No, yeah, I get it. Like,
Yeah.
but like I said, like just if you look at like again these strong correlations, and again like these sticking points in the like again I'm looking it up now. Sorry, because just because I was really
Well,
interested, I like while we're talking, I kind of like sort of had a look up. Like,
yeah, yeah,
the
yeah.
overwhelming data seems to be supporting my points here. That's the thing, right? So like, I
Well,
think like we like
well, there's
to be
also
responsible,
just
we should encourage this.
there's also just the general from an ideological point of view. There's just the general distrust of authority and of power that libertarians tend to have, whether centralized power. So that can be corporate, that can definitely be unions, it can definitely be
Oh
government.
yeah.
So
Fuck corporations. Let's make sure that like we decentralize that power so everyone gets a say in their work environment. I
yeah,
fucking
yeah,
agree
yeah,
with that shit right away.
yeah. But unions can also be that, you know. And like I
Again,
no, no, no,
not a.
let's not go in circles anymore because we are basically just going in circles at this point. But
Yeah.
they're like I've experienced unions being like that. So and if I'm just exceptionally unlucky and all the unions I've worked with have been the bad ones and there are no other unions that are bad in the entire world other than the ones that I've worked with, then I guess I just had a bad roll of the dice. But I have a
Oh no,
feeling
you're
it's not that, you know?
sorry. I forgot your name again. It was Dev, right?
Yes.
Dev, Booby, I love you, but come on, you're being reductive, right?
What do you mean?
Like, oh, okay, so like, we're not. I'm not saying that all unions are good no matter what. I'm saying like there's
Okay, yeah, yeah,
clearly
yeah, yeah.
like yeah. Like what I'm
Yeah.
saying is there's clearly a really strong correspondence between like high levels of union
Hmm, hmm.
participation and
I
strong
haven't disagreed.
supported unions that lead to that. And again to like keep complaining about these like again like I said these sort of small like sort of side cases rather than looking at like the big picture. I feel like it's just like it's not as productive when we're talking about where we want to go politically, right?
Okay, let me think about this for a minute because okay, I'm not meaning to be productive, so I'm sorry about that.
No. That's
It's
that's
more
all good.
like it's more like okay, when I talk about corporations that do actually without being prodded to do so by some kind of outside force provide well for their employees, that's something that we don't really talk about. That kind of it gets brushed away as all corporations bad. And yet when it comes to all unions doing something, it's like we've reversed on this position specifically, where it's like yes, there is definitely a correlation, I agree, between union involvement and the quality. Is it quality of life or no? It was income, right? It was income. Yeah,
Both, yeah.
yeah,
It
yeah,
has a direct correlation between both quality of life, income, and like overall happiness in like a country.
yeah. So there's something there that can't be ignored. I agree with you, but at the same time, like when corporations do voluntary action, that's still just as good. You know,
I mean, here's the thing though. It's the
definitely.
problem. The problem I have with it is because I just like okay, maybe the reason I'm a socialist is because I just don't necessarily trust people, right? I think that like what when you're building a structure, what you need to do is you need to consider like the incentives and what those incentives are. The reason why unions are good is because they have the incentive to do good work. That's the whole point of them, right? Whereas with like most private firms, especially public traded ones, they have no accountability to their workers really. Their accountability is to their shareholders.
Oh,
That's why I'm
I don't agree.
distrustful of them.
I don't I
No,
definitely
that's
think that
literally no, but that's
no
literally the point. Like
no 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 no.
their
Here,
whole
hear,
point is to make
hear me
profit
out.
for their shareholders.
Okay, that I understand. But when it comes to unions, it has been my experience. Again, no data right now. Maybe we can do this again where we actually look up stuff on unions. But it has been my
That would be
experience
amazing. I'd love to do that.
and the experience of other people that I know who work in these sectors that once a union becomes established, and especially once a union becomes too big, the union exists to make sure the union still exists. It becomes a bureaucratic nightmare. And there might be
Mm.
instances where it does still protect workers, sometimes not. But overwhelmingly, it turns into like a self perpetuating machine.
But again, the reason I have to push back on that. I know we're kind of going in circles, but again, you're giving me like these personal experience, these
Mhm,
anecdotes,
mhm.
which again, like that's important part of a conversation to get an understanding of stuff. But again, like the overall data just doesn't bear this out, though. That's the thing, right? And again, when I make my like political decisions, yeah, there's like obviously ethics involved in it, but I also am heavily driven by data. Like I do try to read about this as much as I can.
Let me see. Well, this is the thing. Like, we will have to come back to this, I think, to be honest.
No, I would
Be,
love to have like a structured conversation
yeah.
about this because I think
Well,
we've
to be
made it
fair,
moving.
unstructured conversations are very fun. I don't know about you, but I've been enjoying
Yeah. Oh no,
this.
I've been loving this. I've been having a great time. I hope you too. I don't hope you don't think I've been going too hard on you or anything like
No, no,
that.
no, 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 no. Honestly, it's best to take egos out of a conversation and just try to
Mm,
discover what the truth is. People and
mm,
like, unless you're being rude. Like, if someone's being rude, then it's like, well, fuck you. But like, if you're
yeah.
objecting but still being polite, it's better, you know. And like,
Mm.
I didn't mean to make you, lose your temper with me, or get frustrated or anything. I'm just talking about what I know, you know.
No. And I didn't lose my temper. Sorry. The reason I just wanted to push back on that because okay, so I think like the thing is like again like the thing that like gets triggered like gets the thing that triggers me sometimes I guess is like when I feel like there's like this sort of like where we're doing like false equivalencies, right?
Yeah.
Or like when we're not taking in the reality. And that's the thing, right? When you sent me information, I was like, okay, let's have a look at this. And I'm really thankful that you did actually look through the stuff that I sent you as well, right? But and again, I think neither of us have been particularly rude. I've really enjoyed the conversation, but I got a little frustrated there because I was like, okay, but like again, from like the overwhelming evidence that we have here, like that's just not the case. You know what I mean? Like,
Hmm.
if we're going to have a discussion about this, we really should like break into the data a little bit more, don't you think?
No, I actually agree. Yeah, yeah. And again, in general, like, I do think that generally unions in most cases are a positive force. Like, I'm not saying
Mhm.
that. But I mean, I'm not interested in, like, here. If you were to ask me about the majority of social democratic policies, I probably agree with them. However, when it comes to that next step of taking people's property, which they rightfully own, which is a violation of their natural rights, I fundamentally disagree. I think
Okay.
that in practice, that always results in a system that is just as bad as fascism. So I, on all levels, just don't agree with that. But like, if you're gonna tell me, like, does America need universal health care? Yes. Does America need to get handles on certain instances of corruption in corporations, corruption in government? Yes, obviously. But does any country need to seize the means of production? No, no. That would be just as bad as a fascist takeover, in my opinion.
Well, it's a good thing I don't, say that the government should seize the means of production.
Not the
I
government.
mean, the
Not
policies,
anyone.
the
Anyone.
policies that I propose are, again, like voluntary. Like the policies that I currently propose is that that again, like I said, workers have the right to first refusal. I think again, we may disagree with that, but that's not the government stealing like the means of production from private people, right? That's giving workers the right to collectivize and decide if they want to be a co-op. Like that's and again, whether or not you disagree with that, that's fine, but that's not the same as like the state taking control of the means of production, right? This isn't
Well,
some
I didn't say
USSR
the
stuff.
state. I said seize. Like, nobody should.
Sorry, the state. Well, it's not season either because it would be a voluntary like transfer of like ownership.
I don't think it's voluntary if the state's forcing to sell it to your workers rather than the person you want to sell it to. Like, if you want to sell it to
Oh,
your workers, go ahead. Go
you
ahead.
don't have
But
to sell it. They like again like the thing, right? They don't have to sell it.
what do you mean?
Well, that's the thing, right? The state isn't saying you must sell it to the workers. It's saying like if you're going to sell it, the workers like should have the first right to do it. But they can decide not to sell it. Like they're not being coerced.
Okay. Well, like, I mean, I still disagree with that because it's a violation of property rights as well. But like, like, if you die, it shouldn't go to your workers, for example, in my opinion. It should go to
Oh,
it should like, I think an inheritance
why
is
not?
legitimate. Yeah. Well,
Why
because
not? Why shouldn't it go to the workers?
well because one of the core tenets of property rights is being able to give it away to whoever you want. Like, the state and sorry, like, government structures, the legal structure has no say in whether or not I give my girlfriend a birthday gift. It's a gift. It's my property.
Okay.
I'm giving it up without demanding compensation. It's now hers, and that is what inheritance is. In fact,
Yeah.
frankly, I think inheritance tax is also illegitimate as well, because
Okay.
that money was already taxed when you earned it. So the government shouldn't take a second cut out of that. So no,
I don't know. I mean, like, but here's the thing, right? I mean, those individuals didn't work for that. I mean, honestly, the idea of like a business going to someone who didn't work in it, like just inheriting it, that's repulsive to me. You've done nothing to that business. You've contributed absolutely nothing. I'll look. Like I said, I was okay with like giving like people who started a business, and did the work and are constantly working, yeah, like these extra rights for a while, totally. But the idea that like someone who's done absolutely nothing, doesn't necessarily understand a business at all, can just inherit like the means of production that'll potentially hundreds of thousands of individuals rely on for their income. I think that's a terrible idea.
Oh, like
But
I think
like,
that like functionally it might lead to the destruction of businesses if the person who inherits it has no idea what they're doing. Like there's obviously a problem there, and but that problem is solved by individual education and that sort of thing. But the idea
or
that you shouldn't be
alternatively,
able to
like
give
again,
away
like
your
giving it
property,
to the workers, right?
well, no, the idea that you shouldn't be able to give away your property to whoever you want, that would be a massive overreach. That's a massive violation of your rights.
I mean, I don't know. Like, okay, I'm trying to think of like other examples, right? Like, the government doesn't let you just give drugs to children, or like
They're children though. They're
booze or
children.
something. Why and again, like I said, like I mean, fuck. I mean, if you're dead, like why does it matter to you? Like your rights aren't being impeached because you're already in the ground, right? Like the only person it doesn't benefit is the individual who's going to be receiving the inheritance, and they didn't do anything for that fucking business, probably. I mean, if they did, maybe, but like again, if they didn't,
Yeah, but nobody else has any right to your property. Like
well,
unequivocally.
yeah, but
Like if
neither does the person with the inheritance. They don't have any right to it just as much as anyone else.
they have a right to it if they were given it.
Well, yeah, but you're already dead. It doesn't matter to you.
But that's the point of inheritance: is that it's not you might have died, but you gave the property. Like
But I don't know.
that's what inheritance is.
Guess
Yeah.
I just feel that like you should work for what you get in the world, and I feel like that's like it's no, I know this sounds like kind of, but I feel like that's like fundamentally like even like uncapitalist, to be honest. Even like Adam Smith was super against like inheritances. Like it leads to like financial dynasties. This leads to that. You know what we were talking about just then with that
Yeah,
data that
no,
I
I
sent
know
you?
what you
That
mean.
leads
Yeah,
to those kinds
like
of effects.
there's definitely like a pitfall here for sure. Like I agree. Paris Hilton did not earn what her parents earned when they actually performed legitimate work. Like I understand that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
But at the same time, it's still a human right, and it still can't be
I don't
violated.
I don't think it is a human right though. I mean,
No,
like here's the thing.
I think property
I
rights are
think
absolutely
even
human rights.
capitalists. I think even like capitalists agree with me on this one.
Oh no,
Like
no, no,
again,
no, 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 no.
like even like I think even like Adam, like again, like I remember reading Adam Smith and he was very clear about this. He fucking hated like do it like the idea of being able to like inherit wealth.
Well,
Like,
okay,
because it
but
means
like
that it
this
incentivizes like a rich oligarchy to like just be lazy, and
well, yeah,
it like it stifles innovation. It's terrible. Like it'll lead to like, and also leads to like terrible things happening in the market. If like a major company is privately owned, and then it goes to some fucking dipshit fail son, that's the livelihoods of thousands of individuals.
hold
Like
on. There's a
like
flip side.
that's
There's a flip
yeah.
side to this because like the flip side is that there is no inheritance, and now your family heirloom has been expropriated by somebody else. Now the business that was in your family that you were actually groomed to know how it works and actually be able to properly take it over. Now you don't get that. Like there's definitely a solid argument for allowing people to gift their property to who they want
I
because
think
that is
there's an
that's
argument for like small amounts, but when it comes to like production specifically, like if you're talking about like your family farm or something that like you grew up on and you have like a strong connection to the land, I could see an argument for that totally. And I could see an argument for like maybe someone who has been trained their entire life to work for a thing where they do that. But I think honestly, like the idea of just like being able to inherit like that, I think that really like that's really dangerous and can lead to some really bad outcomes. In fact, I think it kind of has, like provably. Like again, like the data points this out.
yeah. Sometimes I mean I mentioned Paris Hilton, and I think there was actually an article. It would have been 5 or 10 years ago now, where basically Paris Hilton's father said that Paris Hilton wasn't getting the family business because she had no idea how to run it. And it's like, well, there
Mm.
you go. Like, if she knew how to run it, then she should get it, and she should own it the way that her father owned it. Like
I
that
mean, I don't
that would be
know.
the smart choice.
I I feel like the Hiltons, honestly, like after they died, like the people who worked for that,
Are they
honestly,
dead
like
now? Are
I don't
parents
know.
dead now?
I don't know. I said like after,
Yeah. Okay.
like
Okay. Yeah.
I feel like honestly, I think it would be a way better like if the people who actually currently manage the business, if they like had like some kind of democratic like system where they all kind of had partial ownership and management. I think like here's the thing, like I trust individuals that they know what they're doing when they've been doing it as a career, right?
No. Yeah. I agree. Yeah.
I'm not gonna go to a plumber and say like you don't know what the fuck you're doing. Let me do it. Like, of course not, right? I think people who actually spend their life doing work. Like, I worked at KFC when I was in high school, but like I'm not going to go in and be like, hey, you who's been working like as like the manager of this business for 20 years, I've never done anything so let's say like a McDonald's. I've had some like basic experience in like a fast food restaurant, but I think that you have no idea what you're doing, and I think if I buy it, I have more right to say in how this goes when you clearly have been managing this place for 20 years, right?
And no, I understand your point, but we're not talking necessarily about what is expedient. We're talking about rights, and those are two different conversations. Like it might make sense that somebody else gets to take over the business because they know more about it, but that's not a rights argument. And in my
But
opinion, rights are absolutely inviolate. If you have been given something, it's yours, and it's yours as if you created it.
I don't know, right? Like, okay, so let's extend this, yeah. Um, I mean, you could say the exact same thing about monarchies, though. In fact, that was the literal argument monarchies used, right? There was like, well, no, I've been given this land by God. It is my right to have it. You have no right in taking it.
There's a difference. There's a very big difference, because,
How?
well, by God is not the same thing as it was created. Like if you like, by God implies first of all, it implies that it wasn't created. It was simply birthed into being. And businesses aren't birthed into being; they are created through labor. So like if I build a business and then I give it to my children, and it's still just transfer of property. It's the exact same thing as if I gave them my house. Same thing as if I gave them anything else that I owned. You know, if you legitimately own the property because you earned it through labor, then that is an extension of yourself. That's why property rights are legitimate
Well,
rights.
yeah, but these kings and queens, through their labor of management, sort of produce these kingdoms. You could make the same argument, right?
Well, the
Like
difference though
through
is
through
that
their management, and they were given to
Mhm.
it by their relatives. Like generally speaking, when you're a king or a queen, you're bequested it through like your parents. You get it through inheritance, right?
Yep. No, this all
And
makes
by
sense.
your management, you can make the argument that you are the manager who's like responsible for affecting the wealth of the nation. Therefore, it's your right
Well,
to own it, right?
no, because the difference is that the monarchy is a government, not a private enterprise. It's above the private enterprises of the land because it is a government. Government's different than private. So like, for example, like here's one thing that I disagreed with Sargon quite a bit. Um, he once said that maybe there shouldn't be universal suffrage. It should be based on how much you pay in taxes. And I was like, that sounds fucking insane to me. And the reason why it
Mm.
sounds insane to me is because like there are areas of well, what's the word I want to use? There are areas of life where it makes sense that it's democratically controlled, and it's everyone has a say, and everything is managed for the good of everyone. And that is the government, because the government has a monopoly on force. That's why it's legitimate. If you are going to be, if you are going to be subject to laws, you're going to be subject to potentially forced use on you if you violate those laws. You have a say in how those laws are made. That's the point of government. That's why the divine right of kings was incorrect. But it's not
Yeah,
the same
but
with corporations. It's not the same with corporations, because corporations are not governments. They do not have the monopoly on force. They just don't. They cannot force you to do those things. They can't enter your house with agents if you've broken a law.
I
Corporations are
mean, they
completely
can. Have
different.
you heard of the Pinkertons?
Yes, but that's not how it is now. Like, it was that back then, and it was bad back then.
There's still private like goons who do force people to do stuff on behalf of like private firms like that. Yeah, and then
Does
there's
that exist now
internal
though?
police services and a lot of like large companies. You have like yeah, no, totally. Like and here's the
Well,
thing again, like if we're
if you
talking
violate a
practically
law,
speaking,
yes.
like the vast majority of people, right? Like the vast majority of people are workers. Like all of us. Like me and you, we've worked shitty jobs and like,
Yeah.
the truth is, if you want to, not starve, if you want to have like a somewhat decent life, you have to work, right? And look, I'm not saying that we shouldn't we shouldn't work. I'm not saying like that. The reality is, yes, of course, people have to work, but when people own, like individuals own those productions, they basically they have a way more power when it comes to, arguing for like what the rules are you're going to like apply by, right?
Well,
So
yes,
this
yes,
is the I think this is the
but their
fundamental point.
ownership.
Like when
Well,
when
hold
you're
on.
sorry to talk over, but
Okay,
like just
all
just
right.
one little bit, and
Mm-hmm.
then I'll let you go respond. Sorry, I just
Mm-hmm.
it's like it's functionally the same. It really is. It's like in action, it is the same. Sorry.
No, it's definitely not functionally the same. I just disagree, because like when you have private security firms, first off, doing that kind of thing, they do it because they're being contracted by the government or they're enforcing the law or something. When you have private firms showing up to enforce things that are not laws upon the population, that's a mob. It's not the same thing, and it's illegal, and it should be illegal, and it should be stopped. But like, it's more like it's more like, because there is not the monopoly on force, and because you can start your own business, or you can go back to school with a good student loan program, or you can go work for any of the other 1,000 businesses in your city, you can in fact find one that suits you. Like there is no gun to your head saying that you must do this the same way that there is with state force. There just
I'm
isn't.
curious. I'm curious. And this isn't meant to be a leading question, but like
Okay, all right.
I'm assuming you're not okay with slavery, right? Like that would be pretty hyperbolic to say you're okay with it. You're against that, right?
You want my nuanced take on this one?
Oh no.
Okay,
Okay. No, no.
no,
Okay. No, okay. Sure. Give me your nuanced take.
yeah,
Give
okay.
me your nuanced take.
I believe that if you consent to sell yourself into slavery, you should be allowed to do so. If you consent, you say that
Oh
you
well,
don't.
that's just impossible though.
I don't think so. Dude,
No,
dude,
because you can't take away consent.
dude. The BDSM community does it all the time.
But no, but you can still take
Yeah,
away
but
your
like,
consent. Trust me, as someone who's involved with the BDS community,
I get it, I
as
get it, I
as
get it.
someone who likes
No,
to,
but
you
like,
can still take away your consent.
like, if we're talking philosophically here, I actually think it's legit. If you say, you know what, I'm gonna be a slave for a year. Here's the contract. I must do whatever you say as long as you don't kill me, and I
Well,
get paid a shit ton of money for it. I think if you volunteer, if it's voluntary,
that's
voluntary
not
association.
slavery. That's indentured servitude.
Okay, well then, fair enough. There. If I'm saying, if you consent, you should be able to do it. That is my general argument for almost everything. If you consent, you can do it.
Okay, all right. Because the point I wanted to get at is that like I mean yeah, the one point is that like no, you can't consent to slavery because the whole point of consent is you're able to then withdraw your consent at some point, right? Otherwise it's
Well,
not real consent.
there's definitely an argument to be
Um,
made for like contract terms, where it's like, okay, you get this, but in exchange, you can't not do this for a certain period of
yeah.
time. But yeah, I know
But
what you mean.
again, the point I wanted to get to more. So it sounds like you're okay with indentured servitude, but not slavery, right?
Um, if it's voluntary, that's a big if.
Again, it really can't be though, because again, as a slave, you're property. You turn into property.
Okay, well, let me put it this way. Well, to be fair, we're all property as it is. So, like, that is the libertarian view of people: is that people are property, they're self-owned. So,
Okay, well
like,
let's rephrase it. You're someone else's property.
yeah,
Let
yeah,
me
yeah,
rephrase
yeah,
it
yeah,
that way.
yeah, yeah. Like the
Um,
libertarian view is that, like, your body, your mind, your life are all the property of yourself, and that's why slavery is fundamentally immoral, because it's theft, and slavery
okay,
and theft become the same thing. Like, you cannot steal somebody's labor because it is theft, and because it is theft, it is slavery. So, like,
okay,
a great example of this is, when like, I saw this in one of the Antifa riots, where like a guy's business got burned down, and he had worked in that business for 30 years, and he was looking over it was like a video. He was looking over the rubble of this business, and he said, "That's 30 years of my life gone." And technically speaking, that's the truth, because it was his business, it was his labor, and now it's gone. And what happened is, when it was taken from him unjustly, those 30 years where he labored, it meant that he labored not for himself, but for somebody else, because it's not his anymore. And he didn't receive anything in exchange, like, it's gone. So he
oh yeah,
was made a slave
I
for
think there
those
should
30
be
years.
there should I mean I think that's not quite right. I mean like stealing something from someone doesn't then mean like I've had my house like broken into and stolen. It didn't suddenly make me a slave at like the fucking shitty like KFC place I worked at as a teenager from all the shit I bought when, you know what I mean? Like that's a little
Like, financially,
hyperbolic,
it
right?
does. I do think that that's the case. Like, that's why it's immoral. It's immoral to steal from you because you worked for that. That's your labor that's now gone. It's taken from you,
Okay.
and that is what slave owners do. They take the labor of their slaves.
Well, I mean, if you're a slave, you could just say no, right?
Well, you can, but they're going to kill you.
So
Yes.
then what's the point of having your rights if they're not real rights, right?
No, that doesn't make any sense. No.
Well, no, because you have the free will to be killed. So then you're not actually, you're not unfree. Like, I mean, it's the same sort of like logic, right?
Well, no, because I believe slavery is fundamentally immoral. Like,
Oh, me too. I'm glad. We agree on that.
yeah, but it's immoral because you're a self-owned person. Like, that's why it's immoral.
I don't know if that's the reason why it's immoral. I think it's immoral because like they violate your like other freedoms, like your ability to choose, right?
But those are part of your self-ownership. Like, it's like sovereignty is the idea.
Okay, all right. So, but again, like I said, you haven't taken away their rights, right? Like, so, well, I mean, the point is what I'm saying is that, like, yeah, like if like what's the difference between like like an individual forcing you to do something by force in a private firm and then like slaves, like being slaved.
The difference is that, if you're a slave and you try to walk away, they in the fucked up legal framework of a slave state, they have the ability to kill you legally. That is not
Mm-hmm.
the case with capitalist employment. You can just quit.
Okay. All right. No. Yeah. I think we both agree on that. I think that's good. Again, I wanted to test these out to see where we were going with everything.
All right.
Um.
Am I a
so
fascist? Am I a fascist yet?
No, hey, look, I've never called you a fascist.
I
You know
know.
what?
I'm joking.
You're
Yeah.
my Twitter buddy. I love you, Div.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
But
Here. Am I a reactionary yet? How was that?
um, I think like you have a tendency sometimes to like enforce reactionary beliefs with like whataboutism, but I don't think you're necessarily a reactionary. I think like you'll defend like reactionaries like Sargon. With whataboutism, but I don't think that's necessarily you. I still have to like probably watch some of your videos to like fully have that down, you know?
To be honest, I don't. I hate the term reactionary because it's so. It's becoming overused. It's becoming like the way that Nazi is. You know how there's like the meme of like Hitler flying through the sky, and it's like everyone I don't like is a Nazi. A child's online guide to political discussion. I think reactionary is going that way, and like my
Is
knowledge
it?
of the term of it, my knowledge of the term of reactionary is, um, the fact that I see the fascists use it to refer to the socialists in their writings. It only reinforces my belief that they definitely come from the same source, and that they're both fundamentally authoritarian. You know, because like Mussolini called socialists reactionaries, um, and well, like here, just so I can describe to you what I'm
So
talking about. Let me just pull it up here.
let's like I mean we should probably just make sure we have the same understanding of what reactionary means, right?
Yes. It's not somebody who just reacts to people. No, no.
No, that's oh no, I've seen that shit before. That's silly.
No, so there's definitely two definitions that are used in political science. A person or entity holding political views that favor a return to a previous political state of society that they believe possessed positive characteristics that are absent in contemporary society. So that basically means that anyone can be a reactionary as long as a previous political era has passed. So like
Not
it,
necessarily.
well,
Generally speaking, when it's used, sorry to cut you off, but
mhm,
just generally speaking, when that's used, it's usually referring to within their own society, right? So
okay.
it's talking about people who are like generally speaking anti-progressive, and when I say that, I mean that in the political sense, right? It's people who want
Yes.
to move forward with structures.
Hmm.
So generally speaking, like here's an example. Most conservatives are reactionary, but not all reactionaries are conservatives. Like you know what I mean? Like it's generally speaking when you're like I mean like for example, make America great again is a good example of like a
Yeah.
reactionary phrase because they're literally saying we want to go back to the old form of government. And again, it's always interesting when you talk to these people because you'll be like, what do you mean by that? Like,
Well,
What do
okay.
you mean by make it great again?
Well,
When was it great exactly?
well, here's what's interesting though, because that would make neolibs reactionaries at this point, because the whole point of Joe Biden was return to normalcy. Like, what is the return to? Like, that's still going back because, the Bush, it's like Clinton, Bush, Obama. That was just like neolibs and neocons playing ball, and then Trump was something different. So now that we're
Well, no,
back to a
that's
neolib,
that's
it's still
that's
going back to a previous era.
that's I would say that's different because they're still moving to like push like progression politically speaking. Like although they're swerving away from like the fascism of Trump, and I know you disagree with that, but like okay, let's just say the um extreme conservatist like base that Trump is pushing.
He's kind of like a
Um
paleocon in some ways, you know.
yeah. Which is again like an extreme form of like conservatism. Like and again his whole political thing was to again like I said bring America back to like a more like an unequal sort of style of like government. Like literally like Joe Biden wouldn't be cool like just because you had a political system doesn't mean it's progressing, right? Like you essentially Trump is like a regression in American politics and then Joe Biden is then pushing it back forward. So it wouldn't be accurate to call him reactionary. I mean,
Here's
I have some
interesting.
leftist friends who probably would call him reactionary, but you know.
Well, here's an interesting thing about that, because I know what you're saying, and the best part about this is the fascists view themselves as progressives. I know you disagree, but they view themselves as progressives, and I can kind of tell you why. So the Marxist conception of history, in my opinion, is way too simple. And it's basically that things kind of arrange themselves very neatly on a straight line, and
Okay,
they go.
you're talking to a commie, I know.
It's like it's unidirectional, because you have tribalism to feudalism to capitalism to socialism to communism, and basically everything flows in one direction. If you want to go the other way on that line, you're a reactionary, and it's almost like politics becomes a very simple good evil scale, which I don't buy
That's
in the slightest. But
that's an interesting. Sorry, I'll let you finish your sentence.
okay,
Sorry.
yeah. So that is what the socialists believe generally. Like, I mean, there's not that many non-Marxist socialists
That
out there, but like that
that
is what the
is
Marxist socialists believe.
that
Um,
is that is that is a little bit of a reductive way of looking at the Marxist idea of like history, right? Because right now we're talking about the progression of history.
yes. Well, I'm trying to
And
boil it
that's
down
a
for time
yeah.
here because I'm
Oh
already
no,
watered down.
totally. And that comes from what was the name of that guy? Because like Marx was a follow, like it went to the same university. That comes from
Engels, from Engels.
is it Angle? No, not Angles. No. It was a professor at the university who went to the idea of the progression of history. It came from who was it? Maybe chat can remind us. The
I don't
progression of
actually know. I don't
anyway
actually know.
it's a political theory where essentially we reach like political synthesis through the combat of two different ideas. Um, right? And so essentially, Marx, like idea of history, right? The progression of history is that you have these like battles between, again, like I said, these different like political groups that are based on like class, similar to like this idea of like the progression of history, right? And you'll have swings. So you'll have like a thesis and an antithesis, right? And these two will like basically fight until you get to like a synthesis, and that synthesis will then become the new norm. Then you get a new thesis, and that can potentially be the antithesis or vice versa, right? And again,
Hmm.
those two will battle, and then that's kind of like the idea of the progression of history. The Marxist ideal of history
Yeah, you're
essentially,
talking about,
it,
yeah. The chat said Hegel. Yeah.
Hegel, yes, Hegel, exactly. So Marxist ideas of history are essentially Hegelian in nature,
Hmm.
and part of like what like Marx's view was that communism is going to be the probably like the last synthesis of that, right? But there's a huge range of like different like economic and political systems that will probably occur before then. That's what they're referring to by a lot of the times when they talk about socialism. They think is probably the next probable step. Again, it's sort of like it's like playing predictions, if that makes sense.
Yeah. No.
So
Okay. I get what you
it's
mean.
not as
Yeah.
simple as just like a thing. It's kind of more of like a battle of ideas, and then these are like then you get a new synthesis, and it's kind of more like I suppose you could say
Well,
like logarithmic than linear.
I know what you mean, but like the implication of the term reactionary is that when you have a battle of ideas, and the next idea that comes forth, say for your society, is not along the scale of going from liberalism to socialism to communism, but it goes somewhere else, that is reactionary because it's not progressive, basically.
Not necessarily. So like say like so although I'd say Andrew Yang isn't like pushing in like a socialist direction at all. I think he's pushing in like an interesting like a genuinely interesting capitalist like direction that
Hmm.
is not socialist in any way. I wouldn't call him a reactionary. He's trying to
Well,
progress the political system, but he's not socialist.
would he be a reactionary in comparison to, say, an actual full-on socialist, though?
No, because they're both pushing for new political ideas. Like a reactionary is usually like fascists tend to be reactionaries because they want to like achieve an old glorified past, right? And a lot of conservatives tend to be reactionaries because they want to go back to the good old days before the gays had rights or shit like that. That's generally speaking, in common parlance, that's usually what people refer to when they use reactionary. But that's also the political justification for that. You know what I mean?
No, I get it. I get it. But the thing is, within the fascist conception, because the fascists use the same conception of.
But they're wrong. We both know that they're wrong.
I know they're wrong, but hear me out. Hear me out. The fascists use the same conception of the Marxist idea of history, with the clashing of ideas, and it moves towards a certain endpoint.
Well, it's Hegelian, but yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Sorry.
Well, it is also Marxist, but it's definitely Hegelian as well. But my point is, though, because this is something that I've learned from, again, that class and authoritarianism, is that the fascists agreed that history generally trends towards, through a tribalism, to feudalism, to capitalism, to socialism. But they thought that the next step was fascism, and that process of the collision of ideas would naturally lead to fascism and not communism. And so they viewed themselves as being progressive, and they viewed those people who wanted to stay at socialism as reactionary. So,
I mean, it depends. If you're talking about the really early fascists, I'm pretty sure I've seen some literature to say that they've made that argument. But contemporary fascists and even like mid-century fascists totally like understand that their political idea is a rejection of what is it? The Enlightenment.
modernity, yeah. No,
Modernity, yeah. So
mhm.
that may have been the case early on in the movement, but I mean, again, like I said, if you're talking about early political philosophy in a movement, that's generally speaking not super relevant to like the contemporary argument, right? Like,
the thing is, though, is that socialism and communism themselves also seem to be, in their own way, a return to a glorified past. Especially when you're talking about like people who want like communal living, it's no different than tribalism. So it becomes like it,
mm,
it's very very much. They're like, yeah, the ancient tribes of humanity, they lived communally. Why can't we do that? Well, it's like, well, because what happens generally, in my opinion, is, and I reject both the socialist and fascist view, by the way. For me, it's more like political policy seems to trend more towards individuality and away from collectivism.
Okay, so yeah, that's interesting because I actually understand what you're saying now. So that's a common misconception. So when that point gets brought up by socialists, that's not saying that we must return to monkey, although lol meme return to
Mm-hmm.
monkey.
Yeah.
Generally speaking, it's more of like a rejection of saying that it's never happened before. It's people like you'll have people who say, "Oh, it's just not in human nature. We've never done it." And you're like, "Well, no, actually, we have done similar kind of things before." It's not saying that what we want to do is return to like tribal structures, because it's still like even communal tribal structures tend to have like kind of hierarchies that most like socialists wouldn't actually want, right? So like again, like it's not really a reactionary thing. Like again, the point of socialism, right? The point of like this means of production is to break down as much unjust hierarchy as possible. The point is like to like the idea, like the socialist frame, is that eventually we just break down hierarchy as much as we possibly can, especially unjust hierarchies. That's the idea of communism, right? So essentially what we're saying here is that it's more of a thing where people say it's not in human nature. It's more of a rebuttal to that, what you're talking about. Generally speaking, like no socialist who's like advocating for socialism thinks we've lived in a socialist state before. They're not trying to return to like some imagined past. It's
I've
more,
again,
yeah.
like, my experiences in academia have had me encounter a lot of people who definitely think that way.
I mean, they
Yeah.
maybe, but they're dumb and not right, and they're not real socialists. Like because they don't
Oh,
understand that.
not real
No, no, no,
social.
no.
Here we go.
Well, they're not. Let me rephrase that. They're
Yeah,
they're
yeah,
not
yeah,
they're
yeah.
not they're not real socialists because they don't actually understand what they're talking about. That's the point. Like yeah. Here's the thing, right? You have plenty of people who have political views who just don't even understand their political ideology.
Mhm.
That's the
Yeah,
problem. So
yeah.
they'll say cringy shit and apply it to their political belief when it's not accurate.
No, I understand, dude. Everyone fucking does that all the time. I'd say most of BreadTube does that, for fuck's sake. Like, Christ. Some of the things that I've heard from some of these people, I feel like I'm not even a socialist, and I know about socialism more than they do on some level, you know.
So who do you mean by BreadTube? If I'm curious, because like people disagree on who BreadTube is.
Okay, fair enough. Like there seems to be like there's like Lefty Tube, right, which is like ContraPoints. I don't think she's a bread tuber. She's like a leftist, you know. Um,
Yeah.
actually, you know what? I guess I'm probably using BreadTube improperly because whenever I say it, I'm talking about debate bros, and I find all the debate bros to be toxic. So yeah, maybe I'm using it improperly. Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I think you want to talk about like debate bro stuff. I mean, I do love me some debate shit to be honest. I think I let the mask slip a little bit near the end where I was like, oh, Dylan, get into data when I was wanting just to have like a nice chill convo, but then I got a little because I'm here's the thing is I'm a contentious cunt like 100%. Like I will
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
like one of the reasons I like kind of arguing with motherfuckers online is because I don't piss off my real life friends.
Okay. All right.
Um, but like, I suppose the thing that I just kind of wanted to get at earlier is that like I feel like I think the reason why I got a bit frustrated is that like when I brought up those points about like the progression of socialism, like you were talking about other socialists, but I mean I'm not those socialists. You're talking to me, and
Yes.
I
Yes.
just
Yeah.
I'd like you to engage with my
No,
ideas.
of
You know?
course, of course, of course. Yeah,
Yeah.
okay. To be honest, I've been personally mistreated by both Vosh and the serfs, so I don't trust
Okay.
them. But you're not them, right? Obviously, you know.
No.
Yeah.
No. 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 I have nowhere near as much of a following, but when I do, oof, that bust. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I am joking. I'm sorry. I have a really bad sense of humor. Like both literally and figuratively. Like I laugh at the dumbest shit, and I make like the most inappropriate jokes. I swear.
Mhm.
I thank God I didn't have a Twitter like fucking like 5 or 6 years ago. Like technically mine's from 2014, but I only started using this. Yeah, I would have been cancelled like before I even started tweeting with some of the dumbest shit I used to say.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Because I
Fair
used
enough.
to be
Fair
an
enough.
edgy piece of shit, you know.
Mhm.
Um,
But
but you know,
in
then
any
we
case,
grow and
though,
we learn.
to go back to reactionary, basically, like because of my knowledge of the history of the term and how it's used, like I don't trust what it means because I don't believe that history works in a Hegelian way. I really don't. I don't think that Marxists all the time talk about the end of history. I don't believe there will ever be an end to history. You know,
Oh,
and
dude, no. Okay, again, sorry. When they say this, I sorry to interrupt, but
mhm.
that's usually when they're talking about is that neoliberal dude. What's his name? Fucking something. Is it like something Cho, right? The guy who said it's the end of history. Wait, because
I
that's
don't know
that's the
actually.
neoliberal who said that. The end of history that is specifically was recently brought up because most Marxists, like most Marxist theorists, most people who are familiar with the theory know that even with communism, it's still going to evolve. Like even if you hit like pure communism, comrade, like even then that like again the political structures would still continue to change and like and form like most again like Marxists
I thought there
tend
wouldn't
to
be a
believe that.
state. There wouldn't be stateless,
Well,
classless.
just because you don't have a state doesn't mean you have like some form of government or politics. Like there'll still be like management of different like things, right? Like the state is generally I can't remember like the exact definition, but it's more about like the sort of like the centralized power and use of like quote unquote legitimate violence. But
I don't think I
like
want that to go
again,
away. Like I think that's actually rather important to hold
I
on to.
think not right now. I don't want it to go away. That's like a 1,000 years goal kind of thing. That's when like material conditions are so different to what they are now. Like we can potentially look at that. I think right now what we need to do is kind of work towards like positive things though. Um, but like yeah, like sorry, we got a little distracted there. But like
Yeah.
I popped off a little bit there
Mm-hmm.
again.
Mm-hmm.
But like yeah, no, like again like that end of history thing that like a lot of people think like Marxists say that is legitimately a neoliberal thing that was quoted by some I think it's something Cho fuck maybe chat can tell us the guy who said it was
I
reaching into
very
history.
very strongly remember reading that regarding Marxist theory, not anything neoliberal. Let me see. Hold on. I'll
There we
just
go.
quickly search it
End
up
of
because why not?
history.
Talking about the internet's here. Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So you're talking about Francis Fukuyama, the end of history and the last man.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah, yeah,
he
yeah, yeah.
didn't
He's a
coin that
neoliberal.
term though. He took it from Marxist theory.
No, he took it from Hegelian
Okay,
stuff.
sorry. Yes, yeah, yeah. But still, like
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
socialist
No,
theory
no.
though. Yes.
Like contemporary Marxists don't think we're going to reach the end of history. Like, if you look at any of like respected like contemporary Marxists, like
Oh,
I
dude,
mean,
dude. It's
hmm?
not just that I know them. Like the Melissa girl in the chat, she absolutely thinks that, and she's very much a socialist. Like that is a
Okay,
common
sure.
view among like regular socialists today.
Okay, yeah, sure. I'm talking about more of like the people in academia moving theory forward. Like for example, Richard D. Wolff, for example, he like, and again, I think like most like academic Marxists, generally speaking, don't agree with like there being an end of history, even if we hate capitalism. Sorry, communism.
Mhm. Okay, yeah.
Yeah,
Oh
because I
god,
mean, it's just a natural
people
part of
are
like how humans move. Like time doesn't stop, right?
God, people are drawing artwork of
Oh yeah, no, I've seen in my Twitter like some of that stuff, and I'm like, it's weird that they made me ginger like Vosh when I'm a beautiful black-haired boy, you know?
I think it's because
Like,
your art with the purple background, like the light makes it look
yeah,
ginger.
I suppose, but no, I've got the powerful genes of having blue eyes and black hair. It's just, ooh, mwah, people love that shit. Plus, as soon as you have like a beardy leftist like who like gets into an argument, they'd be like, "Vosh, want to be Vosh," and I'm like, yeah, maybe,
I
but
mean, as
no.
long as you're not pro CP, we're fine.
Oh, that fucking thing. Do you know the actual argument he was making? Did you
I
know
do.
about that?
It's still. I know the actual. I know the context. It's still stupid. It's still
Oh
dumb.
yeah, it was a terrible fucking argument, but I like the general like meaning I can get behind, right? Like, like child porn is bad because of like like how children are exploited and they have to be for it to be produced, but
Hmm.
we don't seem to have the same care when it comes to like how like children labor around the world is used and like mining for our computers and how we should probably pay attention to that. Like I feel like that's a pretty solid argument if not made badly.
Yeah, because when you compare child porn to child slavery, fair enough. But the next sentence should be, well, the next sentence should be, let's stop the child slavery, not therefore there is no reason for child porn to be illegal.
Oh yeah,
It's
no,
like,
no, no.
ooh,
The thing that
dude.
irritates me because I
Whoa.
watched that stream as a like he said that edgy thing and he said now obviously child porn should be illegal and this is why. Like if you actually watch the video, that's the thing
Yeah,
that's
yeah,
funny because
yeah,
like
yeah.
he says like no it should be, but people who don't agree with me on this other point are being hypocritical, right? So like I agree that like that is such a badly worded argument. But the general vibe of okay, no, children like slavery should be bad. I think we can both agree on that, right? In that way, we
Mhm.
kind of both agree with Vosh.
And I guarantee you, if you saw the context of a lot of the clips that Sargon have said, and actually heard what he has to say about it directly and not just a 30-second clip, you would not find it to be all that objectionable in the same way.
Yeah, maybe.
That's the thing. So, like I said, Sargon does not care about his public image, and it's to his detriment. Because like
No, fair enough.
I've known him for like 4 years now. We've been good friends for a while. Like he's not a
Oh,
racist. He's actually
you
not
should
a racist.
introduce us. If you want to have like a real fun explosion.
But yeah, like he's not some kind of a racist. He's really not. He's not that guy.
No, no, not at all. Hey, well, I mean, I've taken, oh my God, almost 6 hours. This video is going to be unwatchable.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I'll probably upload it to BitChute anyway. So, but
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah. But I've had an amazing time. Could I just do like a final meme? Because I don't want to take all of
sure.
your time, obviously.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I guess I should probably go too. To be honest, I had to go like 2 hours ago.
Hey, look, well, I had so much fun talking. I really want to be able to do this again, and I hope
Yeah,
the
of
reason
course,
you
of
stayed
course.
on so long is because you enjoyed talking to me.
Yeah, no, definitely, definitely. Like it's like I said, I don't like the debate bros, right? I don't like
Mm.
I want to own somebody to get fucking clicks on a video, or to like make someone feel like shit because I oppose them politically, or to like laugh at them on Twitter later. Like I think all that's just really really toxic. I think the way that
No, yeah,
Vosh and the
like,
Serfs do it is completely toxic. I don't like it. In
yeah,
same
yeah.
thing, like right wing, like Ethan Ralph. I don't like how he does it either.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so
Mm-hmm.
like I just don't like I'd rather have good faith conversations where you just talk about what you truly believe and not try to own each other, but just describe why you believe them. And for example, like I think we both had like points where there was like an ebb and flow, right? Like obviously I don't know enough about unions to have that conversation yet, obviously.
No, sure.
But I do think that like I'm definitely correct when it comes to things like natural rights. Um, and
Yeah.
definitely when it comes to like certain bits of especially fascist history and like that stuff, the stuff that
Although
I've actually studied,
I was no, because I did do a little research in contemporary fascism. Like I was gonna bring, I had like this idea, like, oh yeah, I need to bring up the DC, the Rwandan, what was it, DRC, and like how they function and how like we nowadays when we look at fascist movements, we have to look at like their like rhetoric and how they actually act, as opposed to like political theory. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah,
But
yeah.
no, yeah, I agree because I did a lot of although I didn't read much, I did do because I thought would probably come up. I did read a bit about like contemporary fascism and how it works,
Mhm.
and I am annoyed that like I kind of forgot to bring that up over our fucking 6 hour
Well,
like work day long conversation.
yeah. Well, it's kind of like
Yeah.
my sky high view of it is that I truly believe this. All right, this is not trolling or anything. I truly believe this. I think any attempts to implement socialism will lead to a state that looks a lot like fascism, and I want to avoid that at all costs. That's
I
just straight
believe.
up.
I believe that that's I'm a bit bummed we didn't dig into this as much as I really wanted to, but
Hmm.
like I think that's again through like reformist movements, that's not necessarily the case. I think that again, if we keep these firms private, but then we make them, owned by the workers and do that as like a progressive thing where it's not all in one go, but we slowly move to that model. I think that's going to lead to far more democracy. And I suppose the final meme I want to leave your chat with to really piss them off is that I fucking love freedom. I love motherfuckers being able to make their own decisions in their life, and I think that it's complete bullshit that we don't get to make our own decisions. And the thing that we spend almost all of our day as adults in. I think that for a truly free society to be truly free, I think it
Hmm.
needs to not just be in the economic spectrum, but I think in the sorry, not just I think not just in the
Hmm.
political spectrum. I think we need to be emancipated and have free choice in our own personal production and economic systems.
Is this is you like
That's why I
standing on
propose libertarian socialism.
libertarian stuff? See, yeah, see, I just think that those words are an oxymoron. You know,
What are you
Frank.
talking about? Libertarian literally meant socialist when it first came out.
I know, but remember, fascism came out of socialism as well. So that's not. I don't view that as a valid argument anymore.
Well,
Um,
yeah, but it also came out of capitalism. Like the countries that became fascist, most of them started off as capitalist.
sure, but libertarianism ended up becoming more individualistic and less about co-ownership. But here's the
Yeah,
thing:
and
like
and and, and
I never got a chance to say this because at least not fully. Like, I'm not against the idea of worker co-ops, and if that is how society trends, then that's how society trends. Like, I don't think that laws mandating them are a good idea. I don't think that being forced to sell them to your workers is a good idea. But I think if there's like an actual difference in the thinking of individual people, such that they voluntarily do it, there's no problem with that. But it has to be voluntary. It has to be something that
no,
you
yeah,
want to do, not something that the state forces you to do. And I think this is where you and I will fundamentally disagree. If in a hypothesized future where every single business is cooperatively owned, and someone just for whatever reason decides to buck with the trend and form a business that is owned in a more individualistic manner, I think that the state should not stop them.
I mean, hopefully by then, when all businesses are publicly owned by like people who work in them, we won't even need a state. But if there is one, yeah, no, it should definitely stop them. Totally.
Yeah. Now,
Like
see,
they should make it.
that's
Yeah.
authoritarian. That's authoritarian, in my opinion. That is authoritarian.
Oh yeah. I mean, I don't think it's authoritarian to like create laws that encourage freedom though, and
Well, sure,
incentivize
but like
freedom.
encourage is not the same thing as force. So like, if a government gives extra grants to worker cooperatives, fine. But if they make it illegal to form a regular kind of corporation or a regular kind of business, no, that is authoritarian because it's voluntary. That's the point, is that it has to be voluntary. If you want to do this, like if you can find people who do not want to co-own but want to be workers, then you should be able to do that. You should be able to come
Yeah.
together and do that if you want.
And I think when individual capitalists are able to coerce people into making decisions they might not make individually freely outside of that coercion, I think that's also involuntary. In fact, I think it might be worse in some ways. But I mean, that's it. We just have different values on where we put freedom. I think I tend to do it in more of like a practical sense. We used to think of it in more of like an inalienable rights kind of way.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, whenever I talk to somebody who's on the left, it almost always boils down to rights, where I think that there is a universal morality and that inalienable human rights exist, and generally that they don't view it that way. So it's just a
Yeah,
different
no,
set of
I
thinking.
think it's a theoretical versus practical thing. I think for like both of us. Yeah,
People are asking
you
if
know.
you're a YouTuber. Are you a YouTuber as well?
No, I do have a YouTube account, and like I did ask you if I could record this, and I wanted to like maybe like I'm not gonna like clip chimp or anything, but you know, just kind of put it up for like my own use, you know, if
Yeah,
that's
no,
all
that's
good.
fine. You can do whatever you want with it. Sure.
Sure, sure. But yeah, I mean, look, hey, a few things you want to do. You can follow me on Twitter. I would absolutely love that. And if you hate me, I would even love that just as much for you to shitpost me. I fucking love that shit. Love it. I'm planning on like streaming on Twitch and then uploading the VODs to YouTube. And depending on how spicy some of my takes get, maybe only upload to YouTube, because they're pretty heavy on the bans. But you can see links to both those sites that I have not uploaded anything to on my Twitter right now, because I've had a lot of free time during lockdown.
No, fair enough. Fair
Yeah.
enough. I guess the last thing I'll ask you then is, how fascist am I actually, all things considered?
Again, I don't think you're a fascist. I'd
Where would
say
you
you,
put
you're
me in
just you're
terms of
just not
political?
quite left enough.
Not oh, do you think I'm at least center left? Like,
I would say you're the master of the grill.
okay, I'm an ascended centrist. Yeah, I mean, I've
Yeah.
always considered myself like libertarian center, maybe like slightly left of center, and I've been there for like 10 years. You know, I used
No,
to
no, I
be
feel yeah.
I used to be a socialist that considered himself a libertarian socialist, but occasionally went so far as to simp for the tankies. Um,
Oh no, yeah. See, that's the problem. You see, you just drank a teeny bit of tanky juice, and that ruins your socialism. Never simp for the tankies. As much as I like Belashankas, that's look. We
mhm.
can both agree. Fuck the fascists, and also fuck the tankies.
Well, I think functionally they're the same thing. They're just authoritarians
I mean, there is a difference in some ways, but I'd
in
say in,
some ways.
in
In
most
some ways,
practical, like most practical things, yeah, a lot of
yeah,
authoritarian, tanky types do tend to lean fascist. They tend to like do like hold more denial and that sort of bullshit, which I absolutely fucking can't
yeah,
stand.
and that's why like the
And they make real socialists look bad.
the conception of fascist economics ends up being just state capitalism to a socialist. So that's why I think that they, and this is the thing that like I just think that socialism will trend towards that given enough time and enough centralized political power. That's just what I
Wait,
believe.
no,
Yeah.
but you could also say that about liberal democracy, seeing as almost every country that's become fascist has probably like usually started as some either as like some kind of already authoritarian state of like feudalism, or has gone to like a like a liberal democracy.
Sure. Yeah. 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 Of course. Like you can definitely have systems where if you can overthrow like a liberal system. Of course. It's just that
Yeah,
I think if you
and that's why I'm
implement
so glad Biden won.
no, it's just that I think if you implement socialism, you will eventually get fascism just by design. And I think it's because there is this connection between the ideologies. And that's fundamentally why I stopped being a socialist, is because I think you can
And I think
maximize
there's
you
no
maximize personal you maximize personal freedom through libertarianism, I think. Really. I really think that.
okay. And I think there's no evidence of that, but that's okay because we just disagree about that.
Yeah, yeah,
But
we
hey,
do.
can I get a trans rights?
Oh god, you're gonna make me fucking virtue signal about it, aren't I? I'm gonna do that?
Come on, give it
Okay.
to me. Give it to me. I want to hear that good shit.
Well, here. Do you want to know why trans women are women?
Because they're women.
Because my pee hard.
All right. Well, are you gonna say trans rights then?
If I don't, do I get canceled on Twitter?
Oh yeah, no. I'm gonna totally go back and totally like just be real uncharitable and talk shit about you on Twitter if you do.
Well, the honest truth is, like, I know what people on the left say when they do trans rights. It's almost become almost like you're not gonna agree with me. It's fine. We don't got to get into it. It's become like a symbol of faith almost, where it's like, here's how you know if you're part of the tribe. You say trans rights, but
Yeah, and if you believe in freedom.
from a philosophical point of view, obviously trans rights are human rights because trans people are human and they have all the same rights as everyone else, no more and no less.
Fuck yeah. Now can I get that without the equivocation?
That's not equivocation. That's what I mean. Yeah,
All right. Cool.
yeah. Like I did say trans rights are human rights because they are.
Hell yeah, and I'm gonna clip that and I'll be like very proud of myself. All right, look.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
I knew it.
No, hey,
Oh
look,
god, the
seriously.
chat room
I've
is
had
like,
a, I've
do
had
not
a.
bow to this
Sorry.
bullshit. No. He's trying to control you. No, I actually believe it though. Of course, trans rights are
Mm,
human rights. Like unironically, dude. Like, but here's the
yeah.
thing. Here's the thing though. Like I don't agree with the view that minorities should have more rights as protection. I think that's bullshit. But the same human rights as everyone else if you're human. Period. Doesn't matter what you are.
Damn right. Trans rights are human rights. Fuck yeah, brother.
Oh god, I'm gonna lose. I'm gonna have like 80,000 unsubs.
Hey, look. If you're so fucking weak that you unsub to him because he said a basic thing, that's your problem for being fucking weak and insecure in your own political
Well, here.
beliefs. Stop being such a
about this?
baby.
How about this? How about this? How about this? How about this? White people rights are human rights. Go ahead.
Yeah, no. All white people rights, human rights.
There we
100%.
go.
Everybody's rights are rights. Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, see, it's funny because like that's kind of like the ideological inverse. I understand. Like,
Yeah, I mean the problem is that unfortunately, you do get fascists using it as like a dog whistle. But unironically, I agree that white people are just as valid as other people. They should have rights.
Yeah. Oh god, the signs where they put up where it says it's okay to be white, and everyone lost their shit. I was like, good job, 4chan. It's fucking hilarious. Because like, there's nothing wrong with the ethic of the sign, but people still like went insane over it. You know.
I mean, it's the problem. It's one of those things where it's like, it's the same thing where people get like really upset about Black Lives Matter. They're like, what? But like, it's like, no, it's the assumption is that their lives don't matter. That's why they're saying it. They don't. Obviously, white people matter as well.
Here we go. Can you say all lives matter?
All lives matter, especially Jewish lives. No, I'm kidding.
But yeah, like it's the same thing. Yeah,
all lives matter. Yeah, all lives matter, and that's why I support Black Lives Matter.
Mm-hmm. And like Black Lives Matter, the ethic, yes. The organization, no, because I've looked into the organization, and that's a big fucking thing. But that's a whole fucking rabbit hole. Here.
That's going to be a whole other argument because I think they're pretty based.
Yeah. Okay. Well, like here, Sky High 30,000 view. You go to blacklivesmatter.org. You hit donate. It goes to Act Blue. Act Blue funds presidential campaigns for the Democrats. It's not going to black people.
Yeah, no, so because it's in their best interest. It's totally in their best interest for Democrats to be in power. 100%. Yeah, no, 100%. What are you talking about?
No, I don't necessarily agree with that. But like,
totally. Like what Trump was doing during like the BLM protests. Holy shit, that motherfucker went full fucking authoritarian on those protests. Like that dude sending in the secret police. As a libertarian, you got to be against that shit. Like unmarked vans just taking people off the street.
Hold on. The unmarked vans thing. I looked into that. And they use that because basically when the cops do come in to actually police properly, they attack the vehicles, and they wanted to avoid that. So it's like, okay, that's kind of shitty, but I get it. But like,
that's still not a justification for unmarked vans though, because they can get away with so much. I'm sorry. Your job's difficult because you're doing what is like the moral thing. Like,
I agree.
No, I'm sorry. Police shouldn't be able to break the rules just because it makes their job easier.
Hold on, because there's more to it. Like, it is true that 93% of the protests were peaceful, and 7% of the protests were riots. However,
no, they weren't. No. That's a common misconception. I've actually looked at this data. It's not like 7% were riots. 7% had violence occur, whether that be like individuals, like two private citizens getting into a fist fight, or if that was like potentially police instigating stuff, like we have evidence of them actually doing back like in, I think it was like in Ferguson with that dude who was like breaking windows, and then also and also potentially police starting it. So when it comes to actual riots, it's less than 1%. It's that I'm sure like if you'd seen the data you wouldn't have said that, but like that's like a common misconception. Like maybe the vast majority of it was peaceful.
Here, let me put it this way: you may not like, for example, Andy No, and people on the left generally don't like Andy No, so fair enough. But
his last name's very accurate. No to him.
When he posts real video of violence in Portland every night, like that is something that the police should crack down on. And they have the absolute mandate to do so. Like it's
And when he doesn't denounce like the violence happening to protesters, or like the people getting murdered by militiamen or getting hit by like cars or anything like that, I think that's disgusting.
Well, yeah, but it's for me it's a case of definitely both sides. Like any police action against a police protest.
Well, I mean, it's the state. Like, come on, you're a libertarian, my dude. Like, it's the state enforcing their will over people. Like, they're committing violence against citizens using their free like speech.
Let me say this. Any police action against a peaceful protest is illegitimate, in my opinion. However, the minute violence starts, those people should be arrested. And if the
police start the violence?
And if it turns into a riot, then they should all be arrested.
So again, what if the police start the violence?
I mean, that does happen sometimes, and obviously that's also illegitimate. Like, of course.
Yeah.
But like,
that's a large amount of it, actually.
Okay, well, hear me out. Like, if one policeman starts,
come on, dude, you're a libertarian. Why are you simping for the state right now? Come on.
I'm not simping. I'm not simping. I just want you to actually hear me out. Okay.
Okay.
So, if one policeman starts violence, that's illegitimate,
Mhm.
obviously. But then
Yeah.
if 10,000 people who were just waiting for an excuse to start violence go because the policeman started it, those 10,000 people are still wrong. It doesn't matter who started it. What matters is that they're
When did
doing
that
it.
happen?
We're talking hypothetical here. Yeah.
Oh, okay. No, I don't. I mean, I'm just talking about the reality of the situation, though. Like, it's
Okay,
like,
well
come on,
then
like
the reality is every single person that initiated violence is in the wrong, no matter what side they're on.
Okay, so when it's primarily the state doing it, you fucking hate those motherfuckers, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Fuck yeah! I'm glad we agree that like the state overstepped their like use of power in Portland. Then.
Sometimes there are times when they haven't. Like, dude, there have been times. Oh
Oh
fuck.
yeah, yeah, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter
I
if
have.
there was times where they weren't. The
Oh
fact
god,
that like
I
even
have
just
seen.
doing it, even just doing it once is still wrong, right?
Of course it is. Yes, but I've seen
Yeah.
like I've seen Antifa like fucking do some heinous. Oh man, like speaking of people getting shot, there was like the guy wearing a Trump like a MAGA hat got shot in the back of the head. Like, it's ridiculous. Shouldn't be fucking happening. I don't care what I don't care what political persuasion you have. You shouldn't be killing people in the streets. You know, like it's nuts.
Wait, which one was that? Was that the one in Portland?
I don't recall. There was two of them.
Because I was gonna say like, because that dude like got pepper sprayed and he shot him, and we don't know if it was self-defense because then the cops, because you remember this, right?
Mhm.
The cops just fucking rolled up and murked that guy in the middle of like a fucking street, like,
Yeah.
like I mean like yeah sure, like when like conservatives kill like left-wing protests, like it's like, you know, oh, you know, we disavow, but like as soon as like a left-wing person defends themselves, right? Potentially, or like uses violence, like the state just goes on and fucking murks them like in the street. No fucking, like, even the president, fucking fascist Donald Trump said like, oh yo, we didn't want to arrest that motherfucker, we wanted to kill that dude. Like, come on, like that's like come on, you gotta denounce that shit, right? Like the state, like using their power to kill people, that's just disgusting, right?
I agree, but like, yeah, the first instance though was a guy who was wearing a MAGA hat in the street, and another guy just came up behind him and shot him in the back of the head with a gun, and then walked away.
When was that?
Oh god, I can't remember. It was all over the news a few months ago. It was a big fucking
like,
deal. I saw the video.
Because I
remember,
I remember the one where it was two guys facing each other, and I think they got sprayed with pepper spray or something.
Yeah,
but I feel like I would have.
One guy sprayed the other guy with pepper spray. This was during the day. Yeah, one guy sprayed the other guy with pepper spray, then the guy got shot. So yeah. That's
oh no, that guy. Wait, no, that guy wasn't Antifa. He was a private security guy.
Yeah, no. Here, I can find the video. I think. Let's see.
Yeah, that dude was a private security guard. That dude wasn't like Antifa at all. He was like a security guard for like a news crew of the local area, right?
Here we go. Yeah, September 1st, 2020. Antifa protester implicated in the killing of Trump supporter in Oregon. Yeah, like, that's bullshit.
Okay, is that the one that was like quote unquote self-defense potentially? Like the one that we never got a trial for because the police like extrajudicially murdered him?
I'm not sure. Possibly.
Yeah, I think no, that is the holy shit. Yeah, I'm looking it up. That's the one. Yeah, that dude. Like, we're never gonna know whether or not it was actually justified self-defense because we're not gonna have a trial because the fucking state.
Well, hold on.
The fucking state murdered that dude.
I saw the video. It was not the guy was standing there. He walked up behind him with a gun and shot him in the back of the head. That's not justified self-defense. Like,
no. I'm not saying it was. I'm saying we're never gonna know unless we go through an actual proper trial.
No, I agree.
Like, that's the thing.
I mean,
the state robbed us of actual justice there. Like, that's the thing, right? If that was like an unjustified use of violence, okay, then yeah, the state fucking robbed us of justice by murking that dude. That is some bullshit, and that's because those fucking authoritarian police need to stop fucking expressing their voices of violence. Come on, let's both agree on that at least, yeah?
Yeah. I mean, like, the thing is, like, here, I'm gonna make you hate me over George Floyd because for me, I've looked at all the evidence of George Floyd. Fentanyl was definitely involved. He was overdosing. But at the same time,
what? No, what?
No, hear me out.
Dude,
Come
did
on.
you look at the report? Like, it was legit. Like, he died from asphyxiation.
I know.
Like,
yes.
Like if I like, you know, that's like saying he died of corona because he had corona in his lungs.
Come on, let me say it. Come on, you've done this a few times now. Let me actually say it. So,
all right.
So, you also die of asphyxiation when you're overdosing on fentanyl. So, yes. He had so much fentanyl in his system. I watched the full body cam video of it, and he was very clearly overdosing. It was an overdose situation. I looked at the medical reports. He died from asphyxiation from being choked. Like, the dude also had corona, but you wouldn't say he died of coronavirus, right? No, of course not. But here's the thing. Because putting your the procedure for when you're apprehending, when you have multiple officers apprehending a very large target, you do put your knee on the back of their neck, and in almost every case, it doesn't kill them. Now, here's when it's going to kill them: when they're overdosing and when their heart is being compressed into the ground because they're face down. So, my personal belief is that he might still have died, but we don't know. And what officers did was they exacerbated an overdose situation by continuing to behave in the way that they did long after he fell unconscious.
But I looked at the reports. I looked
So
at
did
the
I. So
medical
did I.
reports. Like
So did
there
I.
was like the evidence of him overdosing was like not at all. Like again, like the
No,
official autopsy said that he died from asphyxiation from being choked.
The official autopsy also said that he had a ridiculously high amount of fentanyl in his system.
It was like
hold on.
not for someone who has a tolerance.
That I honestly no. Yes, it was more than enough to kill him for sure. But here's the thing though, because hear me out. It's my belief that the officers are guilty of negligent homicide, and the reason I think that is because when you arrest somebody, if you're an officer and you've arrested somebody, you now have a greater sense of obligation to that person to care for them while they're in your custody, because they're no longer they're no longer self-reliant. They now have to rely on you. So
Look,
if someone's overdosing and you exacerbate it by your actions, that makes you responsible. That makes you responsible for what happens to them, and that's what the officers did.
I'm really curious because I do agree that like a police officer should be responsible, but like what you just said there, like where did you get that information? Because that's been huge. Like that argument that he overdosed has been hugely debunked. Like no medical professionals agree with that. That was something that like conservatives will put out.
No, they definitely agree with that because it was in the autopsy. There was 2 autopsies and both autopsies.
He had fentanyl in his system, but like the autopsies, but like they both said he died from asphyxiation from being fucking choked by cops, dude. Like, come on.
Let's look them up. Let's look them up just in case, okay?
I mean, look. Sorry, this is going to last for another hour.
It is really
like
okay. Well, like from what if you're not going to look them up, that's fine. From what I remember, yes, it was being asphyxiated by cops, but the reason why the asphyxiation happened was because of the fentanyl. Like, okay, I mean, if they had done that to him, and he wasn't high, it most likely would not have killed him. But it doesn't mean that the cops aren't responsible. They clearly are. Because, like, if someone's... Here, let me put it this way. If someone's overdosing on heroin, and the police officer comes in, and is like, okay, and then, like, shoves another needle into their arm, and gives them more heroin, the police officer's responsible. They did that.
Yeah,
it's the same thing here. It's the same
thing
here.
If you strangle someone to death and they happen to have COVID in their lungs, doesn't mean they die from COVID.
True, but this
like that's the thing. Like again, we have examples of this knee on the head killing people who didn't have fentanyl on the system, and again, like I don't know where you're getting this information. That's the thing that's crazy to me because, like, again, like all like the like repudiated information that that has been checked by professionals says that he was like killed by asphyxiation because of the strangulation. Like maybe it may have been a comorbidity, but the reason he died was because he had his neck crushed by someone's knee or shin. Like that's what happened to the dude. It's horrible, and the state way overstood their power with that shit. But like he didn't die from an overdose. Like we would have known if that he died from an overdose because that would have been cause of death in the autopsy. Like there's like I don't know where you've gotten this information from. Like I really need to know.
Let's see if I can find it. Okay, if we're actually doing this, I guess we're fucking doing it.
No, look, okay, maybe we could talk about this another time, but like, yeah, like,
do you have to go or anything? Like, is it a?
No, I don't have to go. I'm just worried I'm taking up all your time.
New documents filed in the
God,
George.
Oh god, video's playing. Okay, let's see here. Yeah, so the thing with heart congestion is that it definitely it affects not only your circulatory system but also your respiratory system. Floyd had a heavy heart, and one artery was approximately 75% blocked. Fentanyl. Yeah, like there have been instances where police have knelt on people's necks and it's killed them, but overwhelmingly that does not happen. Like overwhelmingly that does not happen. 99.999% of the cases it doesn't happen. So
but when it does, we should maybe have a better system, right? like for example, I can tell you now, like the New Zealand police, the New Zealand police don't do that. You know.
Mm-hmm. No, but like the success rate is like I don't think there's a better system. Like if it's Like if
Yeah, no, like
hold on.
handcuffs.
Like
Like,
well, he was handcuffed, yeah, but like, he was also fighting
yeah,
even
yeah,
while he was
yeah, yeah,
handcuffed. Like, and
yeah,
also,
handcuffs, and then you put them in the back of the car. You don't have to like strangle them.
did you see him? Here's the thing. Like, did you actually watch the body cam footage?
Yeah, I watched the body cam footage. They could have like dealt with it in a way more responsible manner.
Oh no,
They
I
were
agree. I agree.
extremely rough with
Like,
him.
I'm not simping for the cops here. I completely agree. But like, he was fighting them getting in the car. He actually asked to be put on the ground. Like, it turned into a
Yeah, and
fucking
then they
shit show.
choked him on the ground, which
Hmm.
he didn't ask for. In
No,
fact,
no,
he
yeah,
asked for them to stop choking them.
yeah, no, I agree. I agree. Like, I'm again, like, I'm not saying it wasn't a factor. It very clearly was. But like, I just I have a feeling that there's a good chance he wouldn't have died if he wasn't overdosing while in that position.
Okay, but that's it, right? So it's not that we have evidence; it's that we have a feeling. But like
No, I
again,
mean,
the evidence says that that's not the case.
no, but well, we don't know if the evidence has said that's not the case. We haven't
No, wait,
found
the
the two.
autopsies are in. Like, do you
Well,
think they didn't
I'm
account
looking
for
for
that? Do
them
you think
actually,
like
so we
these,
can talk about them. But
like, I mean, like the autopsies are in. Like,
Mhm.
like we know what like the autopsies say. Like, do you think that like these doctors are so stupid that they didn't think that was like a possibility?
Okay, here we go. Here we go. Here we go. I finally found it. Okay. Floyd's heart stopped while he was being restrained, and that his death was a homicide caused by cardiopulmonary arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression. So, yes, but cardiopulmonary. Hold on. It's just called cardiac arrest. Okay, cardiac arrest is a defining symptom of fentanyl overdose.
Yeah, but it's also a symptom of like, like when you choke someone to death. Like a lot of the times when people get choked to death, it's because they have a heart attack because of like the
Yes,
blood pressure and how that happens.
yeah.
Like if you have
This is why I'm saying it's.
comorbidities, like
I'm saying it's both. That's why I'm
like
saying it's
sure
both.
the
Like,
fentanyl might have been a comorbidity, but he didn't like we have no evidence that he actually overdosed. Do we know because of like it literally says right
it's
there what you
eight
read
times the
because of the
amount.
pressure.
Like 8 times the amount for someone for him to overdose in his system. Like, that's an overdose. It's definitely. In fact, they called when they were calling for assistance on the radio in the body cam footage. They said it's an OD. This is an OD situation. We need an ambulance here, and they called for one.
Well, again, like I said, but he died from the knee and the neck, right? Like, and again, we don't like I said it didn't like the thing says he died from the pressure put on his neck, not from an overdose.
Hold on.
Like, if,
Cardiopulmonary. Jesus Christ! I'm just gonna say the other term for it. Holy fuck! Cardiac
cardiac arrest.
arrest, complicating law enforcement subdual, restraint, and neck compression. So the cardiac arrest is the primary thing, and that complicated the law enforcement subdual, restraint, and the neck compression.
Yeah,
That's
being
what that
compressed,
reads
like
to
yeah, the
me.
neck compression can lead to cardiac arrest. That's yeah,
Well, no,
exactly.
no, no,
Like
no, no.
even people who aren't like quote unquote overdosing on fentanyl or whatever, like it can still lead to cardiac arrest from like the like lack of blood pressure, whether it be comorbidities. If someone has like potentially like high blood pressure, it can lead to that shit. Like
Mhm.
100%, yeah.
There we go. Let's see.
But anyway,
Let's
I mean,
see.
look, I mean, we're getting lost in the weeds here, but I'm
Yeah,
just saying,
yeah.
like, like
Like,
he's
okay.
dead because the cops didn't do their job because they
Yes,
did
and
something
I
they
agree with
shouldn't
that
have done
completely.
that has
Yes.
led to death when people haven't had fentanyl in their body.
Yep. Completely agreed. Yes. So like,
Yeah, I think we both agree on that.
like I'm not some kind of police simp here saying that the cops did nothing wrong. Like, I think that obviously not. But I do think that fentanyl played more of a part
Oh
in the death than.
shit! Apparently the dude had asthma. Yeah, no, totally. If he had asthma and if he had, dude,
Hmm.
motherfucker had COVID in his lungs as well. He could have died. Fuck, we don't know. Maybe the motherfucker died of COVID. Shit, add another one to the count. You know, like, like you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah. Like, yeah, fentanyl intoxication. Yeah, the fentanyl was 8 times the amount. Like, that's crazy. Recent methamphetamine use. That's part of it. He has heart disease. That's part. That can also cause cardiac arrest. Hypertensive heart disease. Okay, like, there are many factors. However, what I do know is that one, if he wasn't on fentanyl, he probably wouldn't have died. And two, the police took that situation and made it into a guaranteed death. They are responsible. They are
wait, but why
responsible,
is the
obviously.
fentanyl bit relevant? Because again, if he's
Oh, of
had
course
these
it's relevant.
comorbidities, that could have also still led to the death. In fact, there's a chance it probably could, like, would have.
Maybe. But fentanyl's
Yeah,
obviously
so
relevant. Yeah.
like let's not defend these pigs, right? Like
I'm
I'm
not.
okay, maybe I shouldn't say pig, but like these
I'm not
people who
defending
just
them.
murdered.
I'm not defending them. Do you think I'm defending them? Like, I don't think I'm defending them.
No, but I mean, but here's the thing: you're doing like whataboutism. That's the thing, right? Like,
This
and
time it's not
that's I think that's
whataboutism.
why lefties get like this is why lefties get a little bit like I think why they get upset with you, right? Like, it's a clear cut case that the cops were definitely in the wrong, and to imply
Yes.
that the
Yeah.
reason he's dead is because they were on fentanyl, is to like not put the value on the actual
Well,
perpetrators of the violence,
well, I
right?
don't mean to imply that because that's not what I'm saying. What
I know, but like, but that's what you are doing when you're saying he's dead because of the fentanyl, though.
I'm not saying he's dead because of the fentanyl. I didn't say that.
You're saying he wouldn't be dead if it wasn't for the fentanyl, but you don't know that.
I said probably, but yeah, it probably is. I don't know that, but I do think probably. What I'm saying is that if the police are intervening in an overdose situation and they correctly identified it as an overdose situation, they they can't treat that like they're just apprehending a regular guy, and people die
Yeah, they
because of
probably
that.
shouldn't strangle someone. Yeah, totally.
Yeah, but that's the thing though, is that like it's I don't think it would have happened necessarily if he wasn't already high on fentanyl. That's what I
I don't
think.
think it would have happened if
But
they didn't murder him.
well, and yeah, like I guess like from a layman's point of view, it's definitely murder, obviously, right? But like the reason why I said negligent homicide is because that is what they should have charged them with, and they didn't.
Okay, I think he wouldn't have been dead if they didn't negligently homicide him.
Yes, obviously, agreed.
Yeah,
You know what I
like
mean?
they still
filed in the
killed them.
George
That's
Floyd
the
case
thing,
give
and
new
that's why I
information
think that's
about the
why like lefties get a bit like uppity about this, because then you'll get people who try and take away the blame from the cops. Like this is the kind of thing I've seen Sargon do, where he tried to blame it all on the fentanyl, and we know that's complete bullshit.
Yeah,
Right, like
yeah, I think so.
yeah, and so that's the thing, and again, that's why I think maybe some lefties get upset with you, because like that kind of like, I don't know, maybe it could have been this, maybe it could have been that, leads people to think, well, maybe it could have been that. Maybe the fact that we know that like the reason he was dead was because of like the way they acted, isn't that case. We got to be really clear of what we're saying, right?
Yeah, yeah. Okay. Well, then, to be very clear, they are George Floyd is dead because of how the police acted in that situation. Yes.
Awesome, and we can leave it
Yes.
at that.
I can't say the rest of it, eh?
No, I'm saying because like that's the relevant part.
that is for the most part the relevant part. Yeah, like if you had to like if for some reason you had to dig deep down into the situation, then like I think it's just not factually accurate to say that fentanyl had no part, because I just don't. I read I just read the autopsy, right, and like the cardiac arrest, which is a prime symptom of fentanyl overdose, that was happening, and the cardiac arrest it complicated the subdual of him by law enforcement, and his restraint and his neck compression. So like
Hey,
it
sorry. One thing I think we need
fentanyl's
to just mention, like,
yeah,
have you
go
seen
ahead.
your chat right now? They're really not liking the fact that you admit that the cops were at fault here. They're really, see, this is what I'm talking
Yeah,
about with the audience.
no, that's fine, but this is the thing, like I
See,
I I
that's
know
that's the
for a
thing,
fact.
right? These people get convinced with the fentanyl thing when they don't realize that, like, oh no, it's important that we, again, like, the blame is on the police officer for acting incorrectly.
Yes.
Where the chats
Yeah.
go up and be like, no, it was fentanyl. The cops did nothing wrong. See, it leaves that
Yeah.
open. You got to,
Well,
we got to tell your chat off.
well, the thing is, like, I've told my chat off on this topic before. We disagree, and I'm okay with us disagreeing. Like the chat.
Chat.
Yeah.
You think I'm a degenerate? You're a bunch of fucking degenerates. None of that bullshit, all right?
Well, no, yeah, like chat. I definitely think the police are responsible here. Like they're obviously
Yeah.
responsible. Of course they are. Like when someone's overdosing, you don't treat them like that. You don't exacerbate their overdosing and then be like, oh, I guess they died of natural causes. Like, no, fuck you. Like you made the
Yeah.
situation worse. Obviously, you made the situation
Yeah.
worse, and the police are
Chat,
responsible for
don't be
doing that.
authoritarian simps. Be more of a libertarian like your big daddy leader right here, okay? That's the problem. Your chat needs to listen to you more.
No, dude, I love the fact that my chat doesn't listen to me. They keep me on my toes. It's amazing.
Oh man, I really like, I want to like have a good like confrontational chat when I like start streaming. I want to like fucking tell some motherfuckers off. I love that shit. It makes me feel big.
Yeah, is that how it is?
Oh, dude. Oh no, I'm a total dom. If we're talking about sex stuff, oh, I fucking love that shit. Hell yeah.
No, I'm fine not talking about that.
Hey, you're the one who brought up BDSM.
Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I agree with Dev, not with you. Okay, fair enough. Like the thing is, here's the thing. I've met some lefties who are like, they're like the opposite of what you're talking about, where it's like, if you even mention fentanyl, you're a racist, and it's like, come on, man. No, you can have some nuance here. Sometimes explanations aren't just simple, 5-word answers. Sometimes things are complicated. Like really,
Oh yeah,
Seriously. Yeah.
life is complicated. It's just a shame when people bring up the fentanyl, and like 90% of the time, it's to like take away like blame from the cops,
Yeah, I'm not
and
doing
that's
that.
why
I'm not
lefties
doing
get
that.
angry about that.
No,
I'm
I'm not
not
doing
saying
that.
you're doing that. I'm saying that's why like lefties too do tend to react that way because like. Again, we've been hurt before, baby. We've dealt with this shit. There's so many dumb motherfuckers who try to argue against us, and it's kind of embarrassing.
How dumb am I?
Again, I don't think you're dumb. I think people
I think I'm
further to
fucking
your right
stupid.
can
I think I'm
probably
fucking stupid.
dumb.
I think I'm fucking stupid. Honestly, to be honest, I think I'm really stupid. Oh god.
All right. Well, hey,
Yeah,
Dev,
it's time, isn't it? Like we were supposed to
it's gonna
stop
be like
three.
1 o'clock for you or some shit, right?
It is 11:20 at night, and I have a girlfriend who's very mad at me because it was supposed to be done 3 hours ago.
Can I apologize to your girlfriend like 100% and say that she's a queen who doesn't have to put up with this stuff?
Here, do you want me to put the headphones on her so she can hear it?
Yeah.
Okay, hold on. Just give me a second. Here.
Do not bug me, I'm in competitive.
She's playing competitive Overwatch. I can't do it.
Oh, okay. Oh, dude, what's he mean? Oh, it doesn't matter. Anyway,
Naomi,
hey,
what's
I
his
just
name?
want to apologize for like, stealing your boyfriend away for 3 hours. That's my bad. I hope it hasn't bothered you too much.
She says her main is Mercy.
Oh, fuck yeah. That's super important. Fucking, we need more Mercy mains in reality. That's some good shit. I'm a Lucy ho myself.
Oh yeah. Back when I used to play, I main Torb because I'm a troll.
Oh, I do like, yeah, Torb. That's a good way to piss people off. I'm all about that in Diva.
Yeah, yeah. I don't play anymore because the China thing. But
Oh, yeah.
I don't play
Well,
any
that's
other
why.
games
That's why
anymore.
my other main is May.
Yeah, okay. It's definitely time to go. So let's
Yeah, right.
arrange to do this another time, and we can, if you want to talk more about unions, we can do that because that's very like
Hell yeah.
I'm good on theory. I'm good on like like John Lockean style natural rights, but unions are
Mhm.
definitely a thing, a place that I don't know that much about. I've worked in unions, so I have a lot of personal experience,
Mhm.
but I don't know the statistics of them. So I think we can talk about that probably.
No, let's do it. I'm super. I had like a legit. I had so much fun doing this. I'd love to do this again. This would be fucking awesome.
Yeah, no problem. I guess what I'll ask before we go is,
Mhm.
if you wanted to be introspective, where do you think you fell short in our conversation?
Honestly, I probably should have gotten like because I made a lot of points without like backing it up with solid data at some points that I then found later. I think probably where I fell short is I probably should have like probably done some research before agreeing to a discussion.
Well, to be honest, I think sometimes it's better to not use data because sometimes you want to know about what the other person believes, not what they can prove. Because
Sure.
there are definitely instances where discussions about culture, for example, are definitely ones where this falls into this category where it doesn't matter what you can prove. What matters is how people feel and how they make decisions. So sometimes you can prove something to be objectively wrong, even. But if people make decisions based off of it, then you have to account for that. There are
Yeah.
definitely, and I think those are more interesting discussions. It's more interesting to understand someone's ethic than it is to throw charts around all night. That
No, I feel you. I feel you.
yeah. Yeah. Okay.
Lol, lol. I just had a look at some of your Discord chat, and they're just like faggot, 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 faggot. I'm like, hey, I only suck dick sometimes. All right.
Which Discord chat is that? What are we talking
I
about?
can't remember. I just saw like it was blasting somewhere. I was like, okay, all right. I mean, yes, a little bit, but come on.
Okay, I think we should probably stop it at this point.
Yeah, sorry.
I had like
again.
yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah,
No.
if you wanna show yourself, go ahead. Yeah.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. So, if you wanna tell me how terribly I did in this debate, or if you think I did good, which might be surprising if some of you did, check me out on Twitter at capital Dylan, capital Law, capital T Trash, capital L Lord. That's just the handle there. Jump on that. Also, I've got links to like a Twitch and a YouTube. I'm planning on like sort of streaming fairly regularly on Twitch and maybe YouTube. And I'm keen to kind of have these sorts of discussions, like little call-in discussions. So if you want to tell me how much of like a cucked soy boy I am, love for you to jump in. We can have like some political discussions. That'd be some base shit.
All right. Very very good. Very good.
All right.
Okay, I'm gonna hit the button now. So chat. Thanks for being here. I know I promised a stream on my gaming channel tonight, but it's not going to happen because this ran late.
Sorry.
It's not gonna happen. We were supposed to do it like 3 hours ago, and like my
Yeah.
roommate and my girlfriend were going to be in on it, and it's like nope. Ended up doing this.
Sorry. Hey, I mean, I'm sure they like the political content more, right? That's what they're here for. They love that shit.
Yeah, for the most part. Like the gaming stuff brings in a fair amount of revenue, but it gets less viewers. Like we've fluctuated between like 600 and 300 tonight. SFO has gotten up to like 5,000 at times.
Mm,
Like
yeah.
my like news streams get pretty high. The debate streams not so much, but the news
Mm.
streams pretty high. Um,
Okay, yeah.
but like the
Well, that
the,
yeah.
the the Twitch stuff might max out at 100 people, but there's still a lot of revenue there though. So
No,
it,
totally.
it's
No,
it's
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 a
become
really
more of a
good way to
private
like
thing.
build and grow a community. A lot of the streamers
Yeah.
I've talked to who do like political stuff, they like the gaming stream is about building the community, and it's good to make a bit of cash. But like it's
Yes.
more about like building like a sort of like a that parasocial relationship.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, I don't. I can talk to the chat in the gaming stream. It doesn't like fly by. Like
No,
you know,
yeah.
a stream with 5,000 people, the chat is unreadable. But like on the gaming
Oh
stream, I can
yeah.
actually do like Q&As, and there's like 50 people, 100 people, we can talk. You know, like it's a kind of thing like that.
Like I have no VODs on my Twitch at the moment, but like when I do jump in, I have a few people who do follow me, and it's literally me just like playing a game and just talking to chat because there's like 6 people in stream being like, no, totally, dude, yeah,
Yeah, fair enough.
yeah,
Oh
yeah,
shit, there was one thing I wanted to fucking talk. God damn it. You know what? Maybe it's interesting. Maybe it's worth 5 minutes. I can do it really quickly. So
yeah.
you're a Vosh fan then?
I like Vosh. I don't like define myself as a Vosh fan, but I like debate bros like the Surf, Vosh, and Destiny. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So Destiny doesn't even know who I am, so whatever. But like Vosh did this once. The Surfs did it 3 or 4 times. They've made videos about how I'm a fascist and I'm some kind of fucking terrible alt-right Nazi, etc. Which I mean, fine. It's dumb, but it's their free speech. It doesn't make me like them or anything. But
Mhm.
like my big problem with Vosh was that like he seems to be very very bad faith when it comes to a lot of people, including me. And I think it's because of my association with Sargon. He wants to fuck with Sargon, so he's gonna fuck with me. Like here's a great example. One of the
Well,
things that I
I
do.
mean,
Well,
I don't know if we. Okay, sorry.
yeah. I think I really want you to kind of understand my position here because I'm not being unreasonable. Um, One of the things that I do is because our city has a fair amount of e-waste from the various companies here, like boomers buying new computers without understanding what their old office computers can do. So what we do sometimes is we will take e-waste, refurbish it, turn it into usable computers, and give them to people who are poor who can't afford computers. It's a little bit of charity, um, and I'm involved in that. And so I gave a computer to a trans woman who was poor and needed one, and that trans woman ended up going on Vosh's stream and telling the story, and Vosh basically played it up like I was being this weird simp following her around, and he said,
Yeah.
good job expropriating capital from the reactionaries and basically being a dick about it. And I was like, well, like the fuck is this? Like, come on, it seemed very bad faith. There was another time like
Well, I
Shoeonhead was
mean,
getting
I have
dogpiled
seen you
on.
on Twitter like talking shit about his girlfriend though, right? Like, I mean,
Well,
these things can.
that was after this happened. Like, yeah,
Oh yeah, but I mean
that
that's also pretty bad faith too. I mean, Yina has nothing to do with it. Like,
yeah, but like that's honestly just the meme, and it's not a great excuse, but like that whole like Vosh's girlfriend's naked floating around that picture accidentally, and it's like haha. I understand the funniness, and I understand that it's not fair.
like
So
I don't know.
fair
Like, I
enough.
feel
Yeah.
like it's totally fair to make fun of people who like are like big time stream. But I feel like they
Mhm.
just the whole thing is they just happen to be partners of Vosh, and like like they seem like a
Yeah.
pretty chill person. I don't think we should like make fun of
Actually,
them, right?
I kind of think that she's not that good of a person, but different reason. Just
Different. Oh, sure, sure.
other events.
I
But
mean,
like,
everything I've seen is that she's a pretty nice person, and she doesn't deserve to be like made fun of just because her partner you don't like, right?
no, and that's fair. And I probably wouldn't do that again.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
But like another instance is like there was some drama going on, and I asked my community not to dogpile the person in question, and Vosh read that tweet out on his stream and laughed at me about it, and I was like, I'm trying to help. Like, what the fuck? It's just
Okay.
there's a few more. We don't got to go into it, but basically,
No,
I don't dislike Vosh for no reason. This is not like an ideological thing. It's not like he's a socialist, therefore I hate him. I'm not doing that. I have socialist friends, but it's there just how he's been, how he's treated me, how he's treated people that I know. I just think he's a
okay.
toxic person. That's my view.
Yeah, I gotcha. Well, hey, look, I mean, I don't have any personal. All I've got is a, what do you call it? I just said it. Well, I don't
Parasocial.
have a personal, I've just got a parasocial relationship with him, so I can't defend any of his claims. But like, yeah, sure. Um,
Yeah, it's
I
just
mean,
that
yeah,
like
you all got beef,
yeah, like
but I hope you don't have beef with me.
I meet a lot of Vosh like socialists who are very defensive of Vosh, and that is part of the reason why they dislike me
Oh,
is because they watch him and they've seen me through him, and they have all this shit to say. So I like to, one, show them that I'm not the bad person he thinks I am, and two, explain why I don't like him. So
oh, sure. I mean, but that's all. I mean, okay, I'm gonna like, okay, so you may have discovered for this conversation, but I'm a tiny bit on the spectrum, um, and um, because of that, like when it comes to like people's, unless it's like something where like they're like being really like like do something like that, like I generally don't care too much about people's personal like relationships unless it's like something really bad, like like act like raping or some shit, right?
yes,
Or like doing like really horrible shit, like just singular like individuals in chat and like fight like doxing them or some shit like that. Like normally like I mean like like that's fine. Like I think they do generally like do like good arguments and I enjoy their arguments, but like I don't know them as a person. Like I'm not going to defend their personal like life decisions.
yeah, no, fair enough.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I think
I mean,
that
yeah,
might.
I do get frustrated when people like misinterpret his arguments because I think he tends to make fairly cogent ones, but that's different.
Yeah, I don't find his arguments convincing either. But that's not a personal thing though. Like
Oh no,
I
no,
wouldn't
but
hate
like yeah.
somebody who has poor arguments. Like that's ridiculous.
I feel you. I feel you.
Yeah, yeah,
Anyway, yeah. Well, hey, it has
yeah.
been a
Holy fuck.
blast. Thank you so much
Yeah,
for having me.
just
I'm sorry for keeping you up and pissing off your friends.
yeah.
That
Well, not,
shit.
yeah, and I'm sorry for extending it a few times too. Like I think there
No,
are
no,
probably times when you wanted to go, and I was like, hold on. But yeah.
no, I didn't want to go. I didn't want to overstep. Look, we're both okay. So here's the thing. Final meme. All right.
Mm-hmm,
I
mm-hmm,
live in Australia, but I'm a Kiwi, right? We're
mm-hmm.
basically Australia's Canadians. Like
Yeah, fair
I'm
enough.
too polite. I don't want to be like, oh no, I've overstayed my welcome. I'm sorry, I've overstayed my welcome. Like that's it. I get nervous that I've like pissing people off even though they haven't said anything.
Mm-hmm. No, fair enough.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think it's time for us to go because I have to go to
All right.
bed now. God damn it!
Nighty
yeah,
night.
it's 6 hours and 25 minutes. I'll put it up on the BitChute guys because YouTube does not like some things sometimes. So it'll be up on the BitChute by tomorrow if you want to watch it again.
And
Okay.
you're not gonna cuck me out. You're gonna put it on YouTube too, right, baby? Yeah. Hey.
Honestly, until I'm demonetized, I don't know. I mean, it's only like nothing really spicy happens. So I'll probably leave it on YouTube. Yeah, I'll probably leave it on
Yeah.
YouTube.
Fair enough.
Okay. So I'm gonna hit the button now. So